Okay, so this is rather interesting. There's some legislation that's on the second reading in the House of Lords to basically designate managed service provider and software as a service infrastructure as critical national infrastructure in the UK. Now, critical national infrastructure may not mean much to some people, but it means I better not say, load to others, but you know what I mean. Yeah, right. Yeah. So essentially, I think that this has already been going through or attacks from Russia, China, etc., etc., etc. So yes, this is sort of the interesting thing. I've been conducting some surveys over the last few days as to whether or not directors understand the implications of it. So it may not mean anything to a lot of people, mockers, but to me, it's a big deal. I feel like this is going to be some directors of managed service providers and software as a service companies with bit of thinking to do. And rightly, of course, mockers, right? You know, we need to get our infrastructure protected and easy to do or
easy to agree.
Easy. Yes, I thought you'd say that. Thank you, Axel.
We hold these truths to be self-evident.
Russia again, something in the forest of Ufa region. Ufa region.
Ufa.
Yes, Ufa.
They've started having fire season, and yeah, so it's certainly possible. Oh yes, yeah, I can see now. Nice flames burning. It does appear to be a forest fire, unfortunately. But yeah, there have been a lot of grass and forest fires recently, amongst also the cafes and buses. And so, yeah, there has indeed been the start of fire season, I would say. It's amazing that half of Russia can be on fire and the other half can be frozen.
Yeah, well, they have conscripted from convicted and I think from the psychiatric and there are people who like to start fires. And
well, there is that, and also there is also the the very fact that the garbage disposal men, I'll say that for the Americans, they sometimes can't be bothered getting rid of the rubbish, so they just dump it somewhere and burn it. And apparently that works really well for starting forest fires. Yeah, Chris.
I have another random thing, mockers. What are Moscow Patriarchate or whatever they're called priests doing in Ukraine this time?
Aha, well, there has actually been some more movement on that, yes. In fact, let me find it. Because basically there's been an extra effort to look into these priests and their false prophet ways, shall we say. So obviously their Mercedes guy, he's under house arrest at the moment, and he's very sulky about the whole situation. And then we've had the incident with the soldier being attacked, and that particular church was cleared out of its Moscow rats. And then there was the incident with the funeral, where again, at the end of that incident, the Moscow priests were again asked to leave, and quite rightly so. And then today, in another area, and this is my problem that I can't find the name of it, there has been a letter of suspicion issued to another priest, and I think it's Chernihiv. I'm pretty sure it's Chernihiv. I'm sorry, I tweet far too much and retweet far too much, apparently. So I'm just struggling to find it. But it's... there we go. I found it. Cherkasy. Thank you. Thank you. The Cherkasy Diocese of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow edition. Now, this particular fella, he was reported to the SSU, for the suspicion of denying the armed aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. According to the investigation from 2020, the cleric ordered the creation of a new departmental website in the diocese based on the Russian Orthodox Church template. And on that website, he praised Moscow priests who helped the aggressor. They are currently in the process of deciding what to do with him, but I have a funny feeling he's probably not going to be in charge of his church for much longer. So cleaning out the rats, I would say, with regards to the clergy there. What say you, Chris?
Well, what I say is, how many of these churches are there? How many of these people are there? Do we know? Like, you know, because there's an awful lot of clearing out to do by the sounds of it.
Absolutely. I would say they are pretty much everywhere. Riddled with committees.
Yes.
Hundreds.
Yes. And how many?
I said hundreds, if not thousands.
Ah, right. Okay, I missed that. I thought you said 12,000 for a minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel a bit like I'm poking my nose into Ukrainian business type of thing, you know, and maybe I shouldn't and that, but I shall wait to see what the Ukrainian people say that are on here, if you see what I mean, as to whether or not we are.
The thing is, you can see what the Ukrainian people feel about it because their communities have got together. And for example, in Lviv, they've got together and decided as a community that they want the Moscow priests out. And so that they've done it in quite a democratic manner in most cases. Some of them were a little more direct, but yeah, in most cases they've done it in a proper the agreement that they want a Ukrainian priest, a Ukrainian Orthodox priest, and not a Moscow patriarch. And I think that's absolutely within their rights to do so.
Morning, evening, wherever you are, Mockers, Chris. Just Chris, going back to your the UK legislating critical infrastructure for some whatever it was, I can't remember. Just the cyber infrastructure. Just could you explain what that means as far as how that new legislation is going to affect things? You said you were really excited about it. Can you just go on a bit more about that for us? Thanks.
Well, yes. I was. I've been talking to a few people about it, actually. Just trying to gauge two things, right? The first one is, did they know? And the second one is, what sort of implications does it have for them? Now, the answer to the first one has been pretty well everyone I spoke to, very surprisingly, didn't know about it. So I don't quite know how they didn't know about it, but I guess I'll admit that it was not top of my agenda either. In it, to be absolutely honest, right? I'm just trying to think what it was that. Okay. I won't go into massive detail on it, but I'll basically tell you that it was that the thing that prompted me on it was that over here in the UK, there are some organisations who suddenly seem to be actually taking action in terms of cyber securing themselves. Right, I can name one because it's public knowledge. Right, there's an organisation over here which is called St James's Place. Right. Now, Axel may know St James's Place, but St James's Place is basically a network of what are known as high net worth financial managers. Right. So they're not quite family offices, if people know that term. They are sort of high level financial services people. IFAs, we call them, independent financial advisors, but they're not completely independent. They work for a franchisor, basically, which is called St James's Place, right? But they would manage
from Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Well, I always think of them as having a London headquarters now, Axel. But yeah, you're right. It was so yeah. So the sort of news came out, if you like, that they had basically told all of their partners across the UK that they had to get what's known in the UK as the Cyber Essentials certification. Cyber Essentials and Cyber Essentials Plus are the UK government GCHQ, NCSC cyber security certifications for SMEs and medium and large companies. So, it'd be like a certification that you'd get before you did. Not necessarily before, but likely you would get it before you did ISO 27001 or whatever it is. So going back to the point, so basically all of their partners were told that they needed to get Cyber Essentials before December the 31st last year. First time we've ever heard of anything like that. Didn't know what was driving that. Had they been hacked? Had a competitor been hacked? Had the insurance company told them? Had they seen some compliance or legislation or something that they had to comply with? Didn't really know, right? But sort of a big deal in our industry, in the UK. Anyway, so it basically then was inquiring as to why people might be taking action. So was doing surveys of directors of companies, particularly legal, financial, accounting, all the rest of it, to say, hey, do you know what's going on, basically? Right. And why are you guys suddenly moving on this? Because you've been sat on your butts for the last so many years. And that led, really, the investigation led to they realized that there's legislation going through the House of Lords and it's imminent. So that's how it came out, right? So then, as I said, have spoken to a number of directors of MSPs and software as a service companies, and basically said, do you know about this? The answer is no. In general, like 90-something% don't know about it. But they will have to do something. So when you say national critical infrastructure, you would mean basically electricity companies, utility companies and things like that, right? Anything that is literally critical to the nation. So if you designate, so somebody that I spoke to only this afternoon, actually, they went, a very experienced cybersecurity person, worked in GCHQ and Kinetic. They went, you're joking, Chris. I said, no, I'm not joking. I said, I'll just double check. You've made me double check what I'm saying. I said, no. They want their cybersecurity to be the same level as the national security infrastructure, And he went, oh my God, I don't, can you send me the information? Which I have done. I haven't had a response yet, but yeah, it's going to put a lot of pressure on MSPs and software as a service companies and that to get their act in order to a high degree. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, so
Axel, if you agree or disagree.
Again, you make it very simple to highlight that yet again that any reasonability test which can be administered comes quickly to a conclusion if you post things rationally. I was just about to highlight the very same thing on another topic where the same thing applies, and that is the silliness of the current German Greens contributing to the shutdown of and therefore the lack of an extension of the existing and temporarily extended German nuclear power plants. Because if these Greens, who are currently happily supporting Ukraine operating nuclear power plants in what can only be described war-torn environments, who have accepted that their energy policy only works with French nuclear power, who know that they are protected by the nuclear triad, which includes nuclear-powered US and British submarines and a few French. And it requires the freedom of this world, including theirs, to do all their utopian things, to be provided that safety blanket, that comfort blanket of the US nuclear power. And still, they're about to shut down the last remaining, 4.5% of German energy capacity. The most secure, technologically most advanced, best maintained nuclear power plants currently in existence on this planet, in 1 week from now, if we don't do something about it, will be phased out. So Germany becomes more dependent on what? Hopes for wind and solar. More lignite, dirty, very dirty German coal. And of course, finding more gas, including LNG, from such beautifully democratic, human rights infused nations such as Qatar. Beautiful.
I've got some good news for us. Would you like some good news? Oh, in fact, we've got loads of hands, so we'll go to loads of hands. Do you know who was first, Axel?
I have no idea.
Okay, Combat Panda was first.
A combat bin chicken, my friend, but yes.
Oh, I can only see Combat.
Combat Panda. Combat Trash Panda is a good bloke. Yeah, so sorry, Chris, just going back to what you're saying. So basically, what I garnered was, correct me if I'm wrong, so that the new legislation will basically, for anything that's critical infrastructure in the UK and then more into, customer service databases, etc., will have to, their level of cybersecurity will have to be brought up to that of what the defense ministry is. Is that what this is sort of pointing towards? And plus some sort of reporting infrastructure or requirements if they're hacked or attempted hacks, etc. Is that where this is going?
Yeah, there's a term that we use in our industry which is called the scope, if you like. So the scope of your infrastructure, if you like, or the scope of the companies and the organizations that fall within national critical infrastructure or critical national infrastructure. Yeah. So it's well, I mean, Axel just is making a brilliant point, right? Which I totally agree with Axel on, by the way. Critical national infrastructure means what it says. Critical national infrastructure. It's not really rocket science, is it? Right? That there are certain things of that we should, I don't know, guard with our life or something, And so I absolutely totally agree with Axel in terms of what he said. It's just it's bonkers. To shut down good nuclear power plants at this time. I mean, it's just bonkers. There's nothing else for it. But so put simply, what this is, right, is extending the scope of what is national critical or critical national infrastructure. That's what it's about, right? Saying, okay, look, it's not just the utilities, that are critical national infrastructure. It is also managed service providers that provide services to our businesses and without which they would not be able to keep operating. It's not really rocket science, is it? Right. You go, yeah, absolutely, that's right. Yeah, if somebody was to hack, all the telcos, all the ISPs, that would take down most of the MSPs and software service companies anyhow. Right, but okay, leave that aside. They don't take down the telcos and the ISPs. Instead, they go for the MSPs and the software service companies. That's going to pretty well wipe everybody out, and therefore it's critical national infrastructure. It really isn't rocket science, as to why they've done it, but the implications of it are huge, right? Particularly because because people may not have prepared for it, right? So I was just having a chat with somebody, and I said, "Well, this is going to give a big rise in the mergers and acquisitions industry." Axel, I don't know if you agree with me, right? But and they said, "Well, what do you mean, Chris?" And I said, "Well, there's some MSPs and telcos and ISPs and all the rest of it that'll just go, what? You have to do what? Not doing that. Let's just sell out to a bigger one." You with me? Because they don't want the responsibility.
No, yeah, I completely understand. yeah, I was just referring them, just trying to get at as to what the legislation was driving at. Was it trying to increase the security to a particular level? I mean, over here in Australia, we've had recently cyber attacks on the telcos, the successful attacks. Telstra, which is the main service provider for telecommunications, and also the private health funds, releasing a whole bunch of names, holding companies for ransom, etc., like that. As to Axel's thing, I live not too far from an old Ukrainian mine and rum jungle, and I'm not glowing in the dark yet.
What? You're not glowing in the dark yet. I've heard scientists from the University of Woolloomooloo tell us that this is all dangerous.
Mate, if you're ever in the Northern Territory of Australia, you might have heard of Kakadu or Litchfield National Parks. Some of the most beautiful places, and I come from New Zealand, so that you could ever go to, cascading waterfalls and whatnot, and they're still in complete pristine condition. And all of that. Yeah, I don't see the drama.
I agree, Bruce. So,
I'm just going to jump in here,
right,
and say, Nuno Felix will be up very soon to chat with you, and M is going to replace me. So, good night, everybody, from me.
Ladies and Bruces, you heard it. And give a big hand to Mockers because she's been guiding you through the day. It was absolutely fantastic, and thank you very much. I shall be seeing you soon, I think. Alrighty, and within a wee while, we'll move on further with M coming up, and then Nuno, LR, Louis.
Hey, Axel. Yeah, I, as an old software guy, I totally appreciate the fact that the UK is making some calls like that. I mean, I think none of us really have a full appreciation of how vulnerable we truly are living in this digital world that we are. I mean, everything is vulnerable, and many things that we don't think of as critical infrastructure are, in fact, pretty important things in our everyday lives, including, obviously, the running of the Twitter platform. So, but I wanted to circle back to a point, about what Mockers was sharing with us about disinformation. And, what I think we need to realize is that the more time we spend trying to, somehow counter the narratives, the ludicrous narratives that are thrown at us by Russians and others who are engaged in this activity, the more time we spend doing that, the less time we spend basically pointing out how atrocious and how completely unproductive a society that the people who are within those regimes are subject to. And which they themselves know the Russian Federation are actually really faced with on a day-to-day basis, based on fact, based on truth, based on observable events that have happened, and we should use that for ourselves to realize how precious our free democracy is. We should become more appreciative of what we have and not worry about how chaotic it can be at times. we should be making sure that we vote and that we are an active participant in a free society. Because if we don't, we can lose it, and then we can end up exactly in the same kind of situation that people in the Russian Federation or in China are having to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And I think that we really need to keep that in mind. And this is certainly the reason why Ukraine is fighting for their freedom, because they understand it very well. They understand what's at stake. And I think the rest of us in the West have to understand the same. That's all I really had to say.
Thank you very much, Lou. Much appreciated. And yes, we have to defend democracy and our freedom at every turn on any given day, and no matter where we are. And this brings us to another undisclosed location. Nuno, bom dia.
Hello, Axel. Hello, everyone. Good to have you. Sorry for being just in time, not a little early, but well, it is what it is.
Just-in-time defense is good enough for us.
Just in time. But I had, and we had to postpone this from 7 o'clock to 8, just because I had, as I told Axel, some things that needed looking after. And I think I've just shared, everyone, good to have you here. I've just shared to the top of the nest some maps that we are going to need. I think we should start by doing a military overview, which basically is the situation normal. It's been no big deal, but let's start somewhere, right? So what do you say, Axel?
Wherever you like to start, whether you want to start in the center or in the north, I'm with you.
Well, let's start Bakhmut. Let's first start by saying that northern Lugansk, around Svatov and Premina, around the Svatov axis and the Starobilsk axis, there's basically nothing to report, right? So any offensive operations by Russia in the last few days basically wound down, and we have no advances on Kupiansk, no advances towards the Oskil River. So in that sense, I think that's pretty much the situation remains stable. It remains pretty much what it was last week and the week before that. There was no relevant movement in northern Lugansk, which is in itself an interesting proposition, because that means that Russia did not succeed in what is arguably one of their biggest objectives, which is pushing Ukrainian forces west of the Oskil River. Not anything near, remotely near that. So in that sense, we have, it's important to say that things have remained pretty much the same. This is
that in itself is a success.
It's an Ukrainian success for sure. I have absolutely no doubt that it is a major Ukrainian success, because they've tried and there's no relevant activity to report, which basically puts Russia in a very complex position up here, because they haven't pushed anywhere of relevance, which means that eventually, but we'll talk about that later on, when a counteroffensive comes, we have the same lines we had 3 months ago, since basically the Kharkiv offensive. So Russia is pretty much stuck up here in northern Lugansk. As we head south, there was some fighting around the forests in Crimea, but I don't think this is very relevant. There was some Russians advanced toward Torsk. I didn't put the map in there because no big deal, no big action happened there. So we are pretty much, as Northern Lugansk, a success in the sense that it's pretty much in the same place. Now Bakhmut, people keep saying, keep extending, keep writing about Bakhmut and how this, that, X, Y, Z. We actually had an interesting statement by President Zelensky that said, if need be, if encirclement ever becomes a problem, Ukrainian forces will withdraw, which basically wouldn't surprise anyone. However, fighting for Bakhmut continues. No, Yevgeny Prigozhin did not conquer the center of Bakhmut just yet. And I'd like to make a statement about this. Conquering Bakhmut is not a very large city, but it's still a city. And you don't conquer a city by conquering the administrative building in the city.
Still worth fighting for on day 407, right?
Can you repeat the question, Axel?
I said it seems for me, it was more like a comment, but then we can make it a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still worth fighting for on day 407?
Well, if you're fixing Russian forces and you're treating them, sure, less Russians to fight when it's your turn to take on a counteroffensive, right? I think that's the whole deal here. I mean, people keep telling me that, well, it's a huge mistake. It's a tremendous loss of man. It's this, that, X, Y, Z. Honestly, it is a great loss of life. It is at great cost that Bakhmut has been held, but it holds. But my comment is more to the fact that we had so many people say, well, now it's done for because Prigozhin and Wagner seized control of the administrative building in central Bakhmut. Well, yeah, it's a building. Things are moving. This is a fluid battle space, as I've repeated myself a lot of times. There's some times that probably Ukrainian and Russian commands have doubts where all their people are. So in that sense, I think capturing the administrative building means zero. And I'm not really sure because I haven't seen Prigozhin sitting in the front porch at day during daylight. So there's nothing that I see that I see as very relevant in the advances for Bakhmut. It has become a very street by street, building by building fight, as any such a large urban operation tends to become. My friend, salam alaikum. Go ahead.
Alaikum assalam, Nuno. Thank you so much. What do you say of using captured Russian equipment in urban warfare, specifically one platform that is
The
was
Uragan.
built, yeah, for mine clearing, and now it's basically used to kill a lot of Russian troops in what I would say urban traps.
Yes, I'd say one interesting part of that. They use the Ukrainians have there's plenty of videos detailing the use of the Uragan 77, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mine clearing a vehicle, which is basically meant to clear minefield ahead of breaching operations, and it has been used in an urban setting. I think it's interesting. I really do. Let's point out that Ukraine had no Uragan in their inventory at the beginning of the war, not one. Apparently now they have 13. So that's the Russian Federation has been doing a good job in supplying mine clearing equipment to Ukraine. And honestly, it's interesting. I mean, as special operations, but as mostly my base being an infantry guy, I look at the mine clearing and I say you can clear trenches and fortifications in an urban area there with that sort of explosive power. The same goes for the Gepard or the ZSU 23-4 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. It's very cool as a drone defense, but it's very cool also if you have a fortified position in a building and you can shoot rapid fire 35 millimeter autocannon at it. So yeah,
They
as
have
I used to
captured.
joke, I'm sorry to interrupt, man. As I used to joke, can you borrow me your self-propelled anti-aircraft gun because I'm going to clear that building over there and I'll return it just in a bit.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
absolutely. And they have captured anywhere between 13 to 16 of those. I think Russia have what, 24, 26 of them. So maybe half of their deployable units have been
Yeah,
captured.
around that. I think it's something around the 27, 20, 26, 30, something like that. It's around that ballpark number that Russia has because it's not a very common. Also, it's not a very common piece of equipment. It's very specific. It's interesting. It's interesting in urban combat. The same with the self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. It's very very interesting, and I'd say that there's a lot going on there. So it's quite interesting seeing them use it against Russian forces, bearing in mind, as everyone should bear in mind that they had none. They had not one of those pieces of hardware of any one. They didn't have any Uragan 77. So it's very interesting to see them being used, Russian equipment being used against Russian forces in Ukraine, in an urban setting. But I would say about Bakhmut, I mean, it was, I've said this multiple times, I'm not going to be repeating myself, but it has held. I think it's an interesting decision by, as I've said, it's a tough but interesting decision on by Ukrainian National Command Authority. So and it's, for now, it remains working. I see a lot of concern and a lot of ink being written about how that will affect future counteroffensive operations that Ukraine is going to conduct, how Bakhmut is a death trap, how this and how Ukraine will suffer by keeping Bakhmut. Well, frankly, I'm not convinced. I think we'll have to see basically if that happens. We'll see when it comes. And there's nothing to it. But I don't think that Ukrainian command, which so far has been notably competent, would commit forces that will make their counteroffensives not possible. That's my view on the Bakhmut issue. And I've said it many times, and I'll say it again. We'll see in the end how it goes. Even if Ukraine eventually leaves Bakhmut before counteroffensive operations begin, there's no big problem there. But apparently, a lot of people bought into this idea and staked that this Ukraine shouldn't do this because we know better. I really can't understand this, but here we are.
Right. So this begs a comment and a couple of questions. The comment, of course, we would like to thank Russian taxpayers for funding this campaign. Amazing work, you guys. The second one, or the first of a couple of questions, would be the forward logic of deploying such a platform against incoming infantry attacks, and how that plays along the lines of economizing munitions and platforms deployed to defend Bakhmut. Basically, you're defending it right now using everything that you got, but not really everything that you got. You're actually deploying a Russian platform against attacking Russian troops. That's number one. And number two, how long do you think Ukrainians can sustain this, given the fact that they captured anywhere between 13 to 16 pieces of this specific platform, and apparently with enough munitions to use it? So, how do you have any idea about the amount of munitions for the Oregon that the Ukrainians have right now, given the fact that they never fielded the platform, never acquired it, never developed it?
I don't have any idea of the number of ammunition they have for it. However, one thing deserves to be said, which is if they're deploying it to frontline units, there's no interest in deploying a capability without sufficient ammunition to sustain it. So I would say, because it then becomes a dead weight, even if it's a captured one. So I would say that they have made it possible. They probably have significant ammunition resources to keep the equipment in the fight, by either by adapting Western systems, which I don't know if it's possible, or simply because they seized enough ammunition to use it with some frequency. And it's an interesting tactics. It's something we these adaptations will merit a great reflection by everyone studying tactics and studying military operations in urban terrain. I would like to point out, as a side point to this, that John Spencer, our very own John Spencer, was in Kyiv. He has an excellent YouTube lecture that he gave in Ukraine about the Battle of Kyiv and how it how it played out. So I really shout out to John for an extremely interesting piece of education, because that's what it military education, and that's something that I think people should, if you can, Axel, please put it on the Nest of the Space. I think it's worth people looking at it and seeing what's
You mean the Battle of Kiev? You mean the
what's
Battle of
about.
Kiev tweet, which we had before with him? Because he was on the space and we discussed it,
Yeah.
but I'm happy to put it up.
Yes, I think it's just a shout out to John, because
With pleasure.
I enjoyed it immensely, and I think it's very educational. Even for John does something that sometimes military guys and military strategists don't do well, which and military commanders of his experience do well, which is translating complex military issues to the average public. And that's something that is very important in today's media environment. can the Russians encircle Bakhmut? Perhaps. I've seen the last line I've seen is, but Ukrainians are depleting Wagner and DNR army, which is patiently awaiting for its time. Well, we've been patiently awaiting for its time since the big 400 and something days ago, because he is about to appear in the battlefield. I'm sorry to spoil things for everyone, but this is the real Russian army, right? And what we see is what we get. There may be some reserves that they're conserving, sure. Who isn't? But honestly, situation in Bakhmut pretty much remains stuck. There's no large advances. There's some advances in north or some offensives in the north. It remains in the fight, and we are down to street city. So that's basically what happened in Bakhmut. We were in the week prior to that, in last month, and it has caused apparently tremendous anxiety in a lot of people. That's my take on Bakhmut. I don't know if the audience has any questions about.
Place where we'll see a lot of action and pushback against the advancing Russian troops. In a way, Bakhmut has turned into a trap.
I really don't think that Ukrainians will launch any major. They may try to relieve some pressure out of Bakhmut for sure. That makes sense, but I don't think they'll try and break the Russians in Bakhmut. Bakhmut serves as a fixing operation, and the major counteroffensive operations are not focused and won't be focused, in my view, in Bakhmut, because the forces in Bakhmut. If you go on the offensive in Bakhmut, you're going to have the same issue that the Russians have, right? You're fighting to the rubble. It's better you have good defensive positions. You've kept the line. Okay, relieve some pressure if you can. Sure, take them. Take some forces out in the northern and the southern areas of the city to relieve pressure from encirclement, but don't press it too much. Just keep them fixed in there, because as long as those forces are fixed there, they're not fighting anywhere else. That's my view on Bakhmut. I may be wrong, but I don't think the Ukrainian command plans a major offensive operation. We may see some offensive operations in Bakhmut to relieve pressure. That would make sense to create a more stable situation and create a more defensible situation, but not a major.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Not a frontal major offensive by all means. Probably a flanking operation towards the north. That's what I'm looking at.
Yes, towards. And Bakhmut presents itself, if you look at that map, Bakhmut presents itself with some interesting opportunities. Because if you look at it, if you break the northern lines, the northern Russian lines, I mean, Russians don't have a great depth around Bakhmut in the northern, because they've been in offensive operations for so long. There's no great depth in either their forces and their positions. So in that sense, we may see some opportunities arise in the northern part of the city, even in the south towards Konstantinivka. Now we may see some opportunities arise, and I think Ukrainian military will probably seize those opportunities if they can to relieve pressure of Bakhmut. But I don't see an all-out assault to recapture the rest of the city, because you really don't have to, right? The moment you launch operations in other areas of the theater, you create a problem for Russian command. The forces in Bakhmut may be needed elsewhere. There's that. Because Russian forces don't stretch. And I keep saying this and I keep repeating. I sometimes think I'm repeating myself, but it doesn't stretch. They haven't mobilized. They haven't used their conscripts. So when I see people saying, yes, but by the fall this year or something like that, a lot of fighting is going to go on until the fall this year. So I don't think this is very relevant. If Russia wanted to really force the hand, they should have mobilized early on in the year, the first days of 2023, basically.
Yeah, 100%. I'm seeing, I could possibly be wrong, but I'm seeing a lot of long-range fires in several AOs simultaneously, with a secondary objective of releasing some pressure around Bakhmut, but mainly the main action will be in the Zaporizhia AO, and maybe we'll see a maneuver in Kherson of some sorts, hint, hint, or wink, wink. And with that, that type of action in several AOs at the same time, with long-range fires concentrated on C2 nodes, and
logistics,
yeah, then
logistics, personnel, rally points, holding areas, all that. We are seeing some deep strikes, and we are seeing some irregular action in the south. But I'll get there. Let's go to Avdika, and I'll get there. But before, let's go to Chris. Please go ahead, Chris. Welcome.
Great to hear you. Thank you very much. Actually, sort of my second question on that, I think you've sort of answered in that, but let me just ask my first one. So I don't know how accurate it is, but there's some maps that I look at, militaryland.net. They're sort of quite nice maps. They allow you to expand it and that. So I don't know whether you've ever looked at them, but the other thing about
the
them,
maps, Chris, the maps I shared in my tweet are all by military land.
oh, okay, great, right,
I love them.
okay, yeah, and then so okay, and I don't know like all the symbols for all of the divisions or battalions or whatever they are. I don't know that, but all I do know is there's a lot on the Ukrainian side around Bakhmut, and there doesn't seem to be that much on the Russian side. If that's an accurate interpretation of the map, right? And then my second point was, I remember, I don't know how long ago it was, that there was like activity, as you've said, to the south of Bakhmut, where it looked like, so is it Zalizny, something like that, or Myors?
Konstantinovka, perhaps.
Yeah, where if I remember correctly, Nuno, there was even like some sort of probe towards the I don't know whether that's the right word for it, by the way, but towards the MO3, like, yeah, and
Yes.
and again, I'm no expert on this, but I was just like, well, if they can get across there and cut the MO3, then that's would it cause them a problem?
Yes, of course, it caused them a problem, but there was some probing around the MO3, but Ukrainian forces were managed to because there's basically two major lines of communication into Bakhmut. One coming from the south from Konstantinovka. I always butcher this name, damn. And another one in through Ivanivsk. And there's another major line of communication, the MO3, which is in Orikovo and Minkivka, which the Russians have tried to cut. and this line of communication, the MO3, is basically cut, but there's still ground lines of communication to Bakhmut, coming from the west and coming from obviously the Konstantinivka south of Bakhmut. So in that sense, it's an interesting. The situation remains fluid. What I want to convey clearly is this is a major urban fight, and in being a major urban fight, it's very hard, very hard for us who are outside of this fight to say clearly what's going on. Even the commanding staffs of both sides will have some trouble at any given moment to have a clear picture of exactly what's going on in the city. And there's just this many moving parts, and when I say this, think of it this way: if a company moves from X building to Y building and doesn't say, well, we've moved to Y building, and for some reason Y building is in an area that was supposedly controlled by the enemy, does that count as a major advance because they seized a building that somebody thought the enemy was in and it isn't, and they forgot to communicate, so their command probably thinks they're somewhere else? I mean, it's complex. It's a very fluid situation, and I see a lot of people with a lot of certainties about how this is going on. And the other thing I would like to say about Bakhmut is, yes, if you ask the guys fighting in Bakhmut, it sucks. There's no way that I've spoken to the guys in Bakhmut and they say it's a terrible situation. I would be surprised if any soldier fighting in Bakhmut on any side would tell you that it was a great situation, right? It's a messed up situation with a very capital F, okay? Because it's a terrible, terrible situation in terms of urban combat. And it's one of the toughest forms of combat that you'll ever see. It's unforgiving. The other thing, I have a question, Axel, from the audience on
Sure.
my DMs. If Bakhmut has the same job of fixing Russians as Mariupol had, yes, and the same job that Severodonetsk had. Both these two instances, with different results than Bakhmut, for sure, were meant to fix Russian forces and to grind them down by attrition. So in that sense, it's what their purpose, the purpose of these operations, both Severodonetsk and Mariupol, are. These are fixing operations that, in the case of Severodonetsk, for instance, it made Russians fight so hard for Severodonetsk that their offensive operations culminated. Someone who pointed this out very well is Jennifer Caffarella in a tweet, and if I can find it, I'll share. Jennifer says something like this, exactly this. This is a very important point she made, which is it serves the same purpose exactly as Bakhmut did, and in that sense, people should realize that even if Ukraine continued with its operations, it would, even if they leave. Sorry, I was looking for Jenny's. I've just shared Jenny's tweet to the Nest, and the thing is, it's exactly that. it's still a very it serves its purpose to fix and to degrade and to try and accelerate the culmination process of Russian forces. I think that's something we can take out of all of this Bakhmut operation. I don't know if there's any more questions from the audience.
I had discussions in recent days about this topic again and again with Chuck, and I think you will find it quite agreeable what he's been saying, because it hits into the same curb as if you've just been placing the axe. But he continues to agree that the north of Bakhmut is extremely interesting because the logistics support of the Russian forces is tenuous. The forces are exhausted, they're brittle, they're fragile all around Bakhmut and even in Bakhmut where they are. But he continues to see that the north of Bakhmut is one of the more interesting places. Yehuda agrees. By the way, Mick Ryan once inferred that as well. How do you see that?
I just said exactly the same thing without knowing any of that. Because it presents opportunities, of course. I'd say that let's put it this way: what happens if Ukraine breaks a maneuver element, let's say a regimental size maneuver element, into northern Bakhmut, into the northern part of Bakhmut towards, let's say, Pidorodin and to the M03. What happens if they break a maneuver element in there and they're uncontested? Maybe Russian forces in Bakhmut start having a major problem. And could it fall fast? I'm not really sure. What happens if Ukraine does that? Can they chop off a part of the section of the whole Russian force, cut them off? I think there's opportunity in. I don't think there's opportunity in the city of Bakhmut, but I think there's opportunity around Bakhmut, and especially, yes, I would agree, especially in the northern part of Bakhmut, in the northern front. There's for sure some opportunity in this area. I have no doubt about that.
Shall we there?
Definitely, there is an opportunity. Should we move forward to Avdiivka?
I was just about to say the
Yeah,
same thing. We should sing this next time. Avdiivka.
Yes, Adivka, because I've always messed up the name. Well, Adivka remains under significant Russian assault. If everyone remembers correctly, last week I've spoke about Avdiivka as one of the places to watch, because the Russians will clearly press Avdiivka, and so they did. This is not. It's not. It's not exactly divinatory arts. I mean, it's what makes sense. Actually, if you ask me, I would have left a skeleton force in Bakhmut, and I would have pressed Avdiivka far sooner, far sooner, because it's much more interesting as an objective, given its huge logistics hub for Ukraine, given its position on the outs, not that far from Donetsk city, and which threatens Russian positions, clearly. So Avdiivka is the natural objective. For some reason, actually, some reason that we can thank the Lord that they didn't think of this earlier, but for some reason, Russian forces decided to commit forces to Avdiivka and around the city in the in these last few weeks, especially at least last week and the other, where they've committed some forces. They've been trying to chop off the ground lines of communication, encircle Avdiivka, cut the train lines into Stepov, and to prevent reinforcements. Avdiivka has this problem for the Russians, which is it's a very fortified its position, has been since back in 2014. So in that sense, Russia will have a hard time, especially in this current configuration of forces, where they're mostly facing military issues. They're facing culmination in some regions of the front. It's very hard to muster the necessary forces to storm an objective like this. And Avdiivka, I'd say, remains pretty steadfast in Ukrainian hands, but it remains a key objective for the Russians, for sure. Honestly, I can't understand why they didn't press this objective earlier, but glad they didn't. And it will remain under some pressure for the foreseeable future. That's my take on Avdiivka. I don't know if there's any questions about this.
Yes, there are many actually. We've had them many times.
Go.
How far do you think the Russians could actually move forward, given the fact that if and when they were to break through the first line of defense, which has been around since 2015 in Avdiivka, and if they were to break through and they mobilize their troops there, how vulnerable do they become? B, how far do they go? How far or how deep is the second echelon? And does it mean anything?
Well, losing Avdiivka would mean something for the Ukrainians command, for sure. I don't think that they can break through. Even if they break through to the first line of defense, you need some deep reserves to commit into exploiting success. And if elections have taught us anything, was that Russians are not very good at exploiting success, right? They're not very apt at exploiting success because they haven't, frankly. They haven't. Even when they managed to have some success in the battlefield, they didn't manage to exploit any their own success in any relevant way. So in that sense, I'd say that they are not. I don't see great advances. Yes, they can cut the rail lines. Sure, I would give you that. It's possible. It's frankly, I think it's quite quite possible they get to step off, for sure. Could they seize the whole city? I don't think so. Not unless they bring in additional reserves that we haven't. They haven't committed. I don't think it's an objective they'll seize. And we've seen something very interesting that, in terms of ammunition, they're conserving their artillery shells all along the front, and they are finally, and I say finally, trying to use them only on military objectives and not trying to destroy cities with artillery, because that also teaches us that they're probably facing some significant issues with shell supplies, with 152 supplies. I hope that answers the question, Axel.
100%. All right.
I don't know if there's any questions from the audience. No, I always think I'm very boring.
No.
Nobody asks
The
me
feedback. The
questions.
feedback typically, which I get and which others get, and I think you also have received in the meantime. You told me once, is more focus, keep going, don't deviate from the path. That's exactly what it is. Keep going.
It's a path, yeah. Yes. So in the south,
Frosty and on point, Nuno, always.
yeah. Thanks, brother. So guys and girls, on the south. Well, the south is interesting because we've seen there's no major Russian offensives. There was some action around Marinka, but beyond that, there's no major Russian operations in the Zaporizhia Oblast. But we've seen some Russian formations moving from Mariupol towards Melitopol, Tokmak. So Johnny Russian, as somebody put it, Ivan is concerned about possible counteroffensives in the south. And here, let's go into some future operations. Let's go a bit J5 and run some future operations on this. I would say that, and I've said this many times, the south is where opportunity lies. This week we had one the President Zelensky's presidential administration guys coming forward and saying that we probably could, Ukraine could isolate Crimea, seize most of its territory, and then negotiate. And there was a little bit of skepticism about this, but honestly, I think he just spilled part of the thinking in Kiev, which is yes, we'll cut off Crimea, and then we'll be in a position to tell the Russians to you either give us Crimea back or we'll retake it back. And that also depends on very much on operations in the north. Why? Because the way to pressure Russian forces in theater is to mount several breaches through their fronts at the same time. So I can make myself clear. For instance, in the south, let's say Ukraine breaks into the south from 3 or 4, well, 3 general axes of advance, but with 4 or 6 breaches. To stop that, you'd have to have, let's say, a divisional sized element of a maneuver force in reserve, where you can detach units to meet the forces before they establish they conquer or they move deep into your own rear. Because the moment they do that, any fortifications that are overrun become meaningless, and you can cut off forces and move towards key objectives, and then have second echelon forces to come and mop up the stragglers, the Russian stragglers. I think the operational idea of the Ukrainians will be something along these lines. Why do I say this? Because of the 8 brigades that are being raised by Ukraine with from the National Guard and even the police, which are brigades that will probably these 8 brigades will be probably used as a follow-on force. I know people have been saying a lot that, well, they'll be the first offensive units. I don't think they will be the first offensive units, honestly. I think these brigades are meant to be to mop up, to be the second and third echelon, and to leave to mop up and to engage any Russian stragglers that remain after the breaches are secure, after the breaches are done. This is my view. I may be wrong, of course. It may be. It's my interpretation of what we've seen in Ukraine. Hop, go ahead, please.
Hop, Fifi.
Sorry, gentlemen. Thick thumb driving on the highway. Shifting gears just a little bit. Question, Nuno, and by the way, I so enjoy your briefs. So if we're locking down forces and looking to isolate the Crimea, um, hazard reported. How long do we let them stay there unmolested? Do we let them continue to put forces in there, or do we interdict the bridges out and the isthmus out when it looks like they're pulling forces out? I asked this question um, with a mind towards what the Allied forces did to the Germans in Italy in World War II, where they locked down as many units as they could, as many German divisions as they could, and then tried to keep them out of the fight for northwestern Europe, and also against as the Russians advanced in the east. So do you let them let the bridge go, or and give them a way out, or what would you do? Thanks.
I would do what General Hodges. Hey, you have a hot mic, man.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. And thank you for the brief comment. But I would do what General Hodges suggested, which is I'd break into the south, cut off the land corridor, seize Melitopol, seize Berdyansk, seize Mariupol, advance from Kherson, and yes, I would stage a river crossing. And I know that a lot of people would say, "Hey, with a river crossing, yes, it's a difficult operation. Yes, it's fraught with danger. But yes, if you open a front coming from Kherson, uh, this is going to get massively complicated for Russia, massively fast. I would do all that. In the moment I have my artillery in range and my ground launch small diameter bombs in range and my HIMARS, my GIMLRs in range, I would cut off the Kerch Bridge for sure, sink it into the sea with a massive artillery strike, or a massive ground launch small diameter bomb strike, and then I would bomb and bomb and bomb every naval harbor, every port, every airfield in Crimea. Because my thinking on this is you push Russian forces to Crimea, because the Russians will know the moment you break through, if you break through, the moment you break through in multiple axes, the first, if Russians start to retreat, they'll have to retreat into Crimea. The moment they retreat to Crimea, because it's an easily defensible position, they'll feel secure there. But the moment they do that, and you seize the south, if you cut off Crimea, if you cut off the Kerch Bridge, if you cut off the airfields and the naval bases, what will happen is it's basically an open air holding ground. And these forces will be contained. And these forces can suffer massive attrition if you want to. This would need to happen in conjunction with operations in the north, especially around the Starobilsk axis, to threaten northern Lugansk, and eventually forces to threaten Donetsk city. The moment you do that, you're creating collapse. This is my view. If Ukraine manages to do this, it's creating collapse. It's like Moshe Dayan said, every retreating soldier carries with him the backpack of defeat, something along these lines. And it's and this is something I think it's key on this situation, right? It's you need to squeeze Crimea to then go and negotiate about Crimea with thousands of Russian soldiers completely stranded, locked down, and subject to attrition in Crimea. It's a powerful driver. That's what I would do. Crimea must become a prison. George, a question.
You're
Please go.
goddamn right.
So I was going to say, because you hear a lot of people, say, "Oh, but once okay, so the Ukrainians get to Crimea, but then that isthmus is going to become a kill zone for them because they don't have a navy. How to do waterborne operations to land, let's say, in other parts of Crimea." But do you want to discuss how, if you look at the topography and just the area, if you just look at the map of Crimea, and let's say there's a bunch of trenches or defensive positions at the isthmus, okay, and that's where the Ukrainians pop.
We're losing you, George.
Can you hear me now, or am I still
I
breaking up?
can hear you. I can hear you. Yes. Go ahead, please.
All right. So HIMARS launchers, right? They can fire Gimlers, right? Rockets, and also are
The ground launched small diameter bomb. Yes.
exactly. And even if you keep those launchers 15 to 20 kilometers behind that front, right? Playing the shell game with the Ukrainians have also their decoys and things like that. Gimlers still allows the Ukrainians to blast anything up to 70 kilometers away from the front. That's if it's 20 kilometers back. With the ground launched small diameter bombs, you're talking about at least 120, 130 kilometers. So that pretty much
150 kilometers.
takes. Yes, and if they're 20 kilometers back, you're talking about 130, give or take. But what I'm saying is that takes away half of the hiding area of the Russians. In other words, the northern part of Crimea becomes a slaughter zone, doesn't it?
Yes, that's my point. You
So
don't exactly need to storm. You don't need to storm, George. My point is the idea
just have to blast
you don't need to
everything,
storm
right?
there. Yes, exactly. You blast the bridge because Crimea can be supplied three ways: the Kerch Bridge, with ships towards the ports, and by aircraft. The moment you interdict that, all three, because it's possible to interdict all three, how are you going to resupply Crimea? Not to mention that Ukraine can cut its water. It's a holding area. Can Russian forces hold the two entrances into Crimea, the two roads that lead to Crimea? Sure thing. Cool. Sure. But can you outfit them? Yes.
Of course, that's what I'm saying, that they really can't hold the roads if the roads are completely getting blasted. Because every time you send, Ivan sends, a battalion to hold those trenches, they get blasted into oblivion and disappear. He sends the next battalion. They're all getting thrown into a meat grinder, and the Ukrainians don't even have to engage them. Yeah, what happens then?
Exactly.
You run out of.
That's my point. And you run out of ammunition. Let's say you keep those forces engaged, George. The forces that are holding those isthmus, you keep them engaged. How long does ammunition last if they can't be resupplied? That's my point. You make that's General Hodges' point actually, and the point I agree very much with is you make Crimea a prison. Crimea needs to become an open air prison. No food in, no water in, no ammunition in, no resupply, nowhere to go. It needs to become a desperate situation. But I'll say this, the moment it becomes a desperate situation, and if it's in conjunction with forces on the north and with offensives on the north that are threatening Lugansk and Donetsk, the moment that becomes, we are in the most complex situation this war will face. Because if there's a moment that Russia and the guys in Russia will be tempted to do something stupid, that's it. I actually think, I have no information on this. It's my analysis, strictly mine. But I think that NATO running the biggest air defense exercise ever in Germany in June, July this year, Defender 2023, is actually aimed at preventing anything stupid when the situation becomes dire. That's my view. It's a deterrence exercise because the moment you have 300 aircraft, 300 additional aircraft in Europe ready to go with everything set up, it's a powerful, powerful deterrent if you do something stupid. I think NATO aims at that. That's my humble opinion. I may be completely wrong, and yes, I know exercises are planned ahead, but this one was it's very timely. Let's say this. M, please go ahead, and then Chris. M, brother, go.
No, you're not wrong at all. It's exactly that. At that point in space-time, when a counteroffensive that is launched simultaneously in several areas of cutoff, number one, it will have a military impact on the ground. Number two, it will have a destabilizing impact on the morale of Russian deployed forces. And number three, it will beg the question, the X parameter. Will the Russians be stupid enough to do something stupid that we are not going to talk about just for the sake of it, because we don't want to continue to, or we don't want to make people panic or think about it. But yes, there is a possibility that someone in Moscow will finally decide that this is it and do something stupid, and that exercise will be quite a deterrent for it. So absolutely, I agree with you. It's the same assessment I arrived at a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, I think that's my view on it. Glad you have it too, because that's a very timely and very focused exercise where you have the biggest air, basically the largest air power concentration by NATO ever in Europe.
Which means that if they do something stupid, the official response will be Operation Armada. Basically, all NATO air assets in that exercise will be taking out every single piece of Russian kit on Ukrainian territory and every single
Yes.
concentration of Russian troops. Oblivion.
Yeah, if they do something stupid, that's it. Yes, I think that's the idea. That's the deterrent here.
Chris, yep, thank you. No, sorry.
Chris,
Chris, go
go
ahead,
ahead.
please.
Thank you, Nuno. Does that just, it wasn't my question, but just on that point there, does that, also to some explain like special forces in Moldova, Romania area as well? Because in case they do something stupid there as well.
I think the Russians are praying that the Moldovans and the Ukrainians don't do something stupid to them, because right now, Chris, there's nothing stupid that Russia could do in Moldova that will get them wrecked. I actually think that problem will be settled sometime along these next few months. If things go well for Ukraine, I think that problem will probably be settled for the foreseeable future. It's one of the things that will happen. There's a number of things that will happen coming from this. If Ukrainians are successful, there's a number of things will happen, but that's when I foresee that's probably happening sooner than many people think, and I think Russians are spooked about it because they know that right now they can't do basically anything about it. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Nuno. And so I can't remember the exact wording of this, but I read something the other day which basically said there has never been an army or a force that has held Crimea against like a land army attacking it. If I'm not sure I've got that right, but do you understand what I mean?
Yes, because Crimea is very hard to defend.
Yeah.
It's very hard to. It's very easy to defend in its accesses, right? It has two accesses, has two axes where you can enter with ground forces, but it's also a peninsula, right? You either resupply it by ship, you either resupply it by aircraft, or you use the bridge. If you cut all three, you cannot resupply it. That's it. And the more forces Russia pours into Crimea, the more the merrier. The more strained resources will become. I think people should consider this. And a Ukrainian operation may be intended to have Russian forces retreat into Crimea. If that happens, it's a blue sky scenario. That's something that, but I continue to say it's a dangerous moment. It's make no mistake, it will be the highest, the most tense moment in all of this war. The other place where I think we're gonna see some interesting development is northern Lugansk, around, and I've said this many times, around the Starobilsk axis, because that's the place where you start pushing Russians south in Lugansk. And if that happens, bye-bye goes the Belgorod main supply route by train. And any forces you have to inject from the Russian side, you'll need to inject through Rostov-on-Don. And that is a serious, serious problem. Lexicon, please go ahead, and then George.
Okay, sorry, I'm just coming in here without having heard the beginning, but I heard what you're saying about Crimea. I just wanted to say the last couple of days, I've been seeing a couple of these bloggers, Westerners, who talk about like 33-minute video that talks about Crimea and the geography and the demographics. So unlike, totally opposite to Ben Hodges, who starts off with Crimea is key to future peace, stability, Ukraine sovereignty, this guy goes through every other argument, goes through every historical effort, the Red Army and before them, to take Crimea and so on, and how narrow the isthmus is and stuff. So he shows you all these reasons why it
Who
can't
is
be
this?
done.
Lexicon, who is this?
I will try to find the name of them. It's one of these task and purpose type guys. These names are like this. So I remembered him, but I don't often watch. So I'll go back and look for it. But I mean, it's not worrisome. So after a while, he finally gets to the Ben Hodges strategy that says, well, maybe Ukraine doesn't have to pour hundreds of thousands of troops through this isthmus and the Perikop. They can cut them off, as you say, all three routes. And of course, what he doesn't mention is an army eats up supplies really fast. They need a lot of fuel, they need a lot of water, they need a lot of food. So anyway, then after he does all this and shows you, well, maybe Ukraine can do this just by cutting the roads and then waiting, sort of a modern siege. But he then talks about the demographics. And I'm thinking that it's an important thing to talk about to people because they like to show that, oh my goodness, Ukraine may have to just like deport all these kinds of people the way Stalin had to do, which of course is nonsense. And I think Ukraine has already shown a really good program for, amnesty for people who were there before 2014, who may or may not wish to stay, but for people who have come since 2014 and collaborated with the Russians, require that Russia at its expense repatriate these people, that is their transport, their relocation, their settlement and jobs. And for those who can't or won't, well, if they wish to stay, they need to learn Ukrainian, study, and after 3 years, they can take an exam and they may become citizens of Ukraine if they do all these things. So anyway, those sorts of very good programs that Ukraine has already laid out the bones of, I think they're worthwhile to circulate as well. But anyway, it's pretty clear that Russia knows that this hammer is going to fall on Crimea, and they are really running scared. And that's kind of balm to our hearts. Just wanted to add to your points. Thanks a lot.
Yes, Mexican, that's true. George, please go ahead, and then Peter. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Nuno, Lexicon mentioned, they're transplanting these people into, Mariupol and bringing them in from God knows where. It doesn't matter. Transplanting them. I'm like, the more the merrier, especially in Mariupol and Berdyansk and those places, because my thinking is they're just going to add to the complete and utter collapse of the Russian army in Ukraine. Because once the Ukrainians launch their offensive, and these idiots, how stupid can you be? Let me just, transplant myself to a war zone. Once they realize the hell that's coming their way, they're going to be jam-packing their shitty little vehicles and buses and whatever have you on the same roads that the Russians are going to be the Russian army is going to try to retreat out of. So it's just going to become an absolute meat grinder there when they're getting Heimerized and, and glide bombed to death. And my other thing is, everybody keeps talking about, that the Ukrainians, and they're going to have to siege Crimea. Who says that the Russians are going to retreat in order? Who says
No,
that they're
I
going
don't
to
think.
retreat?
I actually don't think that the Russian army will retrograde in order into Crimea. I think if the maneuver elements break through towards Melitopol, Mariupol, Berdyansk, and out of Kherson, if they break through in Forum, if they break through in really constituted units spearheaded by modern Western Leopards and Bradleys and Marders and supported by some really heavy artillery, I think it's going to spook the hell out of them. I think you're going to have people. I think the idea of the Ukrainians is creating collapse. Honestly, I think their strategy is creating collapse. The moment, that's the whole point. I think that's the whole strategy. It's collapse.
I think that's a takeaway. That's the
Peter.
key take.
George, you're breaking up.
Yeah,
go ahead, please.
George, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. You want to recycle, and then we can take the next question. Peter, please.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I love listening to you, by the way. I mean, you've got such a brilliant brain and, tactical ability. What I was going to say is that if the most important piece of land to Putin is the piece from Russia down to Crimea. And, we know his intentions were to carry on from there, Odessa down to Moldova, and to encircle Ukraine. Now, surely the best thing there is, why take the Kerch Bridge down if they cut through from Ukraine into the coast? So they basically cut that sausage of land. If they've cut that and then start to expand out from that slice through that sausage, if you like, nothing can go through to the Kerch Bridge. And the other thing I put point I want to make is that when other people were talking about him doing something stupid, you know, there are, I think it's something like 800,000 Russians he's put into Crimea, who are there. It's a war crime to have them there, but he would damage those people if he did something stupid, if you get my point. But my main interest was there that Crimea cannot stay with Russia in any form, because he wants that to control the whole of the Black Sea and all the countries around the Black Sea, and the West would deeply regret it if that ever happened. But just that question on why damage the bridge, which will belong to Ukraine, if they've cut through to the coast?
I think that damaging the bridge is absolutely critical. I think it's not damaging, it's collapsing the bridge. Why? Because before Russia retreats from Crimea, the Russians won't retreat from Crimea. The only way is forcing a siege of Crimea. It needs to become a prison for all Russian forces in that area. There's no way you're going to leave that bridge open, because you could resupply from there. So you cut off supplies. It's basically you cut ground lines of communication, you cut sea lines of communication, and you cut air lines of communication, and then you hit command and control, you hit logistics hubs, you hit holding areas for military personnel, you close the water, and then you tell Russia, how's it going to be? We can keep at this a long time. These people will either starve to death or surrender. What are you going to do? I think that's the biggest negotiating proposition that can happen in this war. That's where you win the war.
It's interesting that you mentioned this, because this is a concept which we've discussed twice with General McRyan and also Ben Hodges before. And both of them highlighted that at some point in time, whilst the bridge needs to be open for a little while, at some point in time, it needs to drop. And it needs to drop while there's sufficient amount of upheaval, chaos, and disorderly retreat, routing going on.
Yes, of course, of course. If your aim is to collapse, you collapse by creating chaos all at the same time. That's my view on this. Hop, you're next, then Kerry, and go ahead, Hop.
I was just wondering if it is tactically sound to turn the peninsula that runs to the north and to the east into a sort of a modern highway of death, or do you let the fort, and I don't even know tactically if we'll have the ability to range those 2 or 3 roadways that siphon down into the Crimea with precision munitions. But do you let forces escape and pool into Crimea and then just turn the Crimea into a giant kill box, or do you hit them on the highway on the way down? Because I think if you hit them on the highway on the way down, it may discourage them from going to Crimea, for better or for worse. I'm of two minds on this. Thanks.
Hop, I think that's actually I think that's a tactical decision or an operational level decision to be done by commanders on the ground, because only they can assess when it is the time or the better place to hit them, depending very much on what the tactical situation. What I'm describing here, let's say it's an overall strategic level, or in this case operational level objective with strategic implications, but an operational level layout, right? It's not because then no good idea or no good plan, if you could call this a plan, would survive contact with the enemy. As a good friend of mine says, for it to become a plan, you first need like 300 pages describing that we're going to describe the plan and who's going to get it and who's entitled to get it, and then we eventually describe the plan. So with that said, this is basically an outline at the 30,000 feet outline of what's the objective. Then if you hit them when they're coming down those two highways, if you hit them before they reach Crimea, if you hit them after you hit the bridge or before you hit the bridge, that very much depends on the commanders and the situation and the flow of battle and the opportunity and the assets available and the ammunition available and all of those tactical and operational decisions that, well, the guys in artillery and the command staffs and the cell will have to do, because Russians won't exactly drop dead. Russians will fight. So, and the enemy votes always. So this is basically what I'm describing is an operational level concept. Let's put it this way. I hope that answers the question, Hope.
All right. Thank you, Hop. Thank you, Nuno. Let's go to Carrie.
Carrie, yes, please go ahead.
Hi, Nuno. Thank you very much for your always insightful information. I was just going to sort of add to what you were saying about the Kerch Bridge. It's the symbolism of it as much as anything else as well, that destruction of the Kerch Bridge at the appropriate moment is the cutting of the umbilical cord. It is a really important and significant demonstration to everybody worldwide that we are, as in Ukrainians, this is our major step in symbolically showing that we are cutting Russia off from what it perceives and what everybody else knows is not its land, but it will hurt Russia. It will literally be cutting off that umbilical cord. And it is such an important thing to be done.
I agree very much with Gary. There's a political symbolism to it, and there's a political symbolism for the Kremlin, because the Kerch Bridge is one of Vladimir Putin's greatest achievements. The moment you're cutting that, you're hitting the man himself. You're hitting his legacy, because here's the rub about Putin. It's the legacy. This is all about the dwarf's legacy. And the thing is, you're hitting his legacy. You're sinking his legacy into the bottom of the Black Sea. That's not something you'll like. But it's very much also a political level objective, for sure. And that you're absolutely correct in that. Alan, I think it's Alan and then Enda, or Enda and Alan. I'm not really sure. But Alan, go ahead. And sorry if it's Enda, but yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Nuno. I have two very general questions that should be easy to dismiss. The questions are, what are the challenges you face when you ask an army to switch gears from defense to offense? And this is what Ukraine is doing. Are all the challenges logistical? And they have newly formed 3 corps. On the other side, when you are switching from a so-called offense, as the Russians have been trying to invigorate over these past months, they are switching clearly to defense. What are the challenges they face in order to do that? Will there be a devastating blow to morale when these soldiers go purely on defense?
Well, first of all, on offensive operations, I think one of the balancing acts that Ukraine has had to play throughout the winter and this first stage of the year of the spring is exactly not committing to keeping the fight going, keeping it fairly stable, even if in some places it's very complex and difficult, but not overcommitting or overextending the forces they're preparing with the Western equipment for the upcoming offensive. So in that sense, I think there's two dimensions to this. One, the force is already committed. Part of them will be spearheading the attack. Then the forces that are being prepared with the Western equipment that will carry the attack, the brunt of the attack, or the brunt of the offensive operations. But there's a delicate balancing act. That's why Bakhmut is a delicate balancing act. There's clearly a very fine thread that Ukraine has to tread around this issue. And then, of course, you're operating Challengers, you're operating Leopard 2s, you're operating Marders, you're operating God knows how many artillery types, you're operating HIMARS, you're operating TRG 230 MLRSs from Turkey. So there are significant logistics challenges to Ukraine, into Ukrainian forces, into Ukrainian logistics, particularly with spare parts, repairs, and all that. Of course, you have units that will be operating Challengers units, and they'll probably be in different areas of the AO. But there's a very significant logistic challenges, and I actually think, if we look at the last support package by the US to Ukraine, you'll see that it's exactly this. It's ammunition, recovery vehicles, fuel tankers, diagnostic equipment, spare parts, missiles, more ammunition. So in that sense, we're seeing is what's being supplied is mostly in preparation of offensive operations. So it's complex and it's hard to do and it's difficult. The other question regarding the Russians, I think Russian forces will be left with some very ill-prepared defensive positions because they haven't succeeded in their offensive operations. They'll need to go defensive. They don't have that much time to build up proper defensive positions. They've been digging away at fortifications. Some of them make sense, some of them don't. But no matter the extent of fortifications, you don't have the personnel to fill those fortifications and to keep roving reserves to do stopgap operations if the enemy breaks through. So in that sense, I think it's a very hard proposition they're facing, and honestly, it's complex. Will it have effects on morale transitioning from offensive to defensive? Probably some units will have their morale raised by not having to commit to offensive operations, but it also depends on the nature of the attacks. It depends on a great number of factors, though, and I think it depends on how the enemy breaks through. It depends on how I can fairly assess, having seen them in the field, that when some Russians will see Bradleys and Leopard 2 coming their way, it can be demoralizing to a guy. Anda, please go ahead.
So, I'm in the back of the class. So, if the question is stupid, just dismiss it. um, it's first a comment. The Kerch Bridge is not fully repaired, right? So they managed to repair the road section, but not the railway section, which means for the moment they cannot use fully the bridge, meaning the heaviest part of the logistics is done by railway if done properly. So they just patched the road. So they have until July. This is what they said, to finish the railway. That would be one part. And the second, I wanted to mention because someone and you also said about someone expressed concerns about blowing up the bridge. What if Ukraine will need it later? The bridge is not necessarily so it's not necessarily to blow up the bridge in the middle like they did. You can blow up the one head of the bridge, and basically, because it's basically easier to rebuild later if needed. Not to mention that the bridge takes you to Russia. So, and the question, right? So we are talking here about counteroffensive and pushing Russia back, and so on and so forth. I know it's asking you to look in your crystal ball. What I'm asking you for. Do you see this going more than 2.5 years from now?
Yes,
Thank
I see this going. First of all, on the bridge, I think it's absolutely necessary to destroy the bridge completely, make it unusable for any given future, sink it to the bottom of the Black Sea, for operational reasons, first of all, and then to sever all for the political significance of the agenda. Regarding the war, I see Ukraine reclaiming its. If I had to make a forecast, let's put it this way, I would say that if the counteroffensives are successful, as I said, the enemy votes, I see Ukraine reclaiming its territory by the end of this year. Then what happens after that very much depends on what happens in Russia. And what happens in Russia is maybe several things, but and I think we'll transition to the politics soon enough of this space, but it can be many things. However, if the current regime in some form remains in Russia, I think Ukraine will have an attrition borderline skirmish war with Russia for the foreseeable future. Because the Russian regime, if it's this regime, will have a hard time accepting, even if it's weakened, even if it's dealing with internal problems, it will have a hard time accepting that it just lost a war. So in that sense, it's gonna be it's hard to make to make forecasts in that range. I don't really like very much looking into the crystal ball, because it's like looking into the Palantir in the Lord of the Rings. You never know who's looking back. So in that sense, I'll take question. I hope that answers your question, but it's the best of my ability to forecast this. But I'm not really into that. I'm not a big believer in long time forecasts, because you never know. Kerry, please go ahead, and then Axel will transition to politics. What do you think?
Hi, Nuno.
Kerry, go ahead.
So, thank you. So this is supposition on my part based on what you guys have taught me and years of being involved in analytical stuff. But I'm imagining that when things really start moving, it's going to be a very kinetic phase of the war that we've not really seen yet, which will require very, very demanding skills on the side of the Russians, which again, en masse, they've not had to demonstrate as much yet. They're not going to get the same opportunities to dig in as they drop back. We've seen the Ukrainians being drilled in things like peels, etc. I'm imagining that they're not going to cope with that change in focus, that requirement for that level of skill. I can't see them doing it. I can't see them being capable of doing that. I think once you get those spearheads, I can imagine things falling a lot more quickly than we anticipate as a result. And I think it's going to be, we don't know what the level of blackout will be, but I think it's going to be quite shocking for the world to see how, we've never had this bird's eye view as close as this of a real war, both of the skill, but of the horror, of the despair of it. And I just can't see the Russians dealing with this sort of kinetic demand. Yes, we're seeing them blowing things up all the time, but we're not talking about that. We're not talking about destruction of and bombing of cities. We're talking about them actually having to stand up and be a real fighting force. And I can't see them doing it. I just feel like there's going to be, hopefully, hand on heart, I hope there's going to be a collapse. I can't see them coping with that level of requirement of skill and demand.
I think, Kerry, I share your opinion to an extent. I think if the combined arms maneuver by Ukraine goes well, and if there are, let's say, a dozen breaches along the whole theater, with Western equipment, with fires, with precision fires, with all that deep strike assets and all that, I think we may witness a moment of collapse. If things go mildly well, it's we may witness a moment of collapse, because, and it's going to be a very interesting moment to watch true combined arms, Western level operational art of war in real time, in 4K, through social media, through the multiple media platforms. And I think it's going to be, if it goes mildly well, doesn't need to go perfect. If it goes mildly well, I think the Russian army may face a collapse. I really do. I share that opinion. I think we may face a collapse of the Russian army. That's a very dangerous moment. Make no mistake about it. But it's probably a moment that can happen if things go mildly well.
But Nuno,
If
if I can just respond, as you say, I completely understand, and we all know what we're alluding to here with the dangerous moment. But I think all of us here would agree that that is not a reason to back out. Is that that is something we have to face and handle as an international community, as the group of the nations of the people in the world that will not stand for this no matter what, and we will be completely behind our politicians, our military, to do whatever needs to be done to ensure that that is managed.
I think, Kerry, I think, as I said previously, I think that large NATO exercise with tremendous air power being shipped to Europe and being prepared in Europe. It's exactly that.
That's
It's
amazing, Nuno. When you said about that, I was like, oh my God, because I didn't know about that. I think that's incredible. Thank you
the
so
name
much
of the
for saying
the
that.
name of the exercise is Defender 2023, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
2023. And
Yeah.
Defender 2023, this exercise by NATO is clearly an idea to say to Russia, well, Air Defender 2023 exercise in Europe, go look it up. It's 220 aircraft plus all the aircraft regularly staged in Europe. So we'll be talking 600s around that combat aircraft ready to go.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
It's clearly deterrence.
Yeah.
That's my view.
Yeah.
I think it's clearly
100%.
deterrence. It's
Thank you,
during the
Nuno.
month of June. It's during the month of June. I think it's clearly a deterrence exercise by NATO. It's saying to
Yeah.
Russia, if you step out of line, if you do something really stupid, which is if you use weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine, we will drive this into Ukraine. We will fly this into Ukraine, and we will bomb you.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
And this is something they know they cannot sustain. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that the Russians. I think. I mean, it's my view. This exercise is clearly a message. That's my view on deterrence. And with that, I think we need to transition into politics. Axel, what do you think?
Well, by the way, the question is, how much time do you have today? Do you have a little bit more time?
A little
for us,
bit more.
given
A
the fact
little bit more. A little bit more. Go ahead.
that- Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Into pause.
So let's
Okay, let's
start
go
in the
to-
far north. Let's start in the far north.
Yes, let's go. I'll share something here. I just did for the space, for the nests. Trying to make the space. You need to clear this nest, or else it's gonna get slow. But either way, so Finland is now a member of NATO. Thank God. Thank everyone for this. We have the finish. I've just shared something that my friend Carrie Salema, who's in the audience, Salmela, sorry, who's in the audience, shared with me about Finnish military power. Let's be honest. I've seen some British general saying, some British general, I can't remember his name, saying that the Finns would bring moral, would bring their location, their geography, and moral support. No, they bring more guns, more. They bring the biggest artillery anywhere in Europe. First of all, biggest artillery force in missile force anywhere in Europe, with probably the exception of the French. But even that, I don't know. I think it's bigger than the French. Actually, they bring one of the finest military in Europe, with the ability, with one particular skill that many of us have lost, which is to mobilize, arm, and deploy large conscript forces fast that are trained, good reserves. They have more tanks than the British Army, and soon enough they'll have a more significant air force. So yes, it's a major surplus for NATO. Finland brings some very, very skilled fighting forces, brings some very solid and very robust assets to the table. I only wish every one of us took our defense as serious as the Finns do, and they bring something that's rare in Europe, which is a whole of government and a whole of society approach to national defense. And that's a major surplus to NATO, and that's something that we can really learn from and try to understand from, because it's a real bonus, something very important that the Finns bring to the table. The other aspect of the Finnish membership of NATO is all of those Russian bases in the Kola Peninsula, in Murmansk, and all of those nice research facilities are now, all of those airstrips are now in our missile range from land-based assets. And they're in also range of our sensors in our intelligence and surveillance platforms. So well done to Vladimir Putin. He just messed his whole nuclear posture by extending the Finnish border. Very well done. He remains clearly one of the biggest strategies ever. That's all. That's what I have to say about Finland. They're very welcome, and it's a tremendous addition to NATO. I don't know if there's any questions on Finland.
I'd say people are quite content with what has been achieved and very happy with the fact that, shall we say, the most comprehensively prepared, deeply structured, layered, and trained, as well as upgraded and maintained artillery force has now joined NATO.
Yeah, it just gave us Mr. Putin just gave us 1,000 guns.
Stunning, huh? It's such a nice trade.
Yeah,
great interoperability.
Totally interoperable, 1,000 guns and rocket systems, and a huge land border from where we can surveil all his research and submarine bases, with great ease. It's going well, clearly.
Yeah, it's like, he just lost his kilt.
Yeah, it's going well. It's going well, clearly.
So basically, Nuno, would you say that every single political hypothesis this campaign was engineered on proved to be an utter and a complete failure?
Yes. And yes. I think, when you have Finland in NATO already, when you have Sweden ascending to NATO soon enough, after Turkish elections and another round of drug trading and all that, when you have Europe rearming to different velocities, when you have the European Union's peace fund buying 1 million artillery shells, when you have ramping up of defense industrial base in Europe and the United States for industrial war again, when you have Ukraine on the verge of starting to launch serious operations in their territory to retake territory, I think basically, yes, it's a complete failure. Politically, strategically, economically, and you just became, I think you two fella has a open mic.
Hello.
Yeah. You have an open mic. So I think it's a complete failure politically. I think it's a complete failure strategically, and you just became a vassal state of China. So in that sense, Kerry, please go ahead.
I'm here.
Kerry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm running back from the kitchen because I don't want to hear you guys hear all my cooking sounds. So I hereby apologise on behalf of the British people for Danet the Donut and his ridiculous expressions regarding.
Don't apologize. I was joking. Yeah, I know it's a numbskull general you got there.
Oh my
Some
god!
lore.
yeah, such an
It's
embarrassment.
embarrassing,
We've
actually.
we've
It's
talked about
embarrassing.
it multiple times. It is an embarrassment. But I was just going to mention as well, Nuno, because months and months ago, we had somebody on who they were Finnish and they had trained as an architect. I think that was it. And I had never even realised this. They also, as part of their security, they have buildings over a certain size. I think maybe for 500 people, but all their structures, bridges, everything is literally designed so that they can, in a matter of seconds, they can, at their own choice and will, and in the way they want to, they can take down all of their structures. They can take down, literally, they can cut themselves off immediately in a controlled fashion in terms of demolishing their major structures, which I just found astonishing in terms of the level of preparedness to
They can
address the problem.
mobilize. To give
Yeah.
you an idea, the Finns can mobilize 280, 300,000 reservists, fully kitted, fully armed, ready to deploy in less than a week.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? That
Yes,
and
they
the
have
scale
they
of
have
your
a
little
whole
physical
they have a
structures.
whole they have a whole of society approach to defense.
Yeah, yeah. What do they call?
And
What's the term? Is it total defense? Is that the term
I
that's
think it's
used?
total defense. I think
Yeah,
the term is total defense. I think
yeah,
it's a whole of
yeah,
government, whole of society approach to defense. They know
yeah,
where to go, where to get their weapons, where to present, where to move themselves to. It's very well structured. It's a very good.
yeah.
It's a major capability. The Finns are a major
And it
addition
will
of
be what
capability to NATO.
and it will be what Ukraine will need to get from them, from NATO, but particularly from the Finns when they've joined NATO, because they're in a similar position with that land border. That will be utterly invaluable. And when they're rebuilding as well.
Yes, we'll probably need to.
That,
That's a whole different political discussion, which is the security guarantees
yeah,
by Europe
down the line.
to
Yeah.
down
Thanks,
the line.
Nuno.
That's a whole different discussion, and that will be a discussion need to be had. You two fella,
Yeah.
go.
Thanks,
Please go ahead.
Nuno.
Thank you, Carrie.
Hello from Finland. I can assure you that all that you have been speaking, it's true. We can do that.
Oh, I know. You can obviously. It's a very important addition to NATO, and I'm very happy that we got the Finns. And I think the intelligence opportunities coming from that border are superb. We can base all sorts of sensors in that border. It's going to be actually the first American J-Star just overflew the border, so it's a very significant capability that we've just incorporated into NATO. And I think obviously let's move ahead, Axel, from Finland to our good dead mate, Vladimir Tatarsky, right? Vlad, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We have, yeah, we have been Russia's neighbors for decades, and been tough. But we know what we are doing, and we have a very capable army. Don't underestimate us.
No, I don't do it. So Axel, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly well.
Okay,
So
okay.
shall we
move on? Shall we move on?
I was just about to say, shall we have a little look, see what happens in cafes in St. Petersburg?
I think what's happened is a very interesting infighting in Russia. That's what's happening. And clearly, even the Russians think that's what's happening, because Yevgeny Prigozhin, we're all referring obviously to the assassination of Vladan Tatarsky, the high-profile murder with military blogger and criminal, by the way. And this guy was killed apparently with an explosion, apparently from the statue that was delivered to him, apparently, in a cafe where his Cyberfront Z held their meetings in an open event. The cafe being part of Yevgeny Prigozhin's businesses, the leader of Wagner. Prigozhin wasn't very much wasn't very content on the idea that somebody blew his coffee in his media guy, one of his media guys. Dmitry Medvedev came off to say something Russian nationalists aligned with the West, something that Vodka made him say. But what we are clearly seeing is probably an infighting. It's most likely infighting within Russian elites. If I had to bet on anyone, I'd bet on the FSB. I'm not sure, however, if the Kremlin was really in on this, let's put it this way. But we have here a clear picture that it's probably a hit a shot over the bow to Yevgeny Prigozhin, which is it's very interesting. It denotes something we've spoken here about, which is the fighting starting to spill off into the lower ranks of the Kremlin elites. So this does not make a stable regime. That's my view. What do you think, Axel?
It's an interesting situation where yet again the Russian kabuki theater is turning violent. It's not the first time. We've had too many window accidents, and we had realignments with even former intelligence colonels and the likes finding an early reintegration into the food chain. So it's no surprise, but the way they project it could well be for their own benefit rather than to showcase that somebody needs to get in line. I'm very skeptical.
Yes, and there's clearly some writing on the wall that this was an internal thing. As I said, even first of all, the Kremlin was not very upset this guy was gone. First of all, the reaction on official media was basically, "Well, what a shame." By anyway, and regarding this particular infighting between, it's clearly an episode of the infighting between Prigozhin and the Kremlin. I think it's clearly that. I'm not really sure how we translate it, but I would say it's clearly it's turning this kabuki, as you say, it's a kabuki theater turning violent, and it's starting to echo, not resemble yet, but echo the 1990s killing and all that particular period. That's my take on this. I don't know if there's any questions about here, Mr. Tatarsky. If not, Axel, I'd say we move on.
He's just a former prisoner who got to media, shall we say, got a bit of media hype in the meantime. So he was very much, as they would say in Hollywood, expendable.
Yes, yes, it's nobody will die from heartbreak over this guy, but it's clearly a shot over the bow. That's my view on this. It's a shot over the bow. Dennis, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, the security must be pretty lax there for them to be able to sneak that in a, I don't know, a statue or whatever it was. I saw a picture of it. I couldn't identify what it was, but I mean, you would think that somebody would look at it. I was just curious what your thoughts were on that.
I'm not sure they use the statue to kill him. I really not really sure about that. I don't think. Yeah, I'm not really sure if it wasn't a charge or pre-placed, just shaped charge, because the statue would have obliterated into a lot of shrapnel. In all the photos I've seen, I haven't seen any shrapnel from the statue, but it could be the statue. Fine, but honestly, I'm not exactly convinced. But either way, somebody off the sky in a spectacular fashion, in a very professional manner, because they didn't go full Al Qaeda and blew up everything. They off the guy in a very controlled and purposeful manner. So it's clearly a professional hit. And my money on the FSP. Go ahead, Em, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say it's the mic. It's a shaped charge that blew up his brains. The t-shirt also was blown up, wasn't burnt. If you notice, the t-shirt itself was shredded into nothing, right? But no burns on his skin. And if you look at
No
his skull,
shrapnel, no
yeah,
shrapnel.
no shrapnel, directed charge right to the head. I would say it was the mic, and the figurine or the statue was just a distraction. Definitely the FSB.
Yes.
But my question for you, Nuno, it's obviously infighting. How, if it's directed at Wagner and Prigozhin, what do you think this is, or how? I mean, he was one of his biggest protagonists or propagandists, to put it mildly.
Yes. Oh yes, oh yes. And Prigozhin wasn't very happy about it, and he was clearly adamant in saying this is internal fighting, and this is some guys that don't like Wagner, don't like me. I think it's clearly a shot over the bow. I'm not really sure if it's the Kremlin or exactly Vladimir Putin or anybody like that. My money would be on the FSB and eventually the Petruchevs. But that's clearly speculation. Okay, I want everybody to understand this is me speculating about who would have, because if you're shaping the future of Russia, you're shaping the future of, you know that Prigozhin is a problem, you know that Kadyrov is a problem, you know that Chinese will eventually be a problem, and you know that you need the military and the FSB on your side to control some of these problems. So that leads only to one place, Nikolai and Sergei. That's my view on this, but I may be wrong about this. Peter, go ahead.
Makes sense,
Go
Peter.
ahead, Em. Sorry, go ahead, Em.
No, I was gonna say makes sense.
Been obviously to visit Xi in China, and the president of the EU has said that Xi has stated to her that he will talk to Zelensky. This is Xi will talk to Zelensky when he feels the time is correct and the situation correct. How do you read that comment?
I think the Chinese are being Chinese. They're playing all sides at the same time. See, the thing with the Chinese is they win. out of this war, they're one of the clear victors. But they're also interdependent with European Union and the US markets. Their economic prosperity very much depends on their ability to interconnect and to sell into these markets. So in that sense, President Xi will be playing all sides. He's being very Chinese, but he clearly knows that a weakened Russia is a vassal Russia. And eventually dismembering Russia will present opportunities for China. And it just a vassal Russia is basically having in his hand the great swing state of Central Asia, which strengthens the Chinese position. In that sense, but he knows he can't affront the West too much because economically it doesn't depend on Russia; it depends on the West. So he's playing both sides, as the Chinese usually do, to benefit China, because the Chinese don't have a side. Chinese side is China. The Chinese are their own side. So in that sense, we need to understand that anything coming out of them is basically aimed at us, making us feel better, not losing economic access to our markets, but they won't do anything to help Russia or hinder it. They'll let it ride.
No, can we switch away from the country's representative, or the representative of a culture from which the name Chamberlain actually derives, and go back from appeasement and sickening mercantilism back to something else? I am receiving questions here. I'm so sorry to do this to you, but it harks back to the previous conversation. Very briefly, what type of crowd will the Formin or nom de guerre Tatarsky funeral attract? Will the graves explode? Will it be pre-recorded? And would you consider it a fine target given the potential for good attendance of not so kosher people?
Honestly, I don't think anything will happen. It will attract the nationalist crowd for sure, the ultra-nationalist crowd, but I don't think anything will happen. Why? Because this is a very professional and calculated hit, and whoever did this did it in a way to convey a message. And I know that some people over here on Twitter, a lot of analysts and Russians on Russia said, well, but if it was the FSB could have killed him 5,000 times before. Sure. But the message is the important part of killing the guy, not exactly killing the guy. Yes, could the FSB have stabbed him or shot him someplace in Moscow? Sure thing, any day of the week, at any time. But that does not convey a message. What conveys a message is doing this. You say to other stakeholders, this is your guy, we just took him out. We took him out like this, so play ball. That's completely different that we shot Mr. Tatarsky in the middle of the night somewhere in Moscow. That means nothing. Could be a mugger, could be a robber, could be some hookers that shot him, whatever, right? I don't think anything will happen. I think what will happen is this will escalate, but in a controlled manner for now. That's my view on this. I think whoever did this has clearly an agenda, are clear professionals, know what they're doing. I agree with them. It's probably not the statue, but I'm not going into the OSINT discussion of it's the statue because, or no, man. It's probably not the statue because I didn't see any shrapnel, but it could be the statue. I think it's a safe charge. That's my view on it. It's worth what it's worth. Anyhow, the important part of this is not how the guy was killed. It's not exactly what killed him, but how the guy was killed, what message was conveyed, and what does that tell us of the regime, and of the stability of the regime, and the infighting in the regime. I think, Axel, that's the main thing here.
Good point. All right. Shall we have a little move across to those who feel ashamed that they haven't done what they should have done earlier
Mr.
appropriately?
Mr. Habeck. I think it was actually, I was very surprised that Robert Habeck did that, and he did it very well, saying that Germany should have basically also squeezed Mr. Schultz tight. I think he went to Kiev to play some internal German politics. That's my view on it. He was smooth. Let's not forget that one interesting bit of this is Mr. Habeck and with the economy minister, if I'm not mistaken, is a member of the Greens, along with Annalena Baerbock, the foreign minister. And the funny part is, I've said this here a few times, but I'll say it again. Witnessing the blooming of Annalena Baerbock as a security hawk has been one of the most strange and gratifying things that happened in German politics in a long time. And I think it's amazing. But having a Green Party as a Russia security hawk is something. It's quite actually quite interesting and quite funky, to say the least. Axel,
What does it? Yeah, no, I was just sorry. I was when you said quite funky. I was just wondering if you think about it, that whilst Mr. Habeck may have done a few good things in that regard, it was one of the politicians who, at a much earlier stage than many others, actually highlighted, and by means of his visit and by striking, because he somehow viscerally understands what should be done, striking a good chord with President Zelensky already in 2021, and then was invited in that year, in summer, during the German election period still, to join and go to Donbass. He was not alone. Funny part is there were politicians from the Free Democrats, there were politicians from the Christian Social and Christian Democratic Union there. The only politicians who weren't there were politicians from the Social Democrats and from Die Linke and the AfD. Everybody else was there. He was, however, smart enough, and he couldn't help himself to voice his discord with part of the Green Party during the parliamentary elections. And he established his credentials as someone who is actually willing to fight, because it simply is the right thing to do, which I say in his favor. I like that.
no, and I also like very much the position of Annalena Baerbock, which has driven a very difficult diplomatic line, with being undermined by the chancellor at several curves. But I actually believe that if we had Baerbock as German chancellor, things would have been very, very different.
Yeah,
Very,
she
very.
won't be. She won't be, and trust me, it won't happen.
I don't think it will happen
You,
either. I don't think it will happen. It's a shame, but I don't think it will happen. I think it's still a lot of conservative. She's way too young, and she's way too outspoken, and she's not moody, and it's difficult.
and there's also more qualified, both men and women, across party lines for that job, if I may say so. Much better managers of the public and much better people. That's a different thing. That's a domestic German issue, as
Yeah,
always. And we've just seen this in other countries.
in
For
Finland, for
example,
instance, Finland.
yeah.
Finland.
And by the way, very good example. if you see the difference between Kaya Kallas, who managed to also, in parallel to running with her coalition the country, and benefit from that, she has taken a different route from Ms. Sarin, because Ms. Marin has been very, very haphazard.
Miss Marin.
Ms. Marin has been very haphazard in her statements and in her behavior. And Ms. Callas, on the other hand, is extremely straightforward, no frills, no bullshit.
Yes, and the thing with let's be frank, San Marin lost the election on strictly domestic issues.
Yeah, because
about
no one
government
disputes anything about anything about national security policy.
NATO or our security policy and our foreign policy are basically what the next government will pursue. Period. But the domestic issues are a different ballgame, as in all politics, of course. So that's the thing. I mean, we don't. There is no way around that. And
it's a very Finnish matter. She just likes to party. That's it.
Yeah, it's a very Finnish matter, and it's she likes to party. She's very outspoken. She has some other issues, and she's not a great economic manager. So it's the economy, right? As the other guy said. In that sense, nobody disputes, and I find it particularly funny on that note, Al, and I find that particularly funny that we had a lot of Russia peasant supporters, the Russia tankies, Russian supporting crowd in general saying, "Look, she lost. It's the end of the Finnish support." Do you guys realize that the guys who are in power next are even more hawkish on Russia? Right? If she was hawkish, the next
exactly. Yes, absolutely.
Right. Worse, more hawkish on Russia. So yeah, that's not going well. If you wanted the less hawkish option, you got the less hawkish option in San Marin. But with that, I'm off, Axel.
That's all right.
My brother also.
Oh, let's just stay for a couple. I think we have a couple of very quick questions for you, Nuno. Let's take two hands. Yeah, let's round it up until
yeah.
Hendrik, please go ahead.
I spoke about the Finnish, all the Finns in the house.
Okay, got a quick statement. Then I have a question. The statement is, I believe the assassination that took place in St. Petersburg was basically because Putin knows that he's going to lose this war or some major battles. And he is trying to stop any type of pro-belligerent call for using atomic weapons and everything else, and basically put them into place. Now, my question is this. I find it very interesting that the president of China basically has avoided to talking with Zelensky, and now all of a sudden he's open to discussion. So I'm just wondering what the political ramifications do you think is taking place that he would do it now, where he avoided it before?
And my question is, has he done it? I'll believe it when I see it. Because one thing is doing it, another thing is saying to the Europeans there, I'll talk with Zelensky. Because as I said previously, the Chinese are playing their own game. And it's a game we all know. It's a game we should be looking forward to. We should play it too, but they know eventually, if he talks to Zelensky, I'll believe. Until it does, it's good Chinese intentions, which I'm suspicious of. Let's put it this way. That's my view on that. I think, and on the hit, it can be a number of things, but I mostly think it's. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if the high echelons of the Kremlin approve this. I'm more inclined to say that other stakeholders, with a certain freedom of maneuver, like the Petruchevs, arrange this with their FSB underlings.
Would you
You
say,
too.
Nuno, that the
You
Russian
go there.
would you say that the Russian announcement that they would place nuclear weapons in Belarus kind of encouraged China to distance itself a little bit from the Kremlin right now and signal an opening to communicating
Yes.
directly with Kiev?
Yes. Yes. The Russians, the Chinese. That's been a clear policy. The nuclear weapon, no first use nuclear weapons is a clear. No proliferation of nuclear weapons is a clear policy for China. First of all, because they don't want Taiwan and Japan and South Korea developing nuclear weapons. So yeah, and the Russians just pissed them off with that. So right off the summit with Xi Jinping. So in that sense, I think yes, that could have made them a little more inclined to piss on the Kremlin.
Right. You too, fella. Please go ahead.
Hello. It was nice that you talked about submarine. She just today resigned for the prime minister because of our election, which was very good for the future of the Finnish people. I can assure you, nothing is going to change for our support for the Ukraine. Nothing. We are going to support Ukraine even harder. I can assure. The Chinese part, the sea is annoyed for the Ukraine war, annoyed for Putin, and China is coming to Europe economy ahead. That's annoying for him. He wants things to stabilize, and this war is not good for him. And there are some assumptions that is he going to support Russia? I think not in the way.
He won't. He'll support Russia, but he won't with little aid. He will not support Russia with little aid.
Yeah.
Because that would be crossing a line with the West, and he can't afford that. He can afford to go to the Russians, but he cannot afford to cross the line with the West. Because China is not out of the woods with their financial crisis, and they cannot end with the COVID-0 debacle. So they need to stabilize, and they need very much, and they're intertwined with European and US markets. So they're not going to do anything outlandish while keeping the Russians alive, giving them a lifeline, and making sure that the Russians can continue carrying out the basically their march to being a vassal state of China, completing their independence, which serves the Chinese just fine. I think that's my view on that. That, Axel,
they have cheap Russian oil. That's all.
Yes. By the way, Tito's you too. And Axel, I think that will be all for today.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you everyone who was here. Thank you for the questions. Sorry for the delayed beginning, but I hope you liked it. So we'll get back to this next week.
You stayed longer. It must have been good.
Yeah, I stayed longer. But hopefully, next week we'll do it at the right time. So, everyone, thank you so much for being here, and see you next week. Bye.
Thank you so
Happy
much,
Easter.
Nuno. Happy Easter, yes,
Bye.
and see you again soon. Bye, Nuno.
Habibi, Sayo. See you, man.
Habibi.
Habibi.
Ma
See you.
salama, man. Bye bye.
Yeah, man. See you.
All righty. Thank you very much. Everybody, please give a big hand to Nuno Felix. Excellent. That was enjoyable, wasn't it? And short, I mean, and brief and concise, and as you said, frosty.
Frosty and on point should be the tagline for Nuno sessions from now on.
For someone who comes from, Portugal, frosty is really unique, isn't it?
It is, but then again, you got the sniper training, so that's an element you cannot ignore.
We really have to check whether he ever participated in Norway,
Next winter, we can have another session on winter warfare. Me being the desert camel, I wouldn't know anything about it.
All righty, good. I can see that our friend and colleague Alan has come to relieve us, which is delightful. Alan, we'll be happy to lend supporting fires, but I can see that you're already fully with us. What's happening this night on Thursday? Are we going to bullet and point?
Yes, we are. In just 90 minutes, Chuck Farrer will be with us for Thursday night's bullet points. We'll cover a lot of the same ground Nuno just covered, but in a slightly different way because Chuck has his own take. Although I know that Chuck and Nuno agree a lot, but I'm especially
It's going to be
interested.
granular, right? I mean, that's what Chuck does. He likes to wade through the trenches.
Yes, he does. He likes to look at special operations that might or might not be ongoing. That's the question in Bakhmut. And so, everyone stick around, bring others here in 90 minutes. Chuck Farrer will be with us, and we'll look at Bakhmut, Avdiivka. I believe there were reports of HIMARS strikes in Bakhmut tonight. And I think that's an interesting target for HIMARS.
Now, Em and I have been here. We were completely and utterly bereft of any kind of capacity to focus on what's happening outside. So if anyone is here, well, please tell us. In the meantime, Em, you wanted to give a quick rundown as to what is happening at the end of Mare Nostrum in relation to Ukraine and what power plays we have. And can you tell us, does the wannabe caliph still want to be caliph?
I'm not sure I'm following. What are we talking about?
Erdogan.
Ah,
Does he still want
yes.
to become caliph? I mean,
I
in the
don't.
absence of the Mahdi, does he want to be caliph?
Well, about being a caliph right now, I don't know what's going on. Well, the Middle East is quite heating up. That's all I can say. Regarding the episode currently unfolding in Israel, it's a standard play that has been going on since 2019. Sadly, Islamic worshippers would barricade themselves inside Al-Aqsa Mosque and then instigate a fight with the Israeli police, throwing rocks at them and firing firecrackers and whatnot. And then the Israeli police would have to respond in order to bring order to the Temple Mount. And then videos will emerge of worshippers pleading for help and support as they are being attacked while praying, which is absolutely false. As a Muslim, I'm completely ashamed of their actions. And I'm completely ashamed of the way they desecrate the mosque and use it in political reasons in order to instigate a fight. Then you get the missiles and the rockets fired from the Gaza Strip. And the most interesting development in this is we're seeing fires coming from Lebanon, attacking northern regions in Israel. Apparently, someone miscalculated that given the current domestic situation inside Israel, the cabinet and the people will not unite when faced by an attack. Surprisingly, they're not helping anyone except Netanyahu, which is quite bizarre, actually. It's a very dark relationship right now at this point. And the Israeli defense forces responding in retaliatory strikes against positions both in Lebanon and in the Gaza Strip. So as it will unfold. We'll see. But this ploy, this game, this stupid play is enacted in 5 acts. And so far, it's been exactly the same since 2019. First, you get worshippers instigating a fight inside the mosque. Then you get the Israeli police responding. Then you get rockets fired. Then you get the IDF responding. Then you get the international condemnation of what's going on. And then it either escalates into a full confrontation with factions in the Gaza Strip and some destruction, and then another call for international aid to come in to rebuild the sector after it had been destroyed. It's just, it's so sad at this point. As for what Erdogan is doing right now, I think he's worried about his own neck. So I think his primary focus is on winning the next elections. He's played all his cards so far, and he's got nothing left except focusing on the economy. Inflation is being brought down in Turkey, and the lira is kind of stabilizing, probably thanks to some of exports and some of the aid money coming in, and some of the big bonds being deposited by Gulf countries with the central bank of Turkey. So, as the saying goes, nothing new, same old bad things, just a different day. Probably the situation will carry on like this until the end of May, and then we'll see what transpires out of it.
Well, there you go. Nothing new under the sun, right?
Absolutely nothing new at all. This course of action has been repeating itself since 2019. For 4 Ramadans, the Palestinians have been doing nothing but this.
So what do we do, if I may ask, sillily, in order to convince the Hashemite kingdom to part with at least 20 of their wonderful guepards?
Oh, the Hashemites will not do anything right now. The Hashemites, if anything, are going to release, well, they have released a statement asking the occupation authorities to maintain the status quo around the Temple Mount. So it's the same game of just pulling strings and reasserting historical powers and positions. It's nothing changed. I don't think the Hashemites will be sending any of their military kits to Ukraine at this point.
So what about all the other wonderful, old, proper Challenger ones still standing in the desert?
That's a good question. I'm sure King Abdullah is open to a lucrative deal where he makes some money on the side selling those, but it all depends on what he will get in return. It will not be the money alone. And I don't think that anyone will be willing to sell him any new kit at this point, and he doesn't have the money to finance it, as far as I understand.
So he needs a little bit of a lend lease.
It all depends on their security matrix. Right now, they're not seeing anything happening. They're not seeing anything changing. They don't consider buying new kit the best optics for their domestic audience, given the fact that the Hashemite kingdom is still reeling from the previous episode of King Abdullah clashing with his half brother Hamza.
And he still has Syrians in the region doing absolutely apeshit stuff, which
That's
doesn't
what
really
I don't
benefit.
understand, because MBS now has brokered a peace deal with the Iranians under the auspices of the Chinese, and all of a sudden now we're seeing Hezbollah and Hamas, both of them just lobbying rockets and mortar rounds against Israel. I would say that MBS is using Assad right now to pressure Israel in order to continue pressuring the Biden administration, but I have no proof towards that. But it doesn't make any sense right now that MBS is trying to bring Assad back into the Arab fold after after signing a peace deal with the Iranians and agreeing to kind of ease the situation in Yemen a little bit and resuming diplomatic relationships. And all of a sudden, you get action happening out of Lebanon and the Gaza Strip. And we've seen the recent airstrikes against targets in Syria before this episode started, which begs the question. If the Israelis are hitting targets near and around and in Damascus and attacking specific airports known to be under the control of Iranian Islamic Revolution Guard Corps, or the IRGC, it means that they increase the tempo of moving in kit or munitions or even human resources, and the Israelis had to respond. So it wouldn't be a stretch to imagine that MBS, in his cynical calculations, has given Assad a green light to facilitate more Iranian operations against Israel in order to continue to pressure the Biden administration. But
is it
again,
possible that he is overestimated, and that he might not be a master strategist?
oh, he's been playing his hand badly for what, 9 years now? 2014, 2023. We'll see. He's a young kid. He's younger than me. He's like a year or two younger than I am.
Youth is no if you have power and the need and the obligation to learn and be alert.
Yeah. Skyfall. Age is no guarantee of efficiency, and youth is no guarantee of innovation. So far, his innovation has backfired, but let's see.
Has he fallen from the sky?
No. I think he's here to stay for quite a bit. It's all about making sure that he is treated in kind for his endeavors.
Treated in kind. Let's not go to the next Turkish embassy. Right, having said this, Alan, shall we cycle you up so that you have more diplomatic ruckus here with us, or what, you want to stay there? Because I understand that Chuck actually has managed to do what CJ, not our CJ, but the fictional CJ of a series portraying one view of the White House, failed to do, because Chuck had a root canal.
Oh, cycle me up anytime you want, Axel. I didn't know Chuck had had a root canal. Oh
He had a root
my
canal,
God.
yeah. He might be talking out of his left ear.
Well,
And,
this will
and do we want Alan up?
Yes, with that said, I will have to wish everyone a good night and cycle down. Alan will be with you for the next few hours.
I
And thank you
thought you
so
would
much.
stay there. What is it with you, Em?
I
That
need
is
to eat. I
disappointing.
haven't
What
eaten
do
yet.
you need to eat? I thought you have some kind of a self-imposed, very heavy fasting going on there.
Yeah. I broke my fast 5 hours ago, but I only had coffee and water, so I need to sit down to eat something now.
Okay, all right. Well, I obviously will grant you every kind of leave. Pity. But you can listen to us, and maybe you can talk to us and have a little chit chat with us whilst you're eating. We've had people who were frying halloumi earlier in the evening who were at that point in time talking to us. So
You don't fry halloumi. You grill it with
he,
mint and sesame, and then you drizzle it with honey.
okay, please send a message to Chef Fish. Oh, did he sizzle it? Wait one. He was clapping, so he supposedly sizzled it. He didn't fry it. Okay, what? Jeff,
Well,
your
some people
hand
do fry it. I mean, the Greek do fry it, but yeah, the best way is to just grill it, add some mint, some sesame, and drizzle it with honey. Yeah.
Good, thank you very much. Grill halloumi. That's what you do.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to circle back in an hour or so. So.
Wait.
Fishes.
Wait one. Bonsoir, Chef Fish. Comment ça va? Did you hear us? Bonsoir, Chef Fish.
All right.
he's here, Axel.
Yeah, I just want to point out that it's still really freaking cold in Austria, and as much as I would enjoy grilled halloumi, I was not about ready to go stand next to my grill while it's freaking cold outside, so I pan seared it. All right, so Mr. I love it. I'm with you. If you come cook it on my grill, I'm in.
No, sir. You can fry it if you want, and you can sear it. Just use a ridged pan, the one that you would use for a steak or something, and it will be the same result.
Okay, I like that. I didn't use that, but I've got on order. I've got my George Foreman grilling machine, so I'm with you.
You can also use the toaster thingy. If you have one of those Black & Decker ones where you can, the waffle maker, you can also do it on the waffle maker as well.
Toaster.
We do not endorse Black & Decker. This is not an advertisement. It's just the one that I have to happen at home. So,
Dude, that's awesome. I did not even know Black & Decker was in the food appliance world. That's quite impressive.
oh, they make everything. Black & Decker and what else? And Kenwood. Yeah, the Kenwood one is much better, but yeah, the one that I have is Black & Decker.
The important thing is to use honey, drizzling as the last step.
Yes, absolutely. And with that said, thank you so much, everyone. Alan, please cycle up, and I'll try to circle back in an hour or so. Thank you, Axel, and thank you, everyone, for being with us tonight.
This is what we call absence without leave. And by the way, I just found the crisp and bake air fry digital 4-slice toaster oven from Black & Decker. So if anybody is interested in this, I will hand it over to you. I'm happy to do so as a courtesy and not as marketing. Thank you.
We should tell them that their product was mentioned here and see if we can get anything out of them to send to Ukraine, honestly.
Yes, Chef Genia should benefit from this. I'm completely in favor. So please, everybody, write to Black & Decker, the cooking appliances, and talk about the featured product mentioned by Chef Fish and M, the crisp and bake air fry digital 4-slice toaster oven, which you can also use for your halloumi when it's cold outside.
All right, perfect. All right, everyone, good night.
I think, Jeff, this will always stick with you.
No, I had to wait until they left because I have a dirty secret. So when I cooked my halloumi, I don't like the sweet one, right? So I put like a nice tomato pasty base next to it, and then I put jalapeno peppers on top of it. And so I realized that is not traditional at all, but that's the way I roll.
You did grow up in the South, didn't you?
Dude, Indiana is not the. We're gonna have to take you to the United States. Jesus Christ.
You do understand
No,
that
I
do
grew
have
up like
family
an
and friends
hour
in
outside
Green
of
Bay and
Chicago.
Thunder Bay.
As a matter of fact, there's actually a phrase for people who grow up in Northwest Indiana, and I challenge you to go find out what we are called.
I know, but you do understand that I do have family and friends in the region between Thunder Bay and Green Bay, right? They
You may,
consider
but I don't even know if they know what
consider you
Northwest
Southern.
Indiana people are called. There's even a movie about us.
What is it with these people who like Gene Hackman?
Oh, great movie, Hoosiers.
It's a act.
Alan, you're breaking up. I don't know what you're doing there, wherever you are with your microphone, but it's not working. Okay, so that went quickly. Righty home. Jeff, it seems we're alone here. We only have English people with us and some Northern Irish.
So what do you want to talk about, man?
I was thinking that we should really talk about who on earth in recent days had taken the foot off the gas in order to support Ukraine with proper airframes. Because it seems there is nothing going on, visibly at least, in the US Congress. Everybody is so utterly distracted with other matters all across the nation for keep it at that. But there is absolutely no discussion emanating, or have you heard anything?
No, I mean, America is so wrapped up in domestic issues. There's no oxygen left in the room, right, dude? we gotta get some oxygen in the room. Literally bringing this up right now. I mean, look at every news channel. It doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right. All the news channels are on 24/7 on the same. The man shall not be named, right? But it's kind of crazy. But dude, I was actually what does fascinate me a little bit is that I was in another chat group, and we were talking about the riots in Paris, right? And what's funny is the Americans are sitting there, like the domestic Americans are seeing it on the news, like, oh my God, they're rioting in Paris. I kind of had to say, okay, well, most of Europe just realizes that Parisians are like professional protesters. They really, I remember the yellow vests, and I got freaked out about the yellow vest thing. They're like, no, that's what they do. They're French. They really enjoy a good protest. They love it, right? And I had to point out to people, I'm like, look, mainstream media in the United States, both sides are actually covering it. But what I found funny was, like, the BBC isn't even covering it. It's like if the British say, it's just the French, it's what they do, right? So they're like, yeah, we're okay.
That's the whole point. If you think about the French Revolution, just go back a little, people clamoring and then going up in arms against their superiors and those who denied them everything but cake. You probably should consider this, and that has never really subsided because they love this kind of stuff. They love to block roads, throw stones, and be insubordinate. It's a modus operandi there. In it?
It is, but when an American sees that, like, they really think like the French government is toppling, like, at any minute. I'm like, no, it's just France.
And it happens all the time. There was a year, when was this? Was this 1984 or 3 or something? There was a year when the CGT was still extremely strong. And they were literally infighting between the various socialist and communist motivated trade unions of France. And they were really heavily fighting with other union members. They really had street battles with other union members. Just imagine that. The police couldn't really tell who to deal with first, because as soon as one of the unions retreated, that union remaining turned on the police.
As Bachman Turner Overdrive said many years ago, if the boys want to fight, you got to let them. G-Man, what do you got?
Good evening. In Belfast, we have a saying. It usually happens around the summer or when the kids are off school. But there's a thing called recreational rioting.
Ooh, I like it.
Right, where the kids basically, we've got peace lines and all this here, peace walls in Belfast. So the kids from the Catholic areas and the kids from the Protestant areas, they're very modern now. They meet up on Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and I don't know. Anyway, I digress. And they arrange to meet. That we'll meet on Friday afternoon, and we'll go knock your block off, and so they do. But even Belfast has nothing on Paris. Not in the slightest. This must be France. Just Francais is the rioting capital of the world. There should be a World Cup. They would win it.
We can send the Russian football hooligans to them because they were very effective last time in Marseille.
Yeah. I really remember just the TV pictures. Indeed. Yeah. I wonder, I sometimes wonder, France did so well, really fought well in the First World War and not so much in the Second World War. And if it just said they were going something like Germany was going to take their pensions or something, that would have been that. Anyway.
Well, we have Nick with
Probably.
us. Sorry, apologies.
No, they probably would have enough for their pensions right now if they didn't build that Maginot Line thing.
Or if they were to work instead of rioting.
The English Channel, it might have been okay too.
But seriously, if they were to actually just, knuckle down like English people do and work instead of rioting, they could get the job done and therefore make some money.
But Axel, don't you get paid for rioting in France?
Oh, funny enough, you do actually, because it is essentially sanctioned absence from the job, but you're allowed to demonstrate. Nick, how many days a year do they? I mean, are they allowed to demonstrate without remonstrations?
No, I only put my hand up
No,
to
they
note
are.
that.
There's now allowance for demonstrating. You're allowed to take a day off and demonstrate with your trade union if you're a trade unionist, right?
No. So
There is.
no,
The
there isn't.
CGT actually fought for it once.
No, there isn't. There isn't. What happens is you go on strike, and then after you've been on strike, you go back and then try and get yourself paid for it, which sometimes happens with government departments, and people get paid for some or all of the time they're on strike. I only put my hand up to note that there is a very, very, very long tradition of popular uprising in France, and until the early 1970s, I want to say, the prefect, so like the governor of each département, like each county, had to submit, I want to say every week, it might have been every month, but it could have been every week, a report to Paris on the social temperature in their department. There's about 100 of these. And I mean, most of the time there was, nothing to report, but they had to submit this because the government kept a close eye on various possibilities of insurrection. I mean, to this day, you have several European countries have what you would call a gendarmerie. So in Spain, you have the Guardia Civil as well as the national police. But in France, I think it's the only country where the police report to the Interior Ministry and the gendarme report to the Ministry of Defense. And there are historical reasons why those two are kept separate. So if in France, in the countryside, it's generally the gendarmerie. And if you have a choice of who to get arrested by in France, always choose to get arrested by the gendarmerie. They have military ranks. When France had compulsory military service, you could do it in the gendarmerie, and they are much less. Far fewer people accidentally shoot themselves in the head 3 times when in gendarmerie custody compared to national police custody. So it's definitely the way to go if you can get yourself arrested by the gendarme. The national police are the more feared of the two organizations. I think in Spain it's kind of the opposite, because the Guardia did have a fearsome reputation under Franco. But in France, the gendarme are have the military discipline and and ranks and behave like it. The national police are, so for example, what you're seeing from these folk, there's footage from Paris, very few of those will be gendarme, or even though in many people's day-to-day language, the gendarme is like, the police in France. They will mostly be the national police, and most famously the CRS, the Compagnie Républicaine de Sécurité, who are the sort of the national riot police, who are not allowed to serve in their hometown because they might have to beat up somebody they went to school with. And a popular way to taunt the CRS is to chant CRS, SS, CRS, SS, and then they fire tear gas at you and charge at you, and then it's been a good evening out all round.
Yeah, but it's institutionalized rioting, and it's a real problem because France loses loads of work days from both rioting and constant labor action to an extent which is absolutely unnecessary. It just drives those who run business and who are small entrepreneurs up bent. And the gratuitous violence is part and parcel of the insurance packages which Parisian companies actually have to deal with. But there you go. Let them eat cake. They are French. We don't care. Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, so there's a program that the State Department runs. It's actually pretty good. It's called the STEP program, which is a Safe Traveler Enrollment Program, right? STEP. And if you enroll in it and you basically tell the State Department, you're like, hey, I'm an American citizen. Here's my social security number. I'm traveling to country X. Really good program. They'll actually give you notifications on your text phone or on your phone via text on what's going on. And the vast majority of these are, hey, if you're in Vienna, just be aware there's going to be a protest between this time and this time located out in front of the US Embassy, or these, there's a protest outside. So it's really good, right? And to be fair, people like myself, when we were like, oh my God, there's a protest, let's go check it out, right? And you do that as an international guy, you do that all the time. And then you do it once in France and that's all you do, right? Because in France you learned, like, no shit, it's real. I remember when my wife and I were in Lille, and there was the yellow vest protest, right? And this was going to be, evidently, I didn't know it was going to be a pretty bad one. We came out of the museum, I got the notification. I'm like, oh my God, there's a protest going to go on. Let's go check it out. And as I turned and looked, there must have been 250 police officers in riot gear, literally in military formation, marching fast. I mean, not in a slow march. They were in a charge. And all the French people are getting out of the way, and I'm standing there like a fucking moron in the middle of it, going, "Oh my God, look at that!" My wife had to drag me out of the way because I don't think that they were gonna let just pass me by and let me pass through the line. I literally think they would have run me over.
I got tear gassed in Grenoble a couple of years ago. I was giving a talk there, and I was on the tram on the way back to to my hotel, and the tram stopped in the middle of town, and the doors opened, and there was a small demonstration of students going on, and somebody fired a tear gas canister, and it exploded about 8 or 10 meters from the tram. And my first thought was actually that I'd never smelt tear gas before. My first thought was that some component of the brakes of the tram had got caught and was like some kind of brake lining was burning. Was kind of, it was a smell of, yeah, some kind of industrial grinding. And then all of a sudden I realized that it was affecting my throat. We weren't too badly affected. The driver closed the doors. But so I actually went up to the front of the can. I said, I think there's a problem. Is it maybe with the brakes? And he laughed and he said, no, it's tear gas. So yeah, it was my first and for the moment last experience of that.
Alrighty, let's go to G-Man and then Alan, lead onwards. G-Man, and please, did you feed? No, careful. Wait, 1 sec. Did you feed that little squeegee?
Yes.
Good.
That's why you're hearing quacking. Yeah, just about the story about the French police and what what they were called. I do recall before the police service here was called is called Police Service of Northern Ireland now, but before that they were called the RUC, or the Royal Ulster Constabulary, and I do recall quite often people would shout SSRUC at them, which, depending on the circumstances, might result in some plastic battering rounds being fired, but only in certain circumstances, and it depends where you were. But obviously, it's not good to really do that unless you're a city teenager. That should know better. That was really all I had to say on that thing, and I'll shut up now.
Thanks, G-Man. Let's go to Chalmer and then back to Colonel Jeff. Chalmer, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to make a point of order to the jalapenos from the South. Being a deep South boy myself, jalapenos and things are definitely a Texas cultural phenomenon, not necessarily the deep South. And the other point that I was going to pile on here with the French, I've got lots of friends who, when French are protesting, government's coming to an end,
on a Tuesday when I haven't seen somebody. Colonel Jeff, where do you get your jalapenos in Austria?
I Aviano Air Base in Italy. So I have to drive 4.5 hours over across the border onto the military installation to get to the commissary and get my jalapenos. Most of the times, though, I'll get them. And I have to apologize up front. Chalmer, please forgive me, but I have to buy my jalapenos already sliced in vinegar, and it's the Louisiana style. It's not Texas. Please forgive me. I can't get Texas style. Can only get the ones that are from Louisiana. It's my bad. And I have to make a shout out because I messed up. I made a bad statement. Richard Murphy called me out. He's still listening. I just checked. I said it was Bachman Turner Overdrive that said if the boys want to fight, you got to let them. It is not BTO. It is actually Thin Lizzy. So thank you for letting me know that I was wrong. I appreciate it.
It should have been Bachman Turner Overdrive. They would have done a better rendition of that. Chalmer.
And Louisiana jalapenos are better than Texas jalapenos. So I wholeheartedly approve.
All right, perfect. Thanks.
Fiona, you came up. You have not raised your hand. I wonder if you have anything to add. Until you do, I'm going to go to G-Man. If you know how to raise your hand, tap on the heart plus icon at the lower right side of your phone screen, and we'll get you in here. G-Man.
I heard about this, but I've just seen a video of the Muscovy midget doing a speech to the ambassadors or the new diplomatic staff that were presenting their credentials to him. And he did a speech about the war and expected to have applause and was met by silence. And he's quite embarrassed. And of course, he's standing about 100 feet away from them. That's sad. It was extremely funny.
Yes, Putin was addressing new ambassadors reporting to Moscow, and not a single person applauded his speech. He was greeted by silence. What is interesting, in his speech, he said he could not shake hands because of COVID restrictions, and yet his double, or maybe Putin, did shake hands with just common Russian occupiers in Mariupol a couple of weeks ago. So, you know, who's what do you expect? Just one of those crazy videos of Putin saying something really stupid. Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, I was going to piggyback on that, right? So I don't have any proof of this, but I would tell you that my guess in the diplomatic corps, right? Because there were 17 ambassadors there. Many of those ambassadors were given instructions from their capitals, because that's how ambassadorships work, right? You get your instruction from the capital to say, hey, if he says anything about the war in Ukraine, right, don't clap. we don't want to look like we're the company or the country that's supporting the war in Ukraine. And if I'm right on that, right, so let's just presume that that's possible, right? Then what would happen is all the underlings of the ambassador of the 17 ambassadors would go to the foreign ministry under Lavrov's people and say, dude, we're happy to be here. We want to work with you. Diplomacy is all about communication. We want to get off on the right foot. We want this to go well. Please just have Putin talk about, how great it is to have diplomacy and just avoid any discussion about the war in Ukraine. And if he does that, we're all going to clap, right? But if he says anything about the war, we have instructions from our capital not to clap, and it's going to look really awkward, right? I can see these cables already flying back and forth, right? I can imagine them because I've worked at an embassy right before. And then not only that, then Putin gets the news, is like, hey, dude, don't say anything. And he's like, you know what? I'm Putin, man. I'm going to say something and I'm going to make them feel awkward and they're going to clap. Because he's controlled so many people in his life, he probably thinks he can control these ambassadors. So he doesn't. He says that he says it. He looks at him. You can almost see in his body language that he's like, that that he's putting pressure on him, and nobody claps, right? Ironically, one of the ambassadors was the ambassador to Cuba, and even the ambassador to Cuba didn't clap, which is somewhat hilarious. And then he leaves and says in English, be well or all the best or something like that in English to all of them. Again, very strange. And look, Alan, I get the whole COVID thing and that they've still got COVID rules, but if I ever make millions of dollars, I'm gonna get myself a Russian doctor, right? Because they had COVID restrictions and in under 24 hours, right? Russian doctors had mitigated the COVID risk so much, eliminated it, that he could man hug and shake hands with Lukashenko, right? So Russian doctors are obviously some of the best doctors in the world because they completely eliminated a pandemic COVID bug in under 24 hours just because he was going to meet Lukashenko. It's unbelievable. These guys are really good.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. And I will say, Colonel Jeff, no one wants to clap alone. And so if the Cuban ambassador had clapped, imagine the embarrassment. In terms of COVID and Lukashenko, Lukashenko is back in Moscow today, I believe, meeting Putin. What in the world are they talking about? They did shake hands. So I guess they've both been isolated, so to speak.
No, the doctors solved it, man.
Same
It's all
doctors.
good.
Well, no, I'm talking about international isolation. Both Lukashenko and Putin have been isolated internationally, and they will be increasingly isolated with new sanctions. One hopes.
But by the way, did you see the press guy? I mean, first of all, huge cojones on this dude. I'm not gonna lie, right? He's in Belarus and he puts a mic in front of Lukashenko's mouth, and he asked him. He says, "Hey, so Putin just came here, and I was wondering, did you guys talk about the nuclear missiles or nuclear weapons that he wants to put in Belarus, and did you approve that? Did you see that?" And literally, Lukashenko just stares at him and doesn't say anything. It's just this really awkward long silence. Like, I'm going to kill you for asking me that question. It's unbelievable.
I didn't see that. I would
And by the
love
way,
to
I
see
called
it.
that 2 days ago. I said, dude, if he meets Lukashenko, these are the things they should talk about. And I promise you they won't.
That was not a journalist from Agence France Presse.
It was who?
It was not an AFP journalist.
I know, but there was it was clearly some journalist. He had a cameraman, he had a microphone, and he put the mic in front of his mouth.
I agree. We should find out who that was. He needs a medal or at least a good meal.
No, he needs protective custody is what he fucking needs.
Yeah, he needs a flight out of the country. And if he hasn't gotten that, he's in trouble. And he'll never get to put a microphone in front of.
If he's local, the only good thing he gets is a medal.
A medal from whom?
Posthumously from us.
Okay. Well, we don't want to issue posthumous medals here at MriyaReport. We want to give you the news from Ukraine. And that's why we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been here through 400 plus days of Russia's genocidal invasion. So please retweet this space in 1 hour. And I promise you, you want to be here in 1 hour to be with Chuck Ferrer and Thursday Night Bullet Points. And because Chuck's had a root canal, apparently, we'll see how he sounds. I know we'll get through bullet points, no problem. Hopefully the Novocaine has worn off by the time Chuck joins us. But there's a lot of important news to cover tonight. So
He
please,
just can't sing the jackal.
well, Chuck can't sing, period. I've heard him.
Let him sing "Oh Danny Boy" with a mouthful of Novocaine.
Jeff, that's impossible. You know that's impossible. I think Mockers has heard a boom. Mockers.
Well, several things on fire. There was a fire.
Who is this? This can't be Mockers.
Yeah.
This must be no, Alan. This is an imposter. Mockers is asleep. She did an 18-hour shift already.
No, there's only one voice like Mocker's voice, and this
If she's
is
done an
Mockers.
18-hour shift, I think interrupting her is probably not a good idea because she wants to go to bed. So we should let her talk.
Mockers.
Hello.
Hello.
So there's a large fire in Simferopol, and it's been reported as being a chicken farm. But I can assure you that chickens don't explode with secondary explosions. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. Definitely some secondaries going on there.
Stuffed chicken?
Well, I don't know what they'd be stuffed with. And also, there's something here which has made me quite happy. It is reported that HIMARS has hit a building in Bakhmut, housing Wanger PMC, and the Telegram channels from the Russians report high casualties from that building. I think that's worth celebrating.
Oh, I agree. I was a little surprised to see HIMARS striking a target in Bakhmut. I don't know exactly where that would put the HIMARS aiming at Bakhmut, but Ukrainians know what they're doing. They get the intelligence, they know what to strike, and then it's HIMARS o'clock.
Also, you've got to remember that if they hear that the Wanger PMC are holed up somewhere, that place suddenly becomes target number one. They particularly go after these maps.
By the way, I'm told you just broke the internet, Mockers. Chickens don't explode with secondary explosions. That's number one.
So what Mockers that whole chicken secondary explosion thing, though, to be fair, that does concern me. I don't know what kind of chickens the Russians have, but if they're running low on ammunition and they find out that chickens explode, I'm a little worried that they'll start duct taping these things underneath their MiG-29s and Su-27s and start dropping chickens on the Ukrainians, because they've got some special chickens that blow up, and that could be the secret weapon that changes the tide of the battle.
Colonel Jeff, turkeys are bigger explosives. They need to find turkeys.
This is perfect. And by the way, I'm also disappointed in Mockers because she said that, she said there's a lot of things on fire today. And I got to be honest, she's been on for 18 hours. She's been on fire. And I'm good. I was rocking it out of the house again today, too. So I should have been on fire. So it should have been 4 things on fire today, Mockers. 4.
So
that's number one.
I didn't know you'd been here for 18 hours, Mockers. And so
I haven't. They're exaggerating a little bit, but it was 14 hours.
If the soldiers had just had a root canal and Novocaine, then it would be Wanger numb, would it not?
Clinical.
Hey, Mockers, do you know how they exfil Wanger, or however you said it, wounded from the battle space?
They don't.
on wambulances.
Oh.
Okay, this is unfair. Fish, I know you have a
This is
guitar,
getting out of wang.
but you might need a show. So Mockers calls them wangners. I just call them wankers because that's
Wangers.
wankers.
From no,
With a G.
wangers with a
Wang.
G. Alan, it comes from number wang. Nick will explain it to you.
Well, it really doesn't, but yeah.
No, it doesn't, but it enables Axel to use that. Number Wang is a satirical game show from a British sketch series, which sort of mocks those kind of game shows that's been running for 10,000 episodes. And so when you tune in as a new person, you never get to find out what the rules are. It's like I'm still not sure what the rules of Jeopardy are, because every time I've been in the US and I put it on and Jeopardy comes on, but there isn't a sort of monthly resume where they say, for those of you who haven't seen it before, here's the rules. No, I don't know if it was me, but I came up in it with Wanga just because it sounds vaguely rude without actually being anything other than PG-13, and it just sounds amusing, doesn't it? It has that sort of slightly silly quality to it. You wouldn't. It makes a comedy noise. We should be careful with the word wanker, which can be, if you're not a Brit or an Australian, the cultural significance of that word can sometimes be quite hard to work with. So I just like wanger. I think it's got a rhythm to it. It's a perfect anagram as well. It's very easy to type. In fact, you'll probably find that if you're a journalist or a Russian propagandist, you occasionally. I think that was where I saw it actually. I think I saw it in a tweet, and somebody had just mistyped it, and it's just funny. So that's that. I prefer Wanger. Yeah,
Wangers
I
are
think-
also the
I
people
think
who
Nick's
work
onto
for Wang
something, right?
Company.
I think Nick's onto something. It does have a rhythm to it, and as Gloria Estefan said, the rhythm's going to get you, and the rhythm is that everyone's going to wang her chung tonight.
Oh, by the way, Nick,
on
if I may say so, we are absolutely. That's number one. And Nick, don't forget, there were these wonderful advertisements of Wang, the computer company, when it came to Britain in the early 80s.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, I think Wang was quite funny to Americans too. There was a sketch. Oh, so there was a TV show called Kentucky Fried Theater in the 70s, and they made a full length version called Kentucky Fried Movie, and they had a spoof of kung fu in there, and the people had amusing names, and one of them was called Hung Well, and the other one was called Long Wang, and then the third one was called Enormous Genitals, just in case you hadn't got the joke from the first two. I think a lot of people found Wang computers pretty funny, but Mr. Wang decided he was going to put his family name on his computers, come hell or high water, and it worked for Michael Dell.
Mr. Wang made plenty of money, so who cares what name he put on his computers? And thanks to Mockers, I do understand Wagners better than before. So Dennis and then G-Man, in staying spirit, Dennis.
Yes, Alan. Thank you. Did you hear about the Russian terrorist who tried to blow up the car in Kiev last night?
No.
Yeah, he burned his lips on the tailpipe. So that's all I got.
I thought you were going to say that his last name was Bloody Doors Off or something.
That's even better. Thank you.
Very, very good, Dennis. This will go into the Maria Report joke book. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Well, how could I put this? What do you call it when one of the wangers comes into the trench? That would be wang one in. Sorry. Sorry, but it had to be done. If I hadn't said it, I don't know what would have happened. Cheers.
Cheers, G-Man. This joke book will be a bestseller, no question about it. Colonel Jeff, what do you have for the appendix?
So Nick, in his understanding of American humor in the Kentucky Fried movie and the Kentucky Fried Theater, is only part of the story from the 70s and 80s, right? Wang became extremely funny from another movie. Now you have to be a little bit older to understand it, but there was a movie called Porky's and a movie called Porky's Revenge.
Yes.
And if you've seen if you saw the first movie, you know that there was a sock hop or a dance from a 50s. It was set in the 50s, right? And the guys came in, and in one of the punch bowls, they spiked the punch with a bunch of vodka, and in the other one, guys peed in it, right? Now I realize that's crude and disgusting today, but back in the 70s and 80s, that was funny. And one of the teachers took out a big spoonful and she drank it. And one of the other teachers said to her and said, how do you think it tastes? And she says, it's different. It's got a kind of a wang to it. And I can't tell you how many high school kids for probably the next year, every time they drank punch, they go, damn, it's kind of got a wang to it, don't you think? And every kid was saying that in high school. So yes, that's another one for you, Nick. If you get a chance to see Porky's, if it's not been banned because it's completely politically incorrect today, it's probably one you should.
I think I may have seen one of those. Yeah, I think I may have seen the first one at the time, but it's the kind of thing that those kind of movies are usually utterly forgettable apart from the extreme amount of laughter you had at the time. But some of them survive. Some of them hold up better than others. And so what I saw the whole of Kentucky Fried Movie recently, and about a third of it was still funny, and the rest of it was just very clunky, and not even in a kind of not politically correct way. It just was, the very comedy has got a lot slicker since then.
If you can't laugh your head off when watching Animal House, something is wrong with you.
This is true, Axel. And Nick, just to help you out on the rules of Jeopardy, they're very, very simple. Your answer must be in the form of a question. So let's just say you take movies for 500, and the Jeopardy clue is the boys pee into the punch. Your answer in the form of a question would be, what is Porky's Revenge?
Yeah, no, I understand all that, but what I don't understand is the thing about taking a category for an amount. That's what I don't understand. I managed to work out after about 300 questions that the answer has to be in the form of a question. I kind of managed that one, but I still don't know what the betting rules are and the selection rules. And can you choose a number that's low, that's higher than a number that hasn't been chosen, and all that kind of nerdy stuff.
You can choose any damn category for any damn amount you want.
Oh, okay.
So now I've made Jeopardy a whole lot more enjoyable for you. And you should win every single game, but you probably shouldn't become a contestant.
Okay, well then I have a challenge for you, Alan. Go on YouTube and look up a few episodes of a British show called I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and in there you will find a game called Mornington Crescent, and it's always worth. It's always it's no, well, it's a combination of stations and streets, and it's always worth. It's always interesting to see people when they finally work out the rules of Mornington Crescent. It's easier than cricket to understand. That may not be saying a lot, but it's easier than cricket to understand. Mornington Crescent, yes.
What is wrong about cricket from your perspective? Really
Americans find cricket hard, and in fact, it's strange because there is only one absolutely fundamental difference between cricket and baseball. And if you imagine that in baseball you make a fair hit, you don't have to run to first. Okay, you hit the ball cleanly, but at the moment you've always got to run to first. So you've got to hit it a decent distance because you're going to have to run to first. If you imagine baseball, but you don't have to run to second. You decide whether you're going to run to second. Imagine baseball, but if you hit the ball, you don't have to run to first. You can just go, no, I'm not going to get to first before the fielders get the ball there. I'm just going to stay here. If you change that one rule, you would already be about 90% of the way from baseball to cricket. Everything else is geometry and different packaging, etc. But fundamentally, that is the only difference you need to know between baseball and cricket. And once you
the hit speed is different.
These are all the cricketers don't have gloves. These are all details, but the only fundamental thing that is different is that you don't have to run to first. And
Nick, are you trying to tell us that we could still convert them back to the good side?
Really, it's just that you have to know that. So a full international cricket game takes 5 days of 6 hours per day. That's 30 hours of play, and it consists of
lots of cocktails, strawberries, ice, coffee.
No, that's Wimbledon. That's Wimbledon. It consists of two.
You can sit in the lounge in the Oval and do that.
It consists of 2,700 plays in the baseball sense, and about a third of the time they run out of time before either side has won.
So, Nick, you're never going to convert me to cricket. And the significant difference between baseball and cricket is theoretically a baseball game can go on forever.
Yep, that's true. Yep.
And I will also say, I don't care what you say about your big cricket stars. You don't have a Sandy Koufax. You don't have a Don Drysdale. You don't have a Babe Ruth or my hero, Ted Williams. I don't care who those cricketers are. They are just insects by comparison.
Have a look at some of the best. The thing that distinguishes cricket in practice from baseball, one of the things I think distinguishes it, is that the fielders do not have gloves. And so you are expected to catch a ball that is as hard as a baseball multiple times in the game without gloves. And there are many other ways in which baseball players are at least as athletic as cricketers. But when you see some of the catches being hit of a ball that's been hit smack off the face of the bat and people stick one hand out and catch it standing 10 or 15 yards away without a glove, that's a real that's one of the things that takes people aback, because cricket looks like a very genteel game and you can play cricket well into your 50s, but you're still expected to catch essentially a baseball with your bare hands going at any speed.
Well, that may be, but you're never going to convert American baseball fans to cricket, ever. Although you have succeeded in converting tens of thousands of Americans to football, F-U-T-B-O-L, B-O-L. We do
You mean
love
the thing which we traditionally play with a foot?
That's correct. It's what we call soccer. We love it. It's growing. We even have some good teams, and we've done okay in the World Cup.
And you have the women's world champions, or regularly the women's world champions.
Yes, we do.
Yep.
So we're going to go to Carrie, Colonel Jeff, and Bohar. I'll bring you right up. Carrie.
Hi, yeah. I felt like you were probably missing my drip and tap. That's number one. Did you get that?
Yes.
And then the other one is I've got a swear word for you, Nick. Fudging winkers. There you go. That's a new one for the canon of PG-12 swear words. That's it, really. And
They are fudging the truth, these wankers.
fudging winkers. Yes, there you go. I shall listen in, and if I have anything useful to say, I'll come back up again.
I
Nick,
wouldn't
do you know
call
what
that
you and Ramadan have
PG-12.
Nick, do you know what you and Ramadan have in common?
Me and what? Ramadan?
Yeah.
What, the Islamic month with
Yeah,
fasting?
you're waiting for deliverance. You're waiting for deliverance because the
Uh,
Wisdom 2023 will be published and available on the same day when Ramadan
I'm not enough of a cricket stats nerd really to go for that, I'm afraid. But thank you for thinking of me. I believe it was who was Wendy. Wendy was the our late friend Wendy was the big cricket fan with the Wisdom collection.
I do have a real Ted Williams story to tell, but I would have to put so much in the swear jar, I can't tell it. And it's probably an inappropriate week to tell this real Ted Williams story. Ted Williams just cussed like a maniac. And I was on a commercial shoot with him once, and his fishing buddy, Bud Levitt, they used to fish for salmon up here in Maine and in Canada on the Miramichi River. But if I tell this joke, Axel, you will have to split the swear jar with me.
If you want, I can play Ted Williams, the golden voice, here in the background, and I just play it, and nobody has to swear. Nobody has to say anything about it. But I think that Colonel Jeff wants to talk about Yogi Berra.
Jeff, go ahead. If you
I
see
tell
a
you what,
fork in the road, take it.
No. I love baseball, right? And I'm a diehard Cubs fan, but I waited so long for the Cubs to win. I actually decided that I was allowed to have a National League team and an American League team, or I was never going to see anyone I liked win the championship. So many of my family came from Boston. So Boston is my second favorite team, and I only have one jersey. I'm Boston Red Sox, and that is Ted Williams. So, Alan, if you have a Ted Williams fan story, I'm shutting up. I want to hear about it.
Well, I'll tell you, the first time I went to Boston as a boy, and I was 6 years old. It was 1959, and so this is just before Carl Yastrzemski replaced Ted Williams in left field at Fenway Park, and Ted had a separated shoulder. We were in seats on the third base line, so I could look into the Red Sox dugout. And there was Ted Williams pacing up and down, smoking a cigarette. Well, he didn't get to play that day, but I got to see him. And then 50 years later, I was on a commercial shoot with him selling bread, Nissan's bread. And the commercial shoot was delayed for a very, very, very long time because of weather. And this is what Ted Williams said. And Axel, you tell me how much I have to put in the swear jar. Ted said, "Holy syphilitic fucking Jesus, when is this goddamn thing gonna start?" That is creative cursing.
I'd say this was a pure $10, and that's that.
Can you say
I'll,
that again,
I'll,
Alan?
I'll,
Can you say
I'll,
it again?
I'll put in 100. So it's creative cursing because it calls into question everything you might believe about Christian religion. Ted Williams said. So now I'm going to have to put in at least $20. Holy syphilitic fucking Jesus. When is this goddamn thing going to start? He wanted to go fishing.
That's brilliant.
I challenge anyone to top Ted Williams in terms of cursing.
That's pretty impressive. But I mean, a lot of people listening, especially from Europe, don't even realize. But Ted Williams fought in World War II, right? And then came back and played baseball and freaking knocked it out of the park. Just an all-around great American, and he loved fishing. Also went fishing with Bobby Knight. I don't know if you knew that or not, but he and Bobby Knight were great friends.
Yes, Ted Williams also fought in the Korean War. The wars prevented Ted Williams from setting records that will never be broken, and no one has ever broken his all-time season-long average at the plate. And the other thing I'll say about Ted Williams, the last game of the last season when he set that record, I believe he batted 403, might have been 401. He could have sat down, but he took 5 at bats, went 3 for 5. Well, anyway, that's how you play baseball. And there are no cricket stories like Ted Williams stories. I'm sorry.
Listen closely.
In my induction in the Hall of Fame, nobody encouraged me on this. I thought this thing.
Did you hear?
I heard.
Good. $10 in honor and memory of Ted Williams, who introduced me to a different form of baseball than I played when I was a child. Watching these VHS tapes which we had and we got from our friends, we had to buy a bloody NTSC compatible recorder to be able to play the damn thing. And then we found out that we had to switch gears with a bloody television set. We brought one from Denmark which could play the damn thing. And then we finally had that. And so I could get, so to say, monthly tapes playing football and baseball and watching it. So, by the way, old school, very cool. Upon the introduction into the Baseball Hall of Fame, the guy goes to the mic and says, "Fuck this thing." $20.
Hey, Alan, I would gently push back on your cricket assessment, though, in that I'm not so sure that the United States wouldn't warm to becoming cricket fanatics, and I'll tell you why. As you pointed out, a cricket match can go for like 3 days, right? So if you're the owner of the Chicago Cubs, and the game only lasts 3.5 hours, and people can only drink until the 7th inning because they stop drinking in the 7th inning, and where you really make your money, right? We all know where stadiums in the United States make their money. It's selling booze. You're paying 10, 12, $15 a beer, right? So if you're the Ricketts family, you're like, you get all the other owners together and go, hey, let's start a marketing campaign and we'll start influencing Americans that they should like cricket. And now you got a 3-day game and you got dudes on a binge fest freaking drinking for 3 days straight. Now, granted, work productivity in big cities is probably going to go down drastically, but at least the players' unions will be happy and the players will be able to make the money they deserve.
Well, I've always loved the Cubs, Colonel Fish. I remember Ernie Banks and Fergie Jenkins. Fergie Jenkins was a
Let's
great
play
pitcher.
two, baby.
There you go. And Wrigley Field is one of the most beautiful ballparks in America, second only to Fenway Park. Only to Fenway Park.
Gentlemen, I will just tell you, I think you have the top two flipped, but we can agree to disagree.
Well, there are a lot of ball fields I wish they hadn't torn down. Forbes Field, Crossley Field in Cincinnati. If only all these old ball fields were with us today, because it would.
Yankee Stadium.
Oh my
Yankee
God!
Stadium tore down Yankee Stadium.
I sat behind a pillar in Yankee Stadium and saw Al Kaline, one of the greatest hitters in the game, strike out 4 times.
I don't know if that's something to brag about.
Well, in any event, we're not going to change this into a sports space, although it would be fun. But it's a space about Ukraine, and I apologize for taking the conversation away from where it should go. This is MriyaReport.org. Retweet this space. In 20 minutes' time, Chuck Farrer will be here with Thursday night bullet points. We'll take a look at Bakhmut. We'll take a look at Avdiivka. We'll look ahead. We will look at all the weapons Ukraine is bringing into the battlefield in order to be prepared to launch a spring offensive. That's in just 20 minutes' time. So please stay with us, retweet this space, and go to MriyaReport.org. Tap on the donate button and see what you can do. What you can do is send food to the front lines via Chef Zhenya, who's a fantastic volunteer and professional chef working in Zaporizhia province right now in Ukraine. And he is feeding the front. Very soon, that front will be on the move. All the Ukrainian troops need his nutritional food. So go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, go up into the nest and find the tweet about Chef Zhenya. And if you don't know about Chef Zhenya, go to Spotify and download one of the archived interviews with Chef Zhenya right here at Maria Report. And with that, I'll go to Jerome and then to Bohar. Jerome.
Thank you, Alan. And yeah, I was going to try to bring it back to Ukraine, but tie it to last conversation. It's a pretty quick read, but I really would recommend Fenway 1946 from Michael Connolly. Covers the Red Sox, actually, with all the players coming back from World War II and how they're adjusting back to the, what happened during the war, covers some of that. And just the adjustment, not only for the players, but for the country. So as Ukraine is victorious, like opening day, they had the guys from Iwo Jima there. So, we can just see fellows from Bakhmut or some other stand brought out in, I guess, a football field, sorry. It may be a tribute. So again, Fenway 1946, pretty quick read, Michael Connolly, and brings baseball and post-war adjustments back home. So just an interesting read. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. One sport in Ukraine that will come back after Ukraine wins this war is American football itself. And there's a great documentary produced about that. And I can't remember the name of it right now. Probably Axel can, because he has a better
Who,
memory.
if not us?
Who, if not us?
Yes. It's not like who's on first and who's on second and Wong's on second, but no, it's who, if not us. Actually, what's on second? Sorry.
We interviewed the producer and the narrator of that film here on Maria Report several months ago, before the Super Bowl. And Who, if not us, is one of the best documentary films I have ever seen. I want all of you to make a note of it, watch it, get your handkerchiefs out. This is real life from Ukraine. Ukrainians who played American football volunteer to defend their country, and we have to give thanks to those who did not survive defending their country. Watch this film. Who, if not us? Bohar, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Alan. I'm sorry for the noise, and I was having a beer in a bar, so if it's too noisy, just let me know. And I would say to you, Alan, it's been a pleasure following you from your early start at the co-house to now you're almost sounding like a four-star general, and it's great joy. I would just ask the rest of you, do we have any updates about what type of equipment the Chinese are sending or considering sending after that catastrophic meet between Xi and Putin? Yeah, thank you.
I don't know anything about the weapons that China might or might not be sending to Russia. I think missiles have been discussed. That is that's the rumor. But China has to be very, very careful. If they do arm Russia, they are opening themselves to sanctions from really from the rest of the world, just exactly as Russia has been sanctioned. So I think China will be extraordinarily careful. Axel, what do you think about this? Have you seen any reports of specific weapons China is sending to Russia?
No, we have seen anecdotal evidence in the past 6 months where Chinese grenades or Chinese-made grenades have appeared in Russian hands and dugouts. For example, when the northern counteroffensive took place, and in the area of Izium, Russian troops were overrun at a later stage. A couple of those grenade boxes were found. I think late November we had another couple of pieces, but those could have been imported on a very selective and very individual basis. They could have actually even been taken out of North Korean stock, or technically even from other sources in Central Asia. Highly, highly unlikely that there is a systematic support in terms of ordnance and small weapons or mortars and the likes. Otherwise, I think we would see significant noise in Western media and leaks in that regard. What do you think, Jeff?
Colonel Fish, are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was quiet for a very long time. Who was talking?
Axel, did you hear his response to Bohar about the possibility of China supplying weapons to Russia?
I didn't. I'll cycle down and then cycle back up because I can't hear Axel. But I don't think China's going to sell weapons. I really don't. I think the body language and the relationship that I see from and the way I see President Xi reacting, I think he's infuriated with Putin right now, and he can't show it, and it makes it and that makes him even more angry, right? I'll give you a couple examples, right? Imagine if you're President Xi and you're coming to Moscow because you've been invited, because you know there's a major ask coming on the table, right? The back channel diplomacy has all happened. President Xi knew exactly what Putin was going to be asking for, right? So here he is getting off the plane like, I'm here. I know you're going to ask me a big question. And who met President Xi at the airplane? The assistant foreign minister of affairs, not even Lavrov. Putin didn't meet him. Lavrov didn't meet him. It was fucking Lavrov's number 2. How do you think President Xi took that? I'm going to guess not so good, right? And then Putin got nothing. He didn't get weapons. He didn't get manpower.
He didn't get funding. He didn't get shit from that meeting. But they both came out and said it was very effective. Lots of progress. Both shook hands. Last important point. President Xi gets ready to leave. Putin escorts him to his car and stands there as the car drives away, and the press films it. You can bet your sweet bottom rear end, because I don't want to put money in the tip jar, that was a demand of President Xi and his people right there in Moscow. And it was the only thing Putin could do to recover from not meeting Xi at the airplane. I mean, if I was President Xi, I'm like, dude, what was, you're losing this war, dude. What was more important than meeting me at the freaking airplane? What did you have going on? Just tell me. I'd like to know what was more important than me. And if you understand diplomatic protocol, right? If you understand customs and courtesies and diplomatic protocol, a senior person or a junior person or a junior entity that is leaving another does not get a send-off. But a senior entity or a senior person will be sent off by the subordinate person, right? We do this in military customs courtesies and in diplomacy. So the fact that Putin stood there and watched Xi drive away was a clear indication to the people of China and everyone who follows customs and courtesies that Putin was acknowledging that Russia, in a certain form or format, is subordinate to China. That had to kill him, right? So what did he do a couple days later, right? How did Putin get even with President Xi? I'll tell you how he did it. He came the day after President Xi and China came out and said internationally at the United Nations that they are opposed to any nation transferring nuclear weapons onto another set of soil under different control. We're opposed to that. We don't go for that. The day after, Putin says, hey, I'm going to put nuclear weapons in Belarus, right? President Xi, I mean, how many things can President Putin do to piss off the Chinese and then still go back and go, what do you mean you're not going to give me, MiG-29s and Su-27s? Are you crazy? Of course you're going to give them to me. I mean, I think President Xi realizes he's backing a really bad horse, but it was the last horse in the barn, and he doesn't have any more choices for horses.
And the diplomatic dance that Jeff is talking about is probably more important to the Chinese than almost anyone else, because they know how to take the international stage. It is choreographed sometimes by the Chinese when they're meeting allies, but always the choreography is discussed with whatever nation Xi is visiting. And Colonel Jeff, I know you can't hear Axel, but Axel is in complete agreement with you about your observations of Xi's visit to Moscow. So you're completely right. And here's another misstep by Putin. He either overestimated or overpushed what he thought was an ally, and now he's seeing China backpedal fast away from Russia's losing genocidal invasion of Ukraine. Do you think that's right, Colonel Jeff?
Yeah, I do. My guest on the Dish with Fish this last week said, look, Putin's nothing more than an intelligence officer, and he's a very good intelligence officer, but he was never a politician, right? And he's, as an intelligence officer and working for the KGB, less effective at being able to assess from an intelligence perspective, because he keeps making mistakes at this point, right? So yeah, I agree with you. And I'm going to cycle down. I'm probably going to head out because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, but you guys have a great night. If anyone's following me, yes, it's true. My third book is out for pre-order right now. Interested in my third book? It's pre-order for Kindle is out right now, and all copies, hard copies, paperback, and Kindle will be available on the 18th. So very exciting stuff. Chuck, I see you're listening. God bless you, brother. Hope you're chopping through that first book. And I sent you a direct message. I want you to be on the Dish with Fish on the 18th with me because I have a really cool idea of what we can talk about. So DM me back and we'll link up. See ya. Hey, Alan, thanks for everything, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. Just hang for a minute because Chuck's coming right up. Just hang for 1 minute. 1 a.m. is not late for a guy of your age, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, I am wading into that book. Congratulations on your fourth book. And it's a yes to be with you, brother. So I have to get on my direct messages. And if I sound more stupid or mumbly than usual tonight, it's because I spent the morning getting a root canal. There you go.
We heard, and there's only one request, Chuck. We've talked about your root canal for a while now. I don't know if your ears were burning, but we want you to, with your really good boom mic, because I'm envious of your setup there. I want you to make it as quiet as possible, and I want you to close your eyes, and we want you to sing "Oh Danny Boy" a cappella for all of us right now.
Oh no. I can't do that. My sainted Irish mother would roll in her grave.
And you know, Colonel Jeff, you're almost a month late for Oh Danny Boy.
It's never the wrong time for Oh Danny Boy. Never.
It is a wonderful song too, and it chokes me up actually. So there's another reason.
Yeah, me too. I love it, man. All right, I got to go to bed. Chuck, rock it out of the house in the next hour, man. I look forward to it.
Thank you, Jeff. Carry on. I'll be in the area all day.
Aye, Skipper. Tip your wait staff. I'll be here all week. Bye.
Airborne. Alan, hello. Axel, hi guys. How is everybody?
We're all good.
We're delighted. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. I've had a little trouble. I think everyone knows I am on a satellite internet connection. It is a windy day here. I know that's a lame excuse, but that's what's going on with my internet connection.
Well, we hope it stays intact. And sorry to hear about the root canal. I've had a couple of those. They're not so bad once the Novocaine wears off. And you sound great, Chuck. So welcome.
Thank you. What was disconcerting getting the root canal is when it went from the drilling to the sawing and then to the crunching. I was, the sounds were really getting to be something. So dental science has not progressed very much. The dentist was telling me. Ouch.
Yeah, dentists are not my favorite people, but I have two good ones, and I'm not going to tell you about that. So just before we get going with bullet points, I'm going to go to Nick and then to Bohar. Nick.
Yeah, two things first. So I think we should be a little bit careful about how much we try to read into who turns up at the airport. I don't know if anyone knows who turned up to greet Zelensky when he arrived at Andrews. It was the head of protocol from the State Department. So airport meetings are not necessarily where it's at. And I think we should be a little bit wary of reading too much into the tea leaves. The main reason I put my hand up, however, is for a story that's just appeared in the last half hour in the failing New York Times, saying that Ukraine classified war documents, about a month old, but classified war documents detailing American and NATO plans for building up the Ukrainian military ahead of a planned offensive in Russia have been posted this week on Twitter and Telegram. Some of them seem to have been modified, but others appear to be genuine. And for example, the Pentagon has not said publicly how fast Ukrainian troops are using up HIMARS. The documents do. So there is a leak somewhere.
Which does not mean that the documents are correct.
It doesn't, but if you read the article, it seems that a number of senior people, well, a number of people. So there may or may not, but there may be a problem with these documents leaking out. They are 5 weeks old. It doesn't appear to compromise operational security immediately, and doubtless there will be plenty of fog being spread about exactly how accurate they are. But I find it slightly worrying that they managed to make it into the hands of people who post them on Twitter if they are even remotely genuine.
And if they're not at all genuine, then it's a very good info operation. And if you had been here about 6 hours ago, you would have heard what I said exactly at that time, that continuously it's Russian disinformation which goes through US media to then reverberate around the globe. And it always is being seeded in the right places. In the 1980s, that was the infamous The Nation. And it continued throughout. And that Walter Duranty's New York Times continues to be the place of record for this is also no surprise. So let's just wait. There is absolutely no indication at this point in time that any of those any of those purported documents have any credibility to them at all, actually. Chuck, please.
The report, Axel, the report says that senior Biden administration officials said
means
that
nothing.
Well, come on.
It means nothing. It's
Come
the
on.
New York Times.
How about this?
Okay, come on, Axel. Senior Biden administration officials say. In other words, this is not a 100% Russian fabrication. Whatever else it is, this is not simply the Russians making up some documents and posting them. Okay, otherwise Biden administration officials would have said these are fake. So we don't know the extent of the problem, but I'm afraid, whatever we feel about the New York Times, if the New York Times says that senior Biden administration officials are talking about these documents,
nothing. Then it means
no,
nothing.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. The New York Times has been a maelstrom of utter crap since many decades. Listen to Chuck.
So we have the New York Times admitting that the documents have been modified. So I don't mean to be punctilious here or to be a pedant, but if they're modified, they're not authentic. What was modified? Their classification rating, their sourcing. What in particular was modified? How much of it was modified? So in the meantime, doing an intelligence assessment myself, what do I grade this as intelligence? So that's where the ball sits for me right now.
Nick, if you take 2 pages out of classified documentation, for example, 2 pages, that could be anything, and put them there, it could be a list of ordinance, then you would say that there is a document amongst them which is classified because you want to protect yourself in the administration to do so. And by the way, who did they not quote, Nick? They did not quote Kirby. They had to go to Michael Kaufman. They had to go to a deputy press secretary at the Pentagon, Ms. Singh, who's in that job for a reason. You need to look at the people they quote. It's only the New York Times.
Can I add something to this, Axel?
Yeah, Bohar, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to talk down the Biden administration because there's a lot of good people there, especially Secretary Austin, but we have heard a lot of weird stuff coming from the Biden civilian administration. Bruce report about the preliminary lessons learned from the intelligence game in the war, and as far as how the Ukrainians have been playing this game so far, this seems more like something, in PSYOP's realm from the Ukrainian part. That's what I have to add, at least.
You sound like you're in a good bar, Bohar. Enjoy your evening. And and find a quiet place to join us again. You know, the problem with the Biden administration can be summed up, in my opinion, as they don't have their shit together. They need one solid line of commentary. And this is the line that Lloyd Austin and General Milley and Kirby and Biden himself should be broadcasting. And it's very simple. We are not only here for as long as it takes, but we are here until Ukraine recovers its sovereign borders and its freedom. And by the way, we will guarantee Ukraine's security in the future, regardless of whether they ever become a member of NATO. But we think that they will become a member of NATO. It's a very, very simple declaration of confidence in Ukraine and expectation of victory and and more solid support of what we expect the victory to be. Ukraine, when it comes to the negotiating table, will be negotiating with Russia from within its sovereign borders. It's very, very simple. If only a speechwriter for Biden or a security advisor for Biden could give him a speech that would declare that, we'd all be better off. And Putin might be stepping back. But with that, that's just my opinion. With that, we need to get on to bullet points for Thursday night. We have Chuck's maps of Bakhmut and Avdiivka up in the nest. And Chuck, I think we should begin in Bakhmut. And I'm especially interested in those special operation possibilities, those special operations that might have occurred behind Russian lines. What more information did you get about those?
Well, one thing that was really interesting is those contact points all turned up and then they disappeared. So that in itself is pretty interesting. But what ran concurrent with those reports were a series of artillery and missile strikes on headquarters and electronic warfare locations, equipment. I am wondering if those were possibly sometimes special operations forces will insert deep in order to illuminate, laser illuminate, or GPS mark targets. I'm wondering if those reports got conflated. As we pointed out from the contact locations, many of them were deep enough in that you wouldn't want to have to walk in there. And if you did walk in, you definitely didn't want to walk home. So I'm afraid a little fog of war might have swallowed those operations, as impressive as they were, and as solid as the reporting was. Nothing was admitted the next day or even till now by the Ukrainian general staff.
So I saw reports today, Chuck, of HIMARS strikes into Bakhmut on Russian positions. Does this mean Ukrainians are moving HIMARS closer to the line of battle, or are they simply within range?
I think they're simply within range, and of course the range of the HIMARS battery is considerable. What that tells me, less about the range, but just how lucrative a target the Russians must have been presenting. Because remember, I mean, the HIMARS don't grow on trees. Ukraine is trying to stockpile them as well for use in preparations for the coming offensive. And if you've got a target and you want it HIMARS hit, it almost has to go through a targeting committee. There is going to be someone at the theater level, pretty much, with release authority on an important weapon like that. So what that really told me was that Russia had put some really important targets close to Bakhmut, and what those were. They are traditionally very high importance nodes of command, very important logistical supplies, and often very high density concentrations of Russian troops. And in the case of Bakhmut here, I'm thinking it may have been a very tempting concentration of troops. Added to that, probably a high-level command meeting, and it's very important to do that in a top-heavy command ethos like the Russian military. Hitting the commanders is vitally important.
So the situation in Bakhmut, I mean, this is an incredibly intense back and forth urban battle now. The battle is raging in the center of Bakhmut. It's a pile of rubble. Can you describe it to us? It's got to be absolutely horrifying for any soldier fighting in the center of Bakhmut, building to building, room to room. Chuck, you may be speaking into a muted mic.
Yep, that is exactly what I'm doing. And I'm very entertaining when the microphone is muted. But the Russians, unfortunately, have consolidated control over the northern sections of the urban area. These are principally manufacturing areas to the north. As we go south along the line of contact, the Russians have crossed the Bakhmutka River pretty much throughout the entire urban area. They are across the TO513 highway, which, like the river, runs north and south through the city. They have crossed the easternmost railway spur, and they are far enough along the H32 highway. They are back on the highway itself. They have consolidated all the territory along Patrice Lumumba Boulevard, which is the easternmost section of the H32. So we truly have fighting going on right now in the center of the city. I frankly would expect soon, maybe not within the next 24 hours, but in that vicinity, 36 hours, Ukraine is likely to shorten their defensive lines by retreating to the railroad track, the main rail line that runs north and south through the city. The fight in the urban area is it is truly that. It is house to house, building to building. There's a lot of fighting that goes on in an urban situation like this that is literally indoors. You would want, whenever possible, not to move out in the street. You would blow your way through doors in the building, through walls rather, in the building. Where buildings are contiguous, where they join each other, you want to blow from one building into the other. The fight is also truly three-dimensional. Generally, if you get to a building and you're hanging on to the top floor, you're going to be a lot harder to get out than if you're hanging on to the ground floor. And that is simply because grenades roll down staircases, and you can move up and down an elevator shaft. But the Russians are pressing very, very hard, and unfortunately, they are making progress. But Ukraine is making the Russians pay for every doorknob, as we say. And north of the city in Bodavinka, the Russians again failed in an attack there for, I don't know, it could easily be 100 or 200 attacks on Bodavinka. They have been repulsed. And also the first little village west of Bakhmut, Ivansky, along the H-32. Again, the Russians tried to take that village, and again, they failed. But there are a couple of ways of looking at what's going on in Bakhmut. I've often said this is Ukraine, and they've got the bear by the nose, and the bear is focused on Bakhmut. There is another way of looking at this, and it's always good to polarize whatever your thinking is on a military subject. It's good periodically to turn what you think on its head. Look at it completely through the enemy's eyes, so you're not engaging in confirmation bias. You've got a great hypothesis, and all the information you can point to supports your great hypothesis. So there could be something that's going on in Bakhmut, and now especially because it looks like Ukraine is going to have to make some maneuvers to improve their defense. Something that's likely going on at this point, and that is that the Russians may be fixing the Ukrainians to some extent at Bakhmut as well. Russia knows an offensive is coming. Russia presumably is going to be making preparations for its own battle space. I think any rational Russian commander, if there are any left, is going to expect Ukraine to penetrate their lines and come screaming across whatever the front line is right now. So I suspect that part of Russia's intense focus on Bakhmut is obviously to get Ukraine to focus on Bakhmut, and this will buy a little time for Russian commanders to prepare their own rear areas to receive the blow.
So, in a way, Chuck, I want to ask this question. In Bakhmut, who is fixing who? Are the Ukrainians fixing Russians, or are the Russians now fixing Ukrainians? Because this is a very fluid situation.
Yeah, very fluid. And, I would say for the preponderance of this battle, it has been Ukraine fixing Russia. And it has been Ukraine taking advantage of this battle space to fight an attritional fight against the Russians. War college talk for this is where the Russians are. They keep showing up every morning, every night, and we're going to keep killing them. Ditto in Avdiivka. What, are often two very different things. And whatever preparations Russia is making for the coming Ukrainian offensives, and I say offensives because there's going to be more than one prong here, they're probably doing too little if it's not too late. And of the two jaws that are trying to engulf Bakhmut, we have the Wagner. Wagner is the upper jaw, and Russian paratroopers are the lower jaw. And they're both getting tired. And they're both being pushed from above. And it will be one thing to take Bakhmut all the way up to the railroad tracks. And it will be another thing to move into the western suburbs in Kromove. That would be wonderful. But the Russians will have an attrited force at that point. They will have captured a city that is ashes, and not one of those things will bring them any closer to taking Chasiv Yar. And because Chasiv Yar is such a natural fortress, that means the two highways that are in play in Bakhmut, the H-32 and the M-03, they can't be used to advance Russian forces because the force in Chasiv Yar is too strong. So those highways are no good, which brings us all the way back to where we start our conversation every day about Bakhmut. Why the Russians are so damn determined to take this place that isn't going to do them any good. It's a head shaker. It's a head shaker, and it is a very closely run thing to be a Ukrainian general commanding in Bakhmut, because you have your own set of risks here, but the harder the Russians push in Bakhmut, the less they're going to be able to defend it. And there is this very fine line, and you can consider the Ukrainian armed forces are like this rubber band that's being stretched and stretched and stretched. The Russians want to stretch it and break it, but what they're going to find out is that when they have exhausted themselves, and when Ukrainian commanders consider that the majority of the Russian forces involved in Bakhmut have culminated, that they have exhausted their forces, that they have run down their ammunition supplies and their logistics, that rubber band is going to snap right back into the face of the Russians. And, that's what I think is probably going to happen here eventually. But in the short term, I see Ukraine pulling back at least to the rail line. And hate to say it, but that's my call right now.
And it would make sense for Ukraine to do that. It puts them in a better position. And aside from the urban battle going on, this is also a positional battle where the Ukrainians have to set up very strong defensive lines to the west of Bakhmut or up above the bluffs towards Chaziv Yar. And they will pretty much have command. If they pull back, they would have command of this entire operational area.
Yeah, there is no reason for the Russians to be fighting this hard over Bakhmut. Putin needs to take a city. He needs something, but his generals need something too. They're not bringing home the bacon. They need something. Interestingly, I saw a picture today, news media, and it was of a Russian recruitment poster in Moscow, and it showed a western sky and a setting sun, and there was the silhouette of the skyline of a city, and the caption was "Odessa waits." And I just thought, I don't know what PA firm they hired, but I could just see Odessa waits for the bodies of hundreds of thousands of dead Russian soldiers. And it also told me how delusional these people must be. They've tried for 8 months to take Bakhmut, squandering maybe 40,000 lives, but at least 20,000 lives. Let's say 30. John Spencer, who knows a lot about this stuff, he thinks 40. And this wasn't the place to waste those lives. It wasn't the place, but they keep doing it, and it's nuts. It's already counterproductive. It's already wasteful, and Ukraine has really they have skated very close to the edge, but they're fighting in Bakhmut because this is where they can attrite the Russian enemy, here in Bakhmut. And as we've seen in Severodonetsk, should the Russians take Bakhmut, as they were in Severodonetsk, they will be too exhausted to do anything else. And that's pathetic. That's not leadership. That's not generalship. That isn't. It's unthinkable.
So earlier today, Chuck, I don't know if you listened. I guess you were having a root canal, but Nuno Felix talked about Severodonetsk and remarked about how exhausted, how culminated the Russian troops were when they finally conquered Severodonetsk. And in his estimation, Bakhmut is the same scenario. But I also want to ask, how wise is it for Ukraine to be fighting doorknob to doorknob in a city that's been reduced to rubble?
Well, we've often pointed out, and I wasn't able to catch Nuno because I was entertaining my dentist, but I'm sure that he mentioned when you can lure the Russians into fighting inside a city, you have allowed them or provoked them to negate every real advantage they have. They've got more men, they've got more vehicles, they've certainly got more artillery. The Russians have everything they need to fight the way that is really necessary to take a city, and that is large-scale combined arms maneuver warfare. Sherman didn't take the city of Atlanta by fighting it out door to door. That's not the way Richmond was taken. It's not the way any city is taken. You surround the city and you cut it off. That's the way it's done. But throughout this war, Ukraine has been able to lure the Russians into negating all of their advantages and fighting these three-dimensional fights. So what I say about the Russians, I can certainly say about Ukraine. So why does Ukraine want to fight in this three-dimensional battle? Well, Ukraine is marshaling its manpower, its units, its ammunition. It is stockpiling everything that it needs to conduct its combined arms maneuver warfare. That will be in the spring offensive. So right now, they are fighting the Russians on the most disadvantageous ground that they can present to the Russians, this three-dimensional battle space, where it doesn't matter how many divisions of men you have. When you're fighting it out for a three-story building with mixed retail on the bottom and apartments on the top, your battle is going to come down to not who has the most tanks or the most artillery or the most anything. It's going to come down to who has the best trained riflemen, who has the best trained sergeants, who can lead 12 guys in an urban fight, who can coordinate their forces, who is more determined, who's got the better night vision goggles. All of those things. Ukraine has been magnificent in finding places to fight the Russians where every other variable will be on the side of Ukraine. And normally, a Western trained general, or hell, even me, a lieutenant commander, I am nobody. But really, do I want to mix it up in a city when I could break out to the north and south of it, encircle it, and compel its defenders to withdraw? That's what you should do. But again, the Russians are losing this war, and they're losing it themselves. They're losing it single-handedly because they're falling into these baited traps.
So lines of logistics into Bakhmut to supply Ukrainian troops are still secured. They're still open. And so if we look at the H-32 highway going out through Ivanivsky, if we look at the county road going northwest of Bakhmut and then curving in towards Chaziv Yar, these roads are still secured by Ukraine. If they need to fall back, these are the roads they would take to establish new defensive positions, and they could do that.
The M0 the M03 is and to a large extent the H-32. They're not the most important supply routes into the city of Bakhmut. As you get 10 or 15 miles away from Bakhmut, those roads, they are still safe ways to approach the battle space. But the majority of logistics and supply and troop movements in and out of Bakhmut, they fall a bit like the Ho Chi Minh Trail. There are dozens of small, everything from a footpath to an unpaved road to a county paved road. There are still ways in and out of Bakhmut. And you know, when I say the Ukrainians are really, I don't want to say they're skating on thin ice, because they know exactly where the ice is thin, and thus far they know just exactly how close they can skate to it. But I would say this, you know, within the last 72 hours, a little bit longer, the entire southern section of the city has been consolidated by Russian forces. There was previously touch and go fighting, you know, across the Bakhmutka River. Pretty much that went up to the TO-513. But the Russians are now, they are making progress, if you want to say this. What Ukraine did in Severodonetsk, they feigned a withdrawal. The Russians rushed in and then paid the price. What I think is going to happen here, and I think within the next 36 hours, the Ukrainians will fall back to the rail line. There is a technical term for that, in shortening your lines. And what that means is there is a bulge now. Ukraine controls a slight bulge on the other side of the railroad track. They want to flatten that line out. The Russians won't. If the Ukrainians withdraw from that territory to the east of the rail line, they're not really going to lose anything. That's what you gain by shortening your line. Ukraine will be better positioned to defend what is important, and that is Bodenvika, which is to the northeast of Chasiv Yar, and Ivansky, which is to the southeast. So I think that's what we're going to see. When this game is run, and I might even say this, looking ahead, if there is a day in the next 10, 15 days where Russia has captured Bakhmut, look for those banner headlines. That is the point that I would look for Ukraine to strike back hard. And I don't know if it's going to be in the vicinity of Bakhmut, to the north or to the south. I don't think it'll be straight up the middle. But what might appear to be a Russian victory in Bakhmut, always remember why it was that Ukraine was fighting here in the first place. And that was to deprive Russia of anywhere between 20 and 40,000 trained soldiers, all the equipment, all of the ammunition, everything else that Russia expended to take a city that's not going to do them any good. But what's more important than even the city that won't do them any good, that army with 40,000 dead and certainly 100,000 casualties to go with it, that armed force is going to be in no position to defend that city, right? It not only will they have captured nothing but gravel, they're not going to have the troops that could defend it. And not just defend Bakhmut. What's more important than that are its northern flanks and its southern flanks.
So what makes the northern flanks of Bakhmut the southern flanks of Bakhmut so important for the Russians?
Well, it's the whole thing about how do you capture a city, right? The Russians think you capture a city by barging into it and taking it over block by block. Ukraine knows that you capture a city by striking to the north and south of it with two prongs of a pincer that are going to converge 20 miles to the east of that city. And there is a battle in Bakhmut, but there is going to be, write this down, Russian listening guests, there's going to be a battle of Popsna. And that battle of Popsna, you are going to find yourself fighting Ukrainians 30 kilometers to the east of Bakhmut. And you are going to be fighting in Popsna because you exhausted yourself trying to take Bakhmut. And at least one of those pincers, in my estimation, is going to blow through the Wagner people. I didn't say soldiers, the Wagner people to the north of Bakhmut. And you're going to get steamrolled. You're going to get hit in the middle of the night so hard, your front guys won't know what hit you. And your rear echelon headquarters guy, you're going to find yourself swamped in people who are running away from the front. And these forces are going to be too exhausted. They are the kind of troops that sit around and wait for orders, and their only hope of survival will be pulling themselves together and improvising counterattacks against the Ukrainian forces. Folks, that is never going to happen in this war. What I just described, the Russian army is incapable of doing. They cannot improvise anything. They cannot even execute on a well-laid and well-rehearsed plan, a la Vuhledar. They can't do it. And this spring offensive is, look, it'll be the beginning of the turning point. It's not going to be the end of the war. It's going to be the beginning of the turning point. If Russia were capable of combined arms maneuver warfare right now, they would have done it. They would have done it at Avdiivka, right? You don't win Avdiivka by crawling into the railway lines and fighting it out for track. You get Avdiivka by busting out to the north and south and converging 20 miles to the west of Avdiivka. And you know what? Do it, Russia. If you could do it, do it. But they can't. They can't do it. You take Bakhmut by converging 5 miles to the west of Chasiv Yar. That's how you take Bakhmut. They can't do it. They've been trying for 8 months. Not only can they not do it, they don't seem to have any idea how to do it. You don't fight it out block for block to get to the railway lines in Bakhmut. That isn't how you do it. And that's why I say, look, there are going to be dark days ahead. There are going to be some defeats. There are going to be reversals. There are going to be setbacks. But Russia can't win this war. They can't win it with the troops they got. They can't win it with the equipment they got. And they sure as heck cannot win it with the generals that they've got.
So, in fact, in Bakhmut right now, what we see are Russians trying to drive through into the center of Bakhmut, doing exactly what you're describing, fighting doorknob to doorknob, building to building, rather than executing these maneuvers to the south and the west and the north of Chasiv Yar. And this is why Russians are taking such colossal casualties. In fact, we've seen reports of hospitals in Luhansk being filled with Russian casualties from the front lines. So this attritional battle that the Ukrainians are fighting appears to still be working.
Yeah, again, what amazes me is, and you know, you never want to underestimate the enemy. You simply don't. But why Russia? I keep having to ask, you know, myself this question, and I keep casting about for what is the reason? Why is this happening? There is such a superior balance of forces for the Russians in Crimea. Why can't they get to the Zerbets River? Why can't that happen? In Bakhmut, why aren't the Russians trying to break out north and south of the city? Why don't the Russian generals realize that Chasiv Yar is the prize? So Bakhmut is the place where the M03 and the H32 come together. Groovy. You can't use those highways unless you've taken Chasiv Yar. And again, a cadet knows this. What is it that is compelling the Russians to fight every day for Bakhmut? I can't answer that question. I can't imagine the feedback loop in a Western army, in the army of the Armed Forces of the United States. I can't imagine why a general couldn't say to National Command Authority, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, you know, boss, as you know, taking Bakhmut isn't going to do us any good because have you seen the topographic map of Chasiv Yar? But that just doesn't enter into the heads of the Russian commanders. They don't care how many people they've lost here. They're approaching as many dead in the Battle of Bakhmut as the United States lost in the entirety of the Vietnam War in one battle. One battle. It is insane. It doesn't make any sense. And if Bakhmut were, they will have availed themselves of nothing. They cannot use the highway, the M03, and they can't use the H32 because Chasiv Yar remains in the hands of the Ukrainians, and it is essentially a fortress. If the hand of the great architect were sculpting a natural fortress, it would be Chasiv Yar. And so it's crazy that the Russians are fighting here. And what is more, confounding about this, the Russian generals, they don't measure failure. Losing 40,000 guys to fight in this, that doesn't bother them. But they don't realize, though, you could use those 40,000 guys somewhere else, right? You could use that equipment somewhere else. You could use those troops somewhere else. But Putin doesn't have a single general who can tell him the truth, who can't even hint about the truth. So it's a mess.
Yeah, folks, I encourage you to look at the map that's up in the nest that Chuck has posted, and you'll see Chasiv Yar is essentially not only a town on high ground, but it's practically a town atop palisades, and it would be very, very difficult for the Russians to assault Chasiv Yar if the Ukrainians choose to drop back to that defensive position. The other question I have, Chuck, do Russian commanders believe they have an unlimited supply of men to throw into any battle anywhere on this line of engagement, whether it's Bakhmut or Kremna or Avdiivka? This is Russian fighting doctrine since the Second World War. Just expend your men in battle. Throw them into battle. Let them die.
It is, that is the way they act. They're, but we can look at the general officers that Putin has available to him. He's been in power for 20 years. You don't make colonel, you don't make lieutenant colonel unless you're in the system. So Putin has the generals that he wants. These are the guys that he has essentially handpicked, and it is not a military meritocracy, right? You want to hit the lottery, you want to be a general in the supply services of the Russian army, because you divert the goods, you sell the spare parts. As Putin has discovered, there were thousands of tanks in storage, and when you go to get them out of depot and get them to the front lines, well, they don't have engines. They don't have any electronics. The radios are all gone. The optics are gone, because that was a cash source for his generals. And it took weeks to fire the clown who was in charge of Uladar. It took weeks. And I think that might have been, at least partially, due to the reporting cycle. We've heard the recent defector who worked in the protective services who keep Putin safe. This was a communications officer. He said Putin is in an absolute bubble, a physical bubble. We've seen his 40-foot tables, but he's in an informational bubble as well. This man who knows what he's talking about says Putin doesn't use the internet, doesn't have a cell phone. That, of course, doesn't surprise me. But he's not a person that avails himself of any information sources. Who knows what his generals are telling him about the casualty rates here? But he's going to get a big surprise here. He's going to get a big surprise in this spring offensive, because to mount counterattacks, you have to improvise, right? You can plan offensive actions, right? And you can, I've seen plans that are 500 pages thick, and that's not even necessarily a big one. So you plan your offensive out, and you've got timelines, and you've got logistical tables, and you've got annexes and appendixes and on, and references, and you name it. But a counterattack, that's when you lose one of your platoons in the first 15 minutes. The other one heads for the hills, and the company commander in one platoon is making a stand on a hillside, and he's screaming on the radio, bring me, I need reinforcements, I need artillery, I need an airstrike. And there is no plan. And your officers have got to improvise one. And the raw material for improvising that is the valor and determination and professionalism of your soldiers. But you've already wasted all that. You wasted that in Bakhmut. You wasted that in Vuhledar. There is no training or professionalism. We've seen that. They hit a minefield, they fan out. It is, we're going to see some big changes here. And I don't see Russia as having the bench to deal with it. I don't see any promotable colonel who's going to step up. And I don't see the Russian army as the implement, as the weapon that can deal with these Ukrainian attacks. I just don't see it.
Doc, I want to welcome you as co-host. I think you have a question about Bakhmut.
Hey,
Thank you, Alan. Hi. Hey, shipmate. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, Doc. It's good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be heard. So I've asked this question before, but I think it was many moons ago. And I think it's worth asking now as it relates to the topic of an unlimited amount of troops coming in from Russia. Regardless of whatever that number is, they are sending in a whole bunch of them, right? And there's different ways to deploy your forces on a battlefield, right? Whether it's paratroopers or amphibious landing or insertion with IFVs and tank cover, a whole bunch of different ways. Russia is limited in how far they can go into Ukraine on the trains. Then they have to disembark these people and on trucks and bring them out. I would expect to see more disruption in the lines to and from Bakhmut and other places where they're dropping off these people. And I'm not seeing that or hearing conversations about that. Maybe that's just great OPSEC, or maybe it's not happening like it was. And how are they getting these people in with company size strengths and pumping them in at a time, sending them forward and then replacing them with another company size strength? How are they doing this?
Yeah, the Russians have to move. They have got to infiltrate forces into the Bakhmut battle space. So why do I use the word infiltrate? That generally, as a military term of art, it's going to mean a smaller unit or a dispersed force, slipping in like fog into an area, right? So what the problem that the Russians have is they can't. Oop, we got a hot mic, I think, or is that me?
No, there's a hot mic. Mehdi, please mute your mic. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, so these forces have to come in, in numbers like 10 and 20 at a time to get into the Bakhmut battle space. Okay, and let's just go a little bit more. Let's just go a little north of Bakhmut. The way Wagner is running their show up there, these guys definitely have to be put in 10s and 20s. And there's a sickening reason why. These people are not trained soldiers. They're criminals. They show up on a bus. They're given 2 magazines and a rusty rifle, and they are prodded forward to the lines. You have to keep these people apart because they're on a suicide mission. You have to keep those people away from talking to any real soldier who would look at them walking towards the sound of gunfire and saying, "You only got 2 magazines, chump. What are you doing? Where are you going with 60 bullets?" Right? So that's the way the Russian forces are getting to the battle space on the M03 up there. The forces to the south, these are some of them are guards units, motor rifle units, VDV paratroopers. The problem there, and they've been trying to get to Ivanevsky for months, trying to close the jaw. They can't do it. The problem there is they also have to infiltrate smaller units towards the front. These are more capable forces that could, if they were allowed to, move in mass, right? They could put forward a mess of armored vehicles and tanks at the front and their lightly armored airborne vehicles, but they could get up there. They have to infiltrate in too, because there's no place on the battle line that Russia can concentrate its forces, which is a necessary step for offensive action. They can't bring their forces together because they'll get HIMARSed. And that is what happened here recently in Bakhmut. That leads me to think those targets around Bakhmut, because we haven't seen a lot of HIMARS strikes, therefore those targets must have been extremely lucrative. What's lucrative? 4 or 5 colonels together and their staffs, that's lucrative. 300 guys in a school gymnasium getting briefed for the final assault, that's a lucrative target. 500 gallons of 5,000 gallons of diesel fuel, that's important. So part of the reason why Russia cannot launch these combined arms maneuver warfare efforts is they cannot concentrate their forces. And more importantly, they can't surprise Ukraine anywhere. When Russia struck at Vuhledar, they thought it was going to be a walkthrough. They thought they had at least 4 or 5 to 1 superiority at that point on the line. They had no reason to think that the available Ukrainian forces on this quiet portion of the line of contact could have possibly defeated 3 brigades of Russian naval infantry, but they cleaned their clocks. And that's what's going on in Bakhmut. But the incremental urban fight, it's swinging Russia's way right now.
So, Chuck, the Battle of Bakhmut is not a standoff, or it's not a stalemate, but it is a kind of standoff. How much longer does the Battle of Bakhmut go on? Weeks and weeks, or days?
I think the Ukrainians could make it go on for weeks and weeks. And I think it's going to go on. There'll be a battle in Bakhmut until the roads are good and dry, and that could be the end of April. I look at the Battle of Bakhmut, and I'm glad I'm not a Ukrainian general, because it's a nail biter. And what makes it possible for Ukraine to fight house to house in Bakhmut is the fact that the supply lines are still open into and out of Bakhmut. I expect Ukraine to contract their lines slightly here in the next 36 hours. I think that's almost inevitable at this point. But remember, in Bakhmut, Ukraine is playing with a house's money, right? So Bakhmut, because it is strategically irrelevant, it doesn't matter if it's lost. It doesn't matter if the Russians take all of Bakhmut, right? They don't get the M03 and they don't get the H-32. Okay, so knowing that, why is Ukraine fighting here, right? Because they want to. Because there is a benefit, as far as Ukraine is concerned, in engaging the Russians here. Okay. Ukraine knows this city is worth nothing. So why fight here? The only reason that is left is that this is the place you can punish Russia physically in this battle space. Fighting this urban fight against an enemy that should be conducting maneuver warfare, but is not, and instead is pouring thousands, tens of thousands of troops into a worthless target. And again, it's a nail biter. It is a nail biter. But Ukraine doesn't do anything without a plan, and this is part of the plan.
So, Chuck, I think we have a couple of questions about Bakhmut. I want to go to Guido and then to Scruff. And both Guido and Scruff, please be concise, because we have a lot more to talk about tonight. Guido, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you very much. Of course, thank you, Chuck, for your excellent work here at these spaces. I mean, you're absolutely amazing. Thank you. And I have 2 questions. One partly related to Ahmed. My first question is tactically, in a tactical level, what are the limitations of the sort of human wave attacks, sort of World War One style, that we're seeing from the Russians? Following up on and something that you said, I think that the Russians are still doing. I think they are. They're just literally bringing people, which like 2 days ago was literally a civilian, and they just dumped them in the battlefield and they used them as meat. I mean, what are the tactical limitations of using that sort of tactics, even if even if they do have like an enormous pool of people to do that? And the other one is about the Navy, but I think it's not proper for this stage of the night. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Did you just say talking to a Navy SEAL and a Navy corpsman, it's not appropriate to talk about the Navy?
Well, they told me I could only ask off about Bakhmut, but yeah, I have a question about the Navy for later.
Guido, we'll come back to you about your question for the Navy. Meanwhile, let's stay in Bakhmut.
Thank you,
Guido. Good question. And it is obscene to think that you can take a civilian off the Green Army gun and point him towards a battle and say go, because that person has no utility on a battlefield at all. And folks who are listening with no military experience, could you imagine a government that would take you from your home tonight, where you live, where you work, and your civilian job, and they just take you, and try to imagine this, they bus you to Bakhmut and they hand you an AK pattern rifle, and they tell you go over there where the shooting is. And you might want to ask somebody on the way, how do I load this? Where's the safety? What do you do to aim this? This is what the Russians are doing. And with a person who is completely untrained in any military occupational specialty, even more obscene, the only thing that person is good for, you point them towards the Ukrainian lines and you make them walk until they get so close to the Ukrainian lines that Ukraine is finally obliged to open fire on that person. And that person's entire purpose of being, as far as Russia is concerned, is to get the Ukrainians to reveal their positions. And that's it. That story is obscene enough in itself, but it will have a really wonderful karmic payback, because the more people like that hapless would-be soldier that you at all of standing up to a Ukrainian attack. He has no idea what to do. He hasn't been trained. He has absolutely no idea what to do. And being a combatant on a battlefield, folks, it isn't about just knowing how to be blindfolded and take your rifle apart, which, by the way, is a vital skill for any soldier. It is literally done like that. We were in the SEALs, there were 40 weapons we had to be able to take apart and put together blindfolded. Weapons from all over the world, pistols, rifles. That's the entry level. How many kinds of radios do you know have to work? Do you know have to land navigation, calls for fire, knowing what bad guy rifles sound like and good guy rifles sound like. So, the fact that Russia's putting people like this into the battle, expecting them to have any effect on the battle, and woe unto Russia if they ever think that these people can stand up to the Ukrainian offensive, because they just can't.
Chuck, all of your senses are at work on the battle line. Your eyesight, your ears, even your nose, and your touch. You want to know where the soldier in front of you is or isn't. And I know also you have spoken a lot about spacing. You don't necessarily want to be able to touch the guy in front of you, the guy to your right or to your left. But it is just one way of thinking about the intensity of battle in Bakhmut. All of your senses, uh, your ears, your nose, your touch. That you need all of these senses working at the same time. Scruff, go ahead, please.
Hey, Chuck.
Ruff, hey bud, how are you doing, pal?
Well, after our conversation in private, I feel a bit better. Thank you.
Well, I will go into our conversation, but I will say that you were right. So stick to your
Okay,
and Scruff,
that's
I can say 100% too. My conversations with Chuck, I always come away feeling better.
pardon.
I said the same. My conversations with Chuck, I always come away feeling better.
This is whom you should use as a therapy.
Hey, Chuck,
Uh,
tell him what your undergraduate degree's in.
I have a degree in clinical psychology, and my wife has told me that I would make the worst therapist that ever lived, and she might be right.
Funny. I'm bookkeeper, but I never worked even
See,
1 hour.
Never worked.
Even
But hey,
even 1 hour. Okay.
so you can keep score.
I wanted to ask you. First of all, regarding your thoughts about what is going on around Bakhmut. It reminds me. It reminds me the situation with Donetsk. It became too much of symbol for both sides. So this is why both sides are just but the difference is that one side is just sending and the mid waves, and another one grinding them and grinding them and grinding them again.
Yeah, I agree. There was something, and it was Colonel John Spence, the Bakhmut battle space. It was touching.
Absolutely.
Political gesture and an act of bravery. This is a sitting head of state. There are a lot of presidents who wouldn't come anywhere near a battlefield from all over the world, but it raised the stakes, I think, a little bit politically. Russia needs Bakhmut, but again, and I say it a lot, Bakhmut is not the key to eastern Ukraine. Neither is Avdiivka.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It's not the key. It became, the airport of Donetsk wasn't a key at all, but it became such a symbol. Defense of this place took 242 days, and it's still a symbol. People who've been there, they received nicknames cyborgs because once we've had intercepted radio conversation between Russians, and they said they're like goddamn cyborgs. We just cannot take them away. So this is I'm just telling from my heart. It really reminds me the situation with Donetsk airport. Anyways, have you ever participated in something like this?
You mean a battle that was more important than it should have been, or?
When it's so, it's so mixed. CQB and field battles, and different types of operations, different types of attempts. Both sides are trying to, like in chess. Actually, the war is chess. And something very, something very mixed, which included CQB. For audience, CQB is close quarter battle. It means very between the sides. This is by the way. This was one of normal things in Donetsk airport.
And we were talking offline about this. Normal soldier didn't used to be expected to fight CQB, which we used to call room clearing, right? So it is, you've got 12 guys and you got to clear a house or a building. You probably want more than that. And it calls for the highest quality marksmanship and teamwork and ability to improvise, what in the SEALs we used to call flow, right? So we'd stack up
flow.
Flow.
You call it flow?
Yeah, because we'd stack up on an entry point and we'd go. And assault elements had to constantly split up and regroup and split up and regroup. So if you normally had a shooting partner, and in the SEALs we always have, there's never just one, there's always two, but your training had to be so completely homogenous, everyone knowing exactly what to do. So when the units got mixed up, you could count on everyone working together and consistently doing the right things you have to do. And this would take place like that, folks. 90 seconds is like a week. It's like a week. It's sort of like sticking your hand over a candle. How long could you do that? And that's the point at which time it sort of slows down. And there are explosions going off. There's gunfire going off. Sometimes it's down here, downstairs. You have to be able to tell what was the noise that those weapons were making. Which weapon sounding which way fired the last shot? Did we get defeated on the third floor, or did we win the third floor? It's great to get on the radio, but you're already deaf, right? You're all thing. And then I say flow, right? Okay, this building's secure. We blow the wall and we go into the next building. And,
you blow the wall. I just didn't get what do you call flow? Flow, you mean building by building? Regrouping teams?
Yes. By what I meant for flow was the team constantly splitting apart and regrouping again. And we said flow because whether it was a ship or a building or even an airliner, a big airliner, believe it or not, folks, they've got multiple decks. You may never have seen them, but there's decks underneath that the unit could make an entry, get through the target, neutralize the bad guys, and come together and keep moving. So we call that flow. So for example, if we fast rope onto a ship deck, one team's going to hit the bridge of the ship, another team is heading down to get the engine room, If it's an ocean liner, you can imagine how many guys are going through and they're clearing every single compartment, stateroom, dining room, ballroom, every place on that ship has to be cleared. And in the case of CQB in a counterterrorism situation, you have to, it's surgical shooting and you have to be target discriminant, right? You don't need a SEAL team if there's all bad guys. You the harpoon missile, right? You don't need us. But if you've got good guys and bad guys mixed up together, then that's where the money comes. That, you know, that's where your training dollars. That's,
After what you told me, I just came to conclusions that you guys should. You know what I mean.
I do know what you mean, and you know, but I have been in some crazy places. I think the craziest place I ever was in was my first combat tour. I was a peacekeeper in Beirut, and it was the craziest place I have ever been in my life. And I won't bore you with stories, but it was Mad Max and the first 5 minutes of the Terminator movie, and it was like that every day. I used to tell people Beirut was like the last 10 minutes of Black Hawk Down every single day. That's what it was like.
Hey, Chuck, I know when you were in Beirut, you had to carry a mule around if you wanted to do any target designation for any ships to bring in any cover artillery fire. How different would Beirut have been with if you had drones?
Yeah, that's just it, folks. And a mule that Doc's talking about, it was the original Gen 1 laser designator. It was this contraption, you know. Now, you know, by the end of my career, I had a little thing on my rifle the size of a pack of cigarettes that did the same job that the mule did. And, you know, it was a mule because you needed one to carry it.
Yeah, 2 people carried it.
Yep, it was but you know what? It could do some amazing things. But like I said, replaced by something the size of a pack of cigarettes that you bolt on your rifle, does the same job.
Just very brief. Do you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Scruff, and then I want to move on to more.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna be very brief. Just wanted to thank MriyaReport and all the audience and all those people who contacted with the proposals of support. We got all birds in Ukraine. Those drones from Canada are all in Ukraine right now, and part of them are already on the front line.
And all those birds make a difference for reconnaissance and for loading munitions, all kinds of things. Scruff, I want to move on to George and Dr. Scott, and then we'll move on to Avdiivka. George, go ahead, please.
Hey, everyone. Good evening. Hey, Chuck. How's it? Nice to see you here.
Thank you, brother.
I was, you mentioned, Zelensky, and I know that it was mentioned on a space, but back when it happened. But Zelensky really sold the Bakhmut thing to the Putin, who remains a master strategist, by going to Bakhmut. He just rubbed that in Putin and Prigozhin's face, and they bit hard. Because ever since then, they've become even more obsessed in capturing Bakhmut. So I think it was a masterstroke by Zelensky to go there. Yes, it buoyed Ukrainian, what do you call it? Their spirits, their fighting spirits. It was good for the country. It was a good patriotic moment. But I think the main objective of it was to goad Putin and Prigozhin to become even more obsessed with it. You know, because now they want to capture it to show him, hey, you went there and we took it from you. And they're absolutely obsessed. They've become, you know, madmen with it. Pretty much like Stalin, like Hitler became with Stalingrad, right? And they're just throwing these guys, like you said, into an absolute meat grinder. And they're willing to do it to take 20 meters of territory a day. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think also that you know the public needs symbols, right? You you can't you can't tell, you know, the press can't put their arms around uh, you know, some obscure little town somewhere. They need a symbol, and they need a stage set. It's partly what's necessary for a politician to focus the attention of his people and the world. It's partly what the press needs to sell a story. And don't kid yourself, folks. First, you got to sell the story to the editor, right? And the editor is going to sell it to the network owner. They have a message, believe it or not. And sometimes your reporting, believe me, I know this, it's not on message for the publication, the paper, the network, whatever it is. But I think you're right. Zelensky masterfully made Bakhmut a symbol of Ukrainian resistance. Putin and Prigozhin, they took the bait. And again, you know, Russia's military is commanded by a person who wasn't in the military. Defense Minister Shoigu, he never served in the Department of Defense. He came from the Department of Emergency Services. And the generals that came up around him, beneath him, they're not generals either. They're not doing it. At least they're not fighting a war the way I was taught how to fight wars. That they're just not doing it, and they're also losing the political and they're losing the public relations battle. Because how can you sell a war of aggression? How can you sell the brutality, cruelty, and criminality of your troops? And it was a very interesting moment. I heard Colonel Jeff talking. I love the vision of watching Putin standing there as Premier Xi drives away in his limousine. I love Putin standing there like the dog that got left in the driveway. It's just perfect. And anyone who thinks that China is going to help Russia, man, you just saw the whole movie right there.
Yeah, I love that, Chuck. Like the dog who got left in the driveway. That is Putin, 100%. Damn, that's a good description. Let's just go to Dr. Scott, and then a quick PSA. Dr. Scott, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. This is my first time speaking on the space. I've been listening since the very beginning. And Bullet Points is one of my favorite shows or features. Chuck, the question I have is, you know, a couple weeks ago, we were just talking about it where we thought that the Ukrainian army would have to retreat at some point. And you've been stressing the mitten, both in Bakhmut and Avdiivka. And my question is, how are they going to get out when the H-32, if they have to retreat, when the H-32 is within artillery range? Is it the case that they don't have any motorized equipment? Are they all dismounted infantry, and they're just going to sneak out through the stands of trees? Or how are they going to retreat if they have to?
Those are great points. And to be honest with you, the H-32 in the vicinity of Bakhmut is pretty much already covered by Russian artillery. And the M03, as far as Privia, I say Privia. It's got two L's. Spanish is compelling me to say that. That too, well, that is in the hands of the Russians, and you can put at least 10 kilometers around the line of contact, and you can pretty much count on Russia covering that with artillery. So until you get to Konstantinivka or beyond that 10 kilometer range that mirrors the battle line, the lines of communication into Chasiv Yar and from Chasiv Yar into Bakhmut, it's a bit like the Ho Chi Minh Trail. There isn't just one road. There are scores of them, and by keeping those lines of communication and supply, by making sure that that there are multiples of them, that they are dispersed, that they are used at different times of the day and night. That's what keeps Bakhmut in play, and that's what keeps Chasiv Yar in play. So, in the event of a major reversal of fortunes here in Bakhmut, the roads are, and at that point, it's the terrain around from moving much farther, but I might say any farther. But in terms of what's going on in the battle space now, the H-32 and the M03, they're pretty much out of play already.
May I add
Gotcha.
something?
Thanks
May
so
I add
much.
something to your answer?
Yeah, Scruff, go ahead. Then
Uh,
back
I,
to
ju- I,
Dr. Scott for a
I just
follow-up.
wanted I just wanted to add something regarding the ways of withdraw if we have to leave Bakhmut. Eastern Ukraine is a place with just incredible number of the roads which you don't even see on the map.
Yeah, I would definitely say that as well. There are, I deal with the best maps I can lay my hands on, and there is almost right. I agree with you. There are an incredible number of roads, and I often look at the difference between the topographical maps, the battle maps, which are a little better than the topographical maps, and the satellite maps. And on the satellite maps, I'm constantly discovering pretty serviceable roads that aren't on any map.
You should take a look at special software which were made for Ukrainian army a few years ago. I will tell you in its name.
Yeah,
So
Scruff,
it has all of these paths.
Scruff, we may be talking about things we don't want to talk about here, but you and Chuck should talk about them one-to-one, right?
I agree, Scruff. Let's Scruff, you and I have a good back channel. Let's use that, my brother.
No problem. Bye.
Okay, very, very good. Chuck, I want to take a moment right now to remind folks about the importance of nutrition on the front line. Here at MriyaReport, we are raising money for Chef Zhenya this week. This week of April, it's a holy week for Ramadan, for the Holy Week of Easter, for Passover, and all of us are thinking about
what can we do for others? Well, there are no others. We're all united with Ukraine. So really, what can we do for Ukraine? One thing you can do is go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and give to Chef Jelenia. Why? Because Chef Jelenia is feeding the front line. That is Daryl's phrase. Chef Jelenia is feeding the front line. Thousands of meals going to Ukrainian soldiers every single day. Nutritious meals that are homemade give all the soldiers a taste of home. Not only does it give them a morale boost, it gives them the nutrition they need to keep doing what they need to do, defend Ukraine, take back the borders. The tweet about Chef Jelenia, Chef Zhenya, I'm sorry, I've been corrected, Chef Zhenya. I'm adding a syllable that doesn't need to be added. So go up into the nest, find the tweet about Chef Zhenya, follow it to the link, make a donation, or go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and give to Chef Zhenya. This is a very, very important thing for you to do. Feed the front line. The front line will be moving in the next few days, the next few weeks. Feed the front line tonight.
Alan,
And yeah, Doc, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention something, both from my background as a corpsman and as a chef. In our country, we kind of look at 2,000 calories a day as being what you need to live properly in battle, and especially in temperature extremes like they're experiencing right now, still, and the difficult weather, moving through mud, that sort of thing. These guys need more like 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day. And it's a team effort between what the government of Ukraine is doing, the partnerships and alliances that they've made to support the troops on the field, the individual efforts of the people that listen to us and support us here on Maria Report, that go to MriyaReport.org, that make that donation to one of the most worthy chefs I've ever encountered. And I look forward to meeting him, and he and I have begun a friendship that I hope lasts for quite a long time to come. And I can vouch for him 100%, as well as what we're doing here on Maria Report. So while we're saying this, I just want to encourage everybody to go to MriyaReport.org and consider helping out with this important fundraiser for a very worthy cause. I also want to thank all of the people that are new to Maria Report, that are telling their friends about it, that are coming up and talking in the space, that are sending us very kind DMs and asking questions. But I encourage you guys, if you have questions, they're good and valid. Please come up and bring them up. That's what we're here for. Alan, Silky Smooth, Chuck, as you know, once upon a time, I was a listener. And it took a while before I became that first time speaker, long time listener guy. And now here I am helping out in the way that I can these days as a co host. And it's amazing. So please, everybody, you're part of the family. Your voices are important to us. And continue to support More Soup for Ukraine, Chef Senya, and Maria Report. Thank you all very much. I love you guys very much.
Love you too, Doc.
Thank you, Doc. And as part of the family, we all gather together and share soup. That's what we're doing right here on Maria Report tonight. We are sharing soup. We're sharing soup with Ukrainian soldiers on the front line, thanks to Chef Zhenya. So please go to MriyaReport.org, tap the donate button, make a contribution. Find the tweet up in the nest, and I'll put it first, right after Chuck goes. But find the tweet about Chef Zhenya. Follow that tweet to the link that allows you to share the soup, the nutritional meals going to Ukrainian soldiers on the front. We can all partake. We can all break bread with Ukraine. That's why we're here. That's what makes us a community. So do that for me, for all of us here tonight. Do that tonight. Make a contribution. And thank you. Thank you so much. Break bread with us. Share soup with us. Support Ukraine with us. That's why we're here. So, Chuck, we have one more hand. It's Apaya. Please go ahead, and then we're going to move on to Avdivka. Apaya, go ahead, please.
Hi everyone. I have made a contribution just to let you know. I think it's very worthy cause. So the Ukrainians won't win without food, for sure. Proper food. It's incredibly important for morale, as far as I understand. So I encourage everyone to contribute. So I have a question for Chuck. It's about these UR-77s, which I've seen Russia use before, and they look spectacular. I mean, they're incredibly. The explosions are incredible, and I'm just wondering how effective these are. I mean, you have to be relatively close to the battle or to the front line to send them out, and they are originally mine clearing vehicles. So, I mean, I assume they have other ways of neutralizing mines for the counteroffensive. But do you have any comments about this kind of weapon? It looks really destructive and efficient.
Well, it makes quite a visual impression. And what a UR-77 is, folks, it is a modified armored personnel carrier. Of course, it doesn't carry personnel anymore. What it does is it is able to project what is essentially a fire hose that is filled with plastic Simtex or C4. It launches a rocket that travels about 300 or 400 meters. I think some of them can go farther. It trails this giant piece of, otherwise we call that det cord, rope made out of plastic explosives, but in this case it's about the size of a fire hose. The rocket hits the ground, the hose eventually hits the ground, and it explodes in a very long, big explosion. That explosion is designed to, of course, go to the ground and blow out anti-personnel and anti-vehicle, anti-armor mines that are within the blast radius, which is about 15 feet on either side of the explosive. In recent weeks, both the Ukrainians who have UR-77s themselves, they also have got the US-made analog, and I'm afraid I don't have the nomenclature for that right off the top of my head. But these are essentially engineering vehicles used by combat engineers to clean minefields. The Ukrainians have been using them recently in the vicinity of Bakhmut, angling them so that the Mark 8 hose is projected along a Russian trench line where it goes off, and of course that'll clear the trench. Again, those things look great on the battlefield, but I think their best utility is to be used with their, as they're supposed to be used, because it's great to launch one against a city block or a hospital, which the Russians were doing in Syria. They literally use these vehicles to destroy hospitals. But I think everyone who shoots one at an enemy soldier right now is going to wish he was shooting it at a minefield in the future. I don't know. That's my take on it. But I wouldn't want to be under one when it was fired.
So I believe all of these weapons that the Ukrainians, and they use them in Bakhmut today, they are all captured from the Russians, to the best of my knowledge. These these fire hose explosives, to use your description. UR 177.
It's UR 77 meteorite, I think. It's part of the Icelandic deal they have with Muscovy. So yeah. So but I assume or hope, like I share your concern that they're using it. They need to clear a lot of mines for the counteroffensive. So I hope they're clever enough to have enough for the counteroffensive. So I assume, but I guess we'll see. They'll use something else, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it might suggest, Peja, that the Ukrainians have better mine clearing vehicles than this particular weapon, and they will use those vehicles to clear mines. That's my guess. Meanwhile, they're improvising. Chuck, what do you think?
I think that's probably the best way to look at it. The other thing is you can modify the vehicle if you aim the projector slightly more vertically. It won't extend the mine clearance tool out a long distance, but you can get it to land closer to the vehicle, and then all of that explosive hose coils in on itself, so it lands in a big heap. And that is the manner that the Russians were using these weapons in Syria to destroy buildings. So I also think Ukraine knows that it's going to be needing to clear a lot of minefields here in very short order. I have a hunch that the vehicles that they were using against the Russians in Bakhmut, well, those were probably the ones that that were judged to be not as reliable as some of the others that are coming. So I think you're right, Alan, absolutely.
Abdullah and then George. Abdullah, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Alan. Hi there, Chuck. I haven't been following much when it comes to the war this month due to many things, but I just wanted to ask you, when can we expect the Russian culmination point? I know there's been a talk before Ramadan started that the Russians were nearing a culmination point in Bakhmut. Any development from that front? And also, if I may ask about the Chinese angle, as you know, and he's taking G's lies, hook, line, and sinker. Have we seen anything to tell us that the Chinese are not going to provide any weapons in the future, and where they're leaning? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Just let me summarize these questions for Chuck, because your audio was a little weak. Number one, what do we see for culmination of Russian forces in Bakhmut or elsewhere on the line of engagement? Number two, and this is a political question which we can address later, but do we expect China to really provide weapons to Russia in their war against Ukraine?
Well, let me take the China question first. And again, I'm not a geopolitical expert, but I did listen to Colonel Jeff. But I do think this. China, I think the meeting with Putin and China was an absolute disaster. literally the dog left in the driveway. That's how it ended. China does not want to see Russia in charge of Asia. China wants to see China in charge of Asia. I think President Xi went there to Moscow. He smells the whiff of desperation, and he's going to have to get a lot if he's going to throw in on the side of Russia and provide them with anything in terms of visible military support. I think China will probably be selling MiG-29 parts, knockoffs of knockoffs to Russia. I think that will all be sub rosa, but I just, at least for the foreseeable future, there isn't anything for China to gain by supporting Russia. I think the Chinese realize that Russia isn't going to win this war. I think China realizes that more and more that Russia can't win this war. They've lost 140,000 people in a year for a special military operation that was supposed to take 72 hours. Putin is a lot more desperate than he looks. And I don't think, China wants the whole world treating it the way it's now treating Russia. So to the culmination issue, I think again, Ukraine wants to fight it, because as soon as Ukraine doesn't want to fight a battle in Bakhmut, it can conveniently pull back to Chasiv Yar, which is, of course, right in the vicinity. This wouldn't even be much of a retirement. I think it's close enough that we could even say if the Ukrainians decide to start defending Chasiv Yar, that falls in under the rubric of shortening their defensive lines. Russia won't be able to take Chasiv Yar, folks. If it took them eight months to take Bakhmut, they're not going to be able to get over the hills and dales and open terrain that they're going to have to expose themselves to come to grips with the defenders of Chasiv Yar. In terms of Russian culmination, here's where I see that happening. I see that happening 14 days after Ukraine releases the spring offensive. Then I think we're going to see Russian forces truly culminated. And by that, I mean no longer able to offer resistance. And so why do I say that? Is that like a completely wishful thought? Put it this way. Imagine if Russia, fighting the Battle of Vuhledar, what happened to them in 2 days? Now, ask yourself what would happen if Ukraine pushed back at that point. What if Ukraine kept attacking the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade? They just started to our Russian listening guests. That is exactly what's going to happen to you in May. Exactly. You're going to get hit. You're going to get thumped. And then you're going to be trying to regroup with a top-down, confused helmet fire of a general staff. And they're going to be shouting orders into the microphone that nobody can answer because no one is going to be listening. They're going to be running higgly-piggly all over the place, trying to get away from the Ukrainian forces. And again, Battle of Vuhledar. Imagine that force that was defeated in Vuhledar. Now imagine it trying to pull its vehicles together. They're all gone. Its tanks together. They've all been destroyed. And trying to get those small unit commanders to counterattack. It just isn't going to happen. It is not going to happen.
So, Chuck, we have
Thank you so
just
much,
two
Chuck.
more. Thank you, Abdullah. Just two more hands, then on to Avdivka. So, Meta, and then George. Meta, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud
Yes.
and clear.
I've been updating my Android, so I hope you can hear me. Should
Yes,
I?
yes, we
Can you
can.
hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have 3 short. Calling from the most defensive country in the world, Finland. I want to congratulate you all for the wonderful work you do for Hope. I have 3 things about the Russian motivation for Bakhmut. I have another angle, and then I have one question for Chuck, and very short, 1 minute story about the Winter War. And then I have something to talk about PTSD, if it's okay. It takes 3 minutes. Is this okay?
It's wonderful. Please share. And I love Finland. Been there many times. It is a lovely, wonderful place with lovely, wonderful people who are now in NATO and welcome.
We are in NATO. It's such a relief. I've been, in this coalition party for my whole life, and we've been wanting this for 20 years. So it's wonderful. Sanna has done wonderful work, but she's not the one who's been driving NATO in the beginning. But it's okay. There's no Finn. Maybe a couple of percent in the Finnish society that is not for NATO, but it's wonderful news. It's such a relief. I know we have so much to give, but not to waste your time. I don't want to waste any time here in this platform. It's such a wonderful platform. So for the motivation. Everyone's thinking, why are they trying to take Bakhmut? Why are they trying to take Bakhmut? My father is a professor of the, something, and there's something called geographics, and there's lithium under Bakhmut. And have you ever thought about that? Like Prigozhin, the Wagner, he's all for the mines all the time. He's geopolitical monster. He knows where the diamonds are. He knows where the salt is. And there's lithium under Bakhmut. And surprise, surprise, Tesla uses lithium in their batteries. And it's such a coincidence. It's just something that might.
I just did that. Sorry.
Continue, Mehdi, but please be brief. Summarize your question, get to it, and we'll continue and provide you answers. That was just a Twitter glitch. So please unmute your mic, summarize your question, and we'll go forward. Mehdi, did you hear me?
You hear me? I hear you. Can
Okay.
you
Go ahead. I'm just asking you to please summarize your questions.
Okay, Chuck, there's something, you've been talking about Bakhmut defense and about the routes and everything, and it's not called fortress without a reason. They have a underground. When taking the center. What do you say about that? Because it's like they know every sewer, they know everything about Bakhmut. They've been there for 9 months.
Mehdi, I don't think we know everything about the urban battlefield inside Bakhmut.
Mm,
And
mm,
so I don't think we know about the underground possibilities for resistance. But if you mentioned you had three questions,
yeah.
we've had one. If you want to very concisely give us your next two, then we'll move on to additional hands.
Sorry, sorry. I'll stop. I'll have one more. Has a MriyaReport thought about the PTSD treatment? My grandfather fought in the Winter War with Simo Häyhä. He suffered from PTSD, and he told me a story when 10 kilometers from Helsinki, they did this. He told me every story and told me never to trust the Russian. And I don't want to see that in Ukraine ever. Even the civilians suffer from PTSD, and I think Chuck and everyone can understand that once you've been in these life-threatening situations, I hope there's something that is done about PTSD in Ukraine.
Yes, that's a very good question, Mehdi. We are in touch. MriyaReport.org is in fact in touch with veterans organizations and the Veterans Administration in Ukraine, specifically about PTSD, not just for veterans, not
Mm-hmm.
just not just for soldiers on the front lines, but also for their families and for civilians throughout Ukraine. And MriyaReport has been instrumental in helping Ukrainians meet with officials in the United States from the Veterans Administration and in Congress to discuss this very issue. And so it's something that we are aware of and are concerned about and are proceeding to help Ukrainians address PTSD in the future. And yes, this is a supremely important issue for the future. No
Thank
question.
you.
Thank you.
I'm okay now. Thank you so much for the time you spent with me.
Thank you very much, Mehdi.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. And thank you coming up as a first-time speaker. I really, really appreciate it. Chuck, we have two more hands, Raver and Jingu. Raver, go ahead.
Hey, Raver.
Hey, Jingu was ahead of me.
So we will reverse that. Jingu and Raver. Jingu.
Okay, so just to answer Abdullah's question. So view what happens today by Macron as the head, as the beginning. Okay, she is definitely going to double down for two reasons. Number one, basically today is a reinforcement. As I've been saying, she has been waiting for this moment. Okay, he's betting on the West would have the cracks in its alliance. There are people like Macron will keep doing these things. Okay, so expect today as a big reinforcement. That's number one. Number two, do not view, as I keep saying, never view China as if it's a one country thinking. View it as basically a bunch of the criminal mafia lords. They are in competition with each other. They are working to hold on to each other. Yes, inside the Chinese Communist Party, there are faction lords which are saying there's no way for Russia to win. Because of that, it's even more important for Xi to show that he believes otherwise. How do we know? like I said, if you study China, you need to take a look at its consistent institutional decisions in the past several years. So what happened in the past several years? She has basically stripping off the power from mother factions to concentrate the power into his own hands. Okay, which is exactly the reversal of the previous communist leaders. So that means she has a big stake to show he's right. He's right on everything. Remember, in communist regime, in a communist regime, if you step down, what waits you is something miserably terrible. Okay, so she is motivated to carry this to the extreme. As I keep saying, the base assumption should be she has been doing that. He will double down. He will continue to do that. Now, the thinking that there's nothing for China to gain, don't think like that. Okay, think this way. Because right now all the foreign investments are pulling out, she feels he has less and less to gain by engaging with the West. Now, French has thrown in something which is for him to think, okay, maybe I can play a different game, getting things from France, getting things from other European countries. But I know the door of the United States is closing. At the same time, what do I need? I need weapons, weapon technology, because I need to invade Taiwan at one point. Who can give me that weapon technology? Understand, for the last 2 decades, despite the fact China's relationship with Russia seemed to be warming, going to higher and higher level, Russia has always been the military technology know-how to China. Yes, the Russian weapon sucks compared to the West. However, to China, it's actually an upgrade. So therefore, by getting into the, let's say, OEM for Russia, with Russia providing the technology know-how to cheat us again, right? From the West, I gain nothing. From Russia, I got something I wanted. Well, that's a pretty good deal compared to every option available. The other thing is pay attention to where she sends his prime minister of China. The guy is definitely, she's lucky. Now, in previous communist regimes, the prime minister is kind of a internal balancing power to the party boss. But in this, she's third term, he has made the prime minister his obedient lackey. And where did that go? Did that guy go? He went to a city called Zhuzhou. Okay, he said we need to seize the opportunity and grow our economy. Well, this sounds pretty well, right? But you need to know what Zhuzhou is. Zhuzhou doesn't have private enterprise. Zhuzhou is where in China all the military arsenals, artilleries, tanks are made. So he is there to make an arrangement. So now imagine a scenario, okay? So all of a sudden, China got its military technology it could not otherwise get from Russia, okay? Because Russia is in desperation. Russia needs to get something. So China said, okay, I'm going to use my production base to produce these things in OEM for you. Oh, by the way, we're going to make arrangements so these things will be shipped to you, maybe through Iran or North Korea, because you know what, they're sanctioned to death, right? What's more for them to lose? Are you agreeable to that? So that's something for us to think about. The other thing really to pay attention to, almost every Western media is losing sight of the big bridge between China and Russia. It's actually Manchuria. So China started building that bridge with Russia. The initial proposal was, let's build a bridge together. Russia wasn't lukewarm. Then China said, okay, I build your side for you. I build my side, but how about you foot half of the bill? Russia was again very lukewarm. In the end, she built a bridge, paid for everything. Then Russia left that bridge unused for about 2 years. Okay, Now understand, she has been in power for 10 years now. All of a sudden, in 2022, Putin sent his high government deputy to the bridge for its commencement ceremony. And today, that bridge is packed. That bridge has the daily throughput of 3,000 tons. And that bridge is packed, which means every month there are 3,000 tons of goods going to Russia in big container trucks. And you know what? It's packed. Okay. So all these are the data points to know, will that change what's happening in Bakhmut? I kind of doubt it. Will that create variables? The base assumption should be the Chinese are doing that. Okay. Anything thinking that the China doesn't want this and doesn't want wishful thinking. She is definitely going to keep China doing that. It's vital to its survival inside the Communist Party. It's vital for him to drive to this called a peace. Okay, understand what does that mean? It means something like the North Korean nuclear negotiation, right? So it's a never-ending negotiation involving all the parties. China will always come out to say, we want peace, right? We want everybody to commit to a solution. That under the table, it will be undermined and undermined, right? China has always been driving for non-nuclear future in the Korea Peninsula. After 2 decades, what happened? Finally, North Korea had nuclear bombs, right? China has been involved, using that to in the negotiation to cut all kinds of deals for itself. Exactly the same, maybe to a larger scale, to happen is in what's in Xi's mind. Will she be able to pull it off? Let's not bet on it, but he will make every effort to turn it into a reality. And all these should be the base case assumptions. Please do not assume that he has any good intention. Like I keep saying, oh, people are saying, well, China needs market share. Screw market share. Okay? Screw market share. All those people in the Chinese Communist Party believing market share is important, they are thrown onto the sideline by Xi, if not into the jail. Okay? That's my point.
Shingu, I want you to stay with us because I want to come back to these points and
Sure.
engage with
Sure.
you. But I want to return just now to Ukraine. I want to take Raver's question, then Chuck and the panel need to move on to Avdiivka. But your discussion of China is intriguing. And there are so many points I want to take up with you, not only about
Sure.
Xi, but about China's relationship with Russia, and what I would say China does. It says, flip a coin. Heads we win, tails you lose. And that means China wins
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
full time. Just a minute, Doc. And so, Xingu, I do want to come back into this discussion because I think it's important and it does relate to Ukraine. But right now, on to Raver, and then with Chuck, and then on to Avdiivka. Raver, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, Chuck, are you there?
Good man.
Hey, good evening, brother. So, reading your daily posts and other sources as well, looks like the Russians are really doubling and tripling down on trying to take back Bakhmut. And obviously they want it for political reasons, but I think the uptick, and I want your opinions on this, is because Russia is starting to get desperate that they're going to end up trapped in this never-ending fight for Bakhmut when they're going to need those resources elsewhere when the Ukrainian boot starts looking for Russian asses to kick. And I'm just wondering how you think about this uptake being kind of like an extinction burst as Russia's trying desperately to get the city and then dig in so they can relocate resources to other areas.
that's interesting, but Russia's kind of playing this mugs game in Bakhmut because they are paying a ridiculous price for the 10 or 15 meters they're gaining at a time. So, and I also look at it this way. Let's say that they, tomorrow morning, Russia has all of the city of Bakhmut. It just doesn't gain them anything. Because as long as Ukraine holds Chasiv Yar, those two highways in and out of Bakhmut, they mean absolutely nothing. But something, I do agree with you. Look, Russia would like some sort of, they'd like to put a cherry on top of this and serve up a happy news story. In the Moscow Times, they would really like to do it, and I like to remind them, look, May Day's coming up, and you know what? I don't think you're going to be liking the news. You're a victory at Bakhmut, I can't even call it that. An adjustment of Ukrainian lines in Bakhmut is not going to gain Russia anything. And that they're losing enough people every day in Bakhmut that it weakens the whole sector around it. I mean,
and I absolutely think that say through the middle of February, Russia was probably at least trying to broadcast, even if they didn't believe it, about where the challengers and the leopards are going to show up, and they're desperate to get out of this fight because even though they've been losing a lot of men, they've also got a lot of artillery tied up, a lot of air defense, a lot of EW that they think that they're going to need in other sectors when the Ukrainian boot falls. And that's been my read on the situation. And I don't think they've been offensively minded in Bakhmut other than taking the city, not as a springboard, for some time now. I think they're starting to get desperate, which is why we're seeing this burst of activity.
Yeah, I think so as well. And here in May, the Russians are going to discover, if they didn't already know, how you take a city. And you take a city by punching through north and south of it and converging to the east of it. And boy, I think that's what they're going to be looking for. I also think there's a certain, there is a certain part of the Russian army that realizes that as the Ukrainians are building up their forces and preparing them and mustering their logistics and getting all their ducks in a row for this spring offensive, Russia is preparing for the spring defensive, or they better be, because they're going to be losing some territory. And I don't see Russia not having net losses at the end of the summer.
Thank you, Reaver. On to Dennis, and then on to Avdivka. Dennis, go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. I have a question for Chuck and Scruff. The question is on terrain and electronic warfare. But to add some context, when the Ukrainians began their counteroffensive on the right bank of Kherson in late August of 2022, they succeeded, but it took them some time, mainly because the terrain in Kherson on the right bank of the Khersonsk Oblast, it was difficult, like with all the irrigation, on all the tank traps, and also because the Russians sent all their best units to Kherson, which caused them to lose Kharkiv. But fast forward 7 months later, we're on this looming counteroffensive in Zaporozhye, and what I was wondering was how different is the terrain in Zaporozhye, and how much of a difference will it make compared to how the first counteroffensive went in Kherson. Now, the second question is electronic warfare, and maybe Scruff could answer this question. If not, I totally understand. When the when the shit hits the fan and they go and they start beginning the offensive, they're going to need ISR, intelligence, and all that good stuff, and drones. But if the how difficult is the electronic warfare environment for the Ukrainians when they need to send in the drones to do everything? That's all I have. Slava Ukraini.
Royal Slava. Chuck, go ahead.
Well, I would defer discussing about the electronic warfare environment, but I would like the air defense environment, like local artillery superiority, like local combat superiority, like massing your forces at the point of attack. The electronic warfare situation can be varied throughout the line of contact. So there are means by which Ukraine can improve its own electronic warfare capabilities at the point where ISR activities are being carried out, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And that's something that can change, in the course of an afternoon. You need the situation to go your way during the period of the missions you're flying. I'll also say this, but in the last week or so, in virtually every report from the Ukrainian General Staff, anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 Russian electronic warfare areas, systems have been targeted on a daily basis. So the EW, the Russian EW threat, we talk about you got a precision strike munition. It has to go through basically a targeting committee, right? Somebody, that artillery boss in that sector is getting requests all the time for calls for fire, and he is prioritizing the targets. And one thing I have always noticed, Russian air defense systems and Russian electronic warfare systems, they are high priority targets. And so I think, that's the EW situation. Regarding combat around Zaporizhzhia, you know what? There's going to be multiple prongs in this offensive. Russia doesn't know where the hatchet's going. But I will say this, without fail, there is going to be a battle of Melitopol. And without fail, Ukrainian forces at some time in the future, they are going to be driving south for the Sea of Azov. And when they get there, that is going to be the beginning of the end of this war. It won't be the end of this war, but it is going to be what history is going to see as a turning point. It isn't just Bradleys and Leopards and Abrams that are arriving on the Ukrainian scene and are going to make a difference. They will make an incredible difference, and probably the Bradley more than any other vehicle, because for much of the Russian armor in this battle space, if a Bradley gets off the first shot, and you get off the first shot by having better sensors, which the Bradley does, it can take out almost every main battle tank that Russia has in the field. That's just a Bradley. And as much as that increases the combat capability of the Ukrainian forces, look, there are EW systems coming in there. There are updated reconnaissance systems. All these other magic toys, they are also arriving on scene. Unheralded, underreported, but thank God. But they are definitely in the AIDS packages, and that is going to change the scope of this.
It's going to change the war in Ukraine's favor. No question about that. Latin, go ahead, please, and welcome up.
Yeah, thanks, Alan, and hey, Chuck. I wanted to mention something that friend of the space Misfit just posted a video that I had not seen yet. I got the impression that it was released probably it's another area of capability that we've touched on it before. It's something that I think the Ukrainians are definitely working on. This video is the clearest confirmation I've seen so far of where they're going with this, and it's heliborne operations. We had seen dribs and drabs of video coming out of starting in the winter of them doing training with the United States. There were some images back in February that were clearly with the United States because probably in Europe, but they were training on Chinooks, on larger helicopters. And then we started to see a lot more of them training on their own helicopters. I'll actually pass it on to both of you, Alan and Chuck. And Chuck, just maybe if you could, I'd love to hear your thoughts on, I know we've touched on it before, but on the potential for this type of warfare, especially with the kind of fixed defensive positions that the Russians are really relying on. I've really got the feeling that the video, by the way, shows the largest level of helicopter operation, or it's training, right? But the largest level of it that I've seen thus far. When you see Chuck, you'll see clearly it's not a special operations type of use of helicopters. These are much larger formations, much larger movement of at night.
Yeah, I was when you said that large scale movements. You know, movies would give you the impression, folks, that it's only special operations forces. It's tier 1 units. They're the only guys that use helicopters, and that isn't the case. The U.S. Army has airborne forces, and those are guys that jump out of airplanes, and it has air assault units, and those are guys who ride into battle on helicopters. And you can move a lot of people very quickly on the battlefield using those helicopters. Of course, that means the Ukrainians are going to have to influence the air defense posture of the Russians along a certain space of the battlefield for the amount of time it takes to get the helicopters close to the battlefield, cross the line, put their forces down, and get the insertion platforms out. But Latin, you hit it right on the head. That's something the Russians have got to worry about right now, because those are the kind of forces inserted. I'm not going to tell you the distance, but a certain distance behind the lines, well-trained, well-supported troops operating with concrete objectives in mind in the middle of the night. That I promise you those operations are going to happen. And right across the line, here come the Leopards, here come the Abrams, here come the Bradleys, and that mechanized force will link up with that air assault force, and they will wash, rinse, and repeat. And it's going to be a glorious thing.
Latin, go ahead with the follow-up, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Just a quick follow-up. I just sent it to both of you, Alan and Chuck. It's possible you might have seen it before, but I do get the Misfit posted it 4 hours ago, so I got a feeling it's fairly new. It's comes from the Ministry of Defense. It's well produced. Definitely has the impression of, judging by the conditions and the foliage, that this is much earlier training as well. This has been going on for a while. And I think, Chuck, that you're absolutely correct about the biggest challenge that they're going to face in this kind of operation is the air defense environment. But it seems to me that, their helicopters are not as capable of nighttime operations as what you would see with American helicopters, where it would be across the fleet you would have forward-looking infrared capabilities that the kind of stuff you really need to operate fully at night and in adverse weather. But I know that they use night vision goggles. They're using the capabilities that they are able to get a hold of, and I suspect that's how they're going to mitigate. Again, this is all public, open source. We're not giving away anything here, but that this is how they're going to mitigate that threat. I think is combination of the low level and nighttime flying, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the first successful use of these kind of tactics. I think it's going to be widespread. This latest video, I think when you look at it, you'll agree that they're sending a very clear message that the scale of what's coming is going to be pretty impressive.
Yeah, I just watched it. Thank you for sending it. And you know, and actually, what strikes me, Ukraine and the Russians as well, and variants, and they have one door. You know, they have a rear door, but you know, you can't fly with it open, and they've got one door on the port side, and you know, all that looks good on paper, but with two doors, or three in fact, on some American helicopters, you can get out port and starboard, and you can get out the back door. And it, you know, it takes a little while longer to debark your troops, but you've got some really good Ukrainian pilots. I mean, guys that were flying in and out of Mariupol during the siege. That, you know, that to me was astounding. You know, lest we forget that earlier in the war, we had Ukrainian Mi-24s, Heinz. They were raiding into Russian cities. They were flying strike missions across the border. So they've got some talented NVG wearing pilots. And, you know, and then to me, you can have all the Gucci gear. And I almost look at it this way: the deeper the target that you want to hit with heliborne forces, the better your night vision capabilities have to be. And, you know, the better the aviators. You know, at SEAL Team 6, we got to work with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. I can't tell you how good these guys could fly. They're incredible. And they could do a hover between ship stacks on a ship moving on the open ocean in an absolute blacked out night. I've seen them fly backwards. It just incredible. So in a larger scale heliborne operation, you know, you can have pathfinder elements. They can get in there first. They can set up, demarcate, and secure the landing zone, and they can be followed on by helicopters, maybe that don't have the best night vision gear, but it's good enough to get there and get a foothold in that landing zone. But looking at that film, and I'm very glad you sent it, look, that is the message that Ukraine is telling Russia. And I like their style, because there are people at the FSB looking at that video right now, and it's what they call an indication and warning, right? Ukraine is telling the Russians born forces, and that is a good thing, because those guys are going to be sowing confusion and consternation in front of the main blow, and that is what they're there for. That is great.
So, Latin, I will look at the tweet you shared, but Chinooks are not in Ukraine at the current time, right?
No, absolutely not. That was earlier in the winter. It appeared to be training in Germany. Those were definitely U.S. Army aviation Chinooks. And just to Chuck's point on the helicopters that Ukraine does have, it's a combination of different variants of MIL Mi-8 and Mi-17s. Chuck's right that the earlier models in particular, now the later Mi-17 variants, they actually do have ramps, just like some of the American helicopters. But what they do with the older ones that have like a clamshell opening in the back, that what they do is a lot of operators of that type is they actually just remove those two doors. And we've seen some of that with some of the video that was released a few weeks ago of Ukrainian soldiers training on fast roping off of the back of some Mi-8s. That's how they were configured. They had removed the doors. And as you know, Chuck, I think you may have had probably some encounters or some knowledge of that family of helicopters. They're extremely tough and reliable. And I mean, eventually it would be great to see the Ukrainians with Chinooks and Blackhawks, but with the experience of the crews they've got, with night vision goggle capability and just the robustness of those airframes, it's a good combination. I think that.
Yeah, and there's there's another player in here too. Is the Hind variants. You can put 8 riflemen in the back of a Hind, and so it is it is a platform itself that can insert troops and support them. And you're right. They're those modifications. I've seen those as well, removing those doors. And you know what? You got one door, you just get out a little faster. But I think this was an important. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, that video was great, and it's for consumption of a lot of people. Good on them. Good looking piece of video.
Thank you, Latin. Raver, please go ahead.
Yeah, so Latin, I'm sorry I'm jumping in here like this. The biggest threat to the air assault forces isn't actually air defense. That can be suppressed. The big thing, as we saw, like Hotsimol, as history teaches us from Market Guard, is heavy forces. So if Ukraine's going to be doing any type of vertical envelopment on a large scale, they're probably going to launch that after they've achieved a breakthrough so that they know they can relieve those forces. Air assault troops are light infantry, especially since Ukraine won't have command of the air, which means the Russians will have more when it comes to tanks and artillery. And so that's the big threat. And so this video, I haven't seen it. Maybe Ukraine trying to do some deception to get Russia to begin putting those reserves where they think the air assault might come in and then be out of position for other things. And then if the air assault does go in, I think it'll go in after the Ukrainians have achieved a breakthrough with the blocking forces so that they can be more easily relieved.
Yeah, when I see a heliborne operation, I am still thinking, surgical strike. I mean, air assault school. I never went to air assault school. I can't even imagine working with that many guys. You know what I mean? But you give me 40 guys and you put me behind the lines, I could do a lot of good. And that's just a couple of loads, Raver. As you know, you can strike a target. You might not have to seize it.
Absolutely, Chuck. But now increase that to 400, and you've got 3,000 person heavy brigade coming down on you. You can't just kind of filter away into the woods. The Russians got absolutely brutalized a Hotsimel when heavy forces hit them.
You're right, absolutely, and that's what I meant about. I didn't go to air assault school, so, and I'm with you. I wouldn't put 3,000 troops anywhere where they couldn't be. I don't even want to say relieved, where they weren't part of a heavier strike package. But it's a great demonstration that Ukraine is showing that they've got heliborne mobility.
Latin, go right ahead.
Hey, to Raver's point, I'm gonna delve a little bit, steer a little bit out of my lane into the ground warfare side, because from what I understand of a history of airborne and heliborne or air mobile operations, yeah, generally those are lighter equipped infantry. So at some point, they're either there to achieve a specific purpose and then pull out, or they have to be relieved, like you said. So we'd expect to see very coordinated activity with other elements, ground elements of the Ukrainian military, which is easier said than done. I think, Chuck, you'll agree. And well, Raver, you got a military background as well, but from what I understand, that kind of coordination, that'd be what they were trained. That would be what they've been preparing for. It's much easier said than done. But just from my perspective, the thing that I keep thinking what I was thinking when I watched that video was, I've got this image of these very masses of very poorly trained Russian conscript, Wagner, whatever the hell they are, that have been they've been drilled into them and fixed into their minds the idea of these fixed locations, these fixed defensive positions. Look that way, the enemy's that way. But if suddenly, and especially at night, the enemy or some of the enemy is behind you, and with that level of training, the very primitive level of training that they've got, that's a recipe for chaos on the Russian side. It seems to me.
No, you're right on.
So if I may, you're absolutely right, especially with the Mobics at the front. But at some point, Russia is going to be building. I mean, we know their doctrine is going to be building armored reserves to respond to whatever Ukraine does, and that's where the airborne troops can get into trouble. Especially, like you said, go back to Market Garden, go to Hotsamel. Airborne troops are going to have a hard time fighting longer than about 3 days for supply, logistics, just sheer fatigue. And so you've got to make sure that if you pull the trigger on an air assault operation, you've already got your relief moving, because if your breakthrough force gets stopped, something goes sideways, and all of a sudden you can't get to your airborne troops, they've got about 3 days and they're dead. And I think Ukraine knows that firsthand because they did it to the Russians. And so I would be looking for that type of air assault operation to seize crossroads or put blocks to do that vertical envelopment after the Ukrainians have already busted the line somewhere.
Well, I would agree with 98% of that, which I guess means I agree completely. And I agree with you. 3 days is even a very long time to be fighting without support. But I think, like you said, though, to me, heliborne operations contiguous to maneuver warfare elements, I think that can work, and especially if the goals are modest. You're not Market Garden didn't work, right? It was a bridge too far. It was everything that was wrong there. But if you've got targets that are going to be addressed by heliborne troops, they are contiguous to the immediate objectives of the big army maneuver warfare elements, then I think that's a good thing. And Raver, you're right. I don't argue with an army guy who knows what he's talking about.
And so, Latin, just before you go, does Ukraine have these heliborne assets we're talking about in sufficient force? I'm not sure they do. Chuck?
I had commented earlier that there were, I looked at some of the training in Britain, Salisbury training sites, and I think I dismissed some of it, and I thought, look, that's a great way for the graduation exercise. It's a good morale booster. You get the troops in and out of helicopters. But I don't want to sell that capability short, because Ukraine has got some really seriously good special operations forces, and they've got some pretty motivated infantry as well. To me, a helicopter is just something that's it isn't gonna itself win the battle. It might help you win a local engagement, and it's just a ride. You've got to get the troops onto the objective. It's got to be a reasonable objective that can be actualized by the force you bring there, right? So SEAL platoon isn't very big. You're going to hit a target with a SEAL platoon. It's first of all, you've got to get us in there. We've got to hit the target and seize it. And the most important thing for a SEAL platoon is surprise, right? It's that we can be extremely furious on contact. We can overwhelm the enemy at that point. But just as Raver was saying, a SEAL platoon can't hold an objective. It can seize one, but we can't hang on to it very long. We've got to get relieved. And I think it's pretty good, though, that Ukraine is showing, tipping its hand a little bit. We've got this capability, because there's going to be lots of points on the battlefield that are going to be point target objectives that will facilitate actions of these larger units. And that there's that whole difference between special operations not existing for itself, not the gee whiz Gucci gear, here we are, look at my new beret. It's what special operations forces and what special operations troops capabilities, what can they do to help the main effort, right? The big army effort. And I think Ukraine is going to be really good because it's very careful with its troops. It's going to be very good about maximizing the impact of those special operations forces and making that effort, a fulcrum point in some cases to the success of local efforts. So got smart, good general officers in Ukraine, and I know that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, so special operation forces and SEAL teams, which are special operation forces, are all about surprise. And when you spring a surprise on an enemy, the question is, how does the enemy respond to that surprise? Surprise is all important. But Latin, go ahead. We should talk a bit more about these heliborne assets Ukraine may or may not have.
Sorry, Alan, you cut out there. Was that a question for me?
Yes. If you can hear me, Latin, I'm
Yep,
saying we should talk about these heliborne assets that Ukraine may or may not have.
Sure. But before I mention them, I can talk more to the aviation side, the rotary wing side of it. But I really wanted to mention, I really liked Raver's reference to a market garden. We don't have to get into, it's a bit of a sidebar now, but anybody who's interested in how these kind of operations can play out. I mean, back then it wasn't helicopter, but Google it. And actually, the movie A Bridge Too Far, I will say without any shame, it's recommended. From the historical and the entertainment point of view, it's really good, pretty accurate. And Raver, what you said was really, really reminded me of that particular battle, because I think part of what happened there, and this relates directly to what might happen in future upcoming counteroffensive operations in Ukraine, is that on the Allied side there was maybe a bit of hubris, but there was certainly poor intel, where they felt that a certain point along that river and those border those river crossings, that they were going to be encountering old men and Hitler Youth. And it turned out to be not the case at all. They actually encountered some very hardened SS units. Now, so for Ukraine, that's going to be, and maybe Chuck, you might have, I'd love to hear what you think on this. The intelligence side of it is going to be critical. If they're exposing some more mobile units further behind the lines, they're going to have a pretty good idea of what they're going to encounter.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. They're and thus far, Ukraine's intelligence has been vastly superior to Russia's, and of course, that is underpinned by orbital platforms that are gathering lots and lots of intelligence. And in the case of Ukraine, human intelligence that can confirm and triangulate what the orbital stuff is seeing, because you can't see everything from orbit. But when you've got partisans on the ground who you can task them with confirmation, and the intelligence is piling up for the Ukrainians right now. They are still in the process of determining where the blow is gonna land. And as an adjunct to that, the Special Operations Forces, and I've been involved in doing this. What are targets adjacent to this thrust that Special Operations Forces can contribute to? And I've done a lot of work like that, planning. General, Admiral, we can, here's these 5 targets. Here are operational plans. Here's what I think I could do in 24 hours, 36 hours, whatever. So yeah, agree with you completely.
Latin, go ahead, please.
Okay, Alan, thanks. Just to answer your question that you were asking about assets. So as far as I know, and somebody else may have more info on as far as the ground forces, we know that the Ukrainians are establishing new units and building up the force for these counteroffensive operations. Whether any of them have been specifically tasked with this kind of operation, I don't know. What's clear from the video is that some of them are going through this training, and the most recent video that we're talking about tonight is the first one that I've seen that shows a scale that is larger than what I've seen before. So I think that's the direction we're going in. As far as the rotary wing assets, the primary platforms, the only real platforms they have is these ones we've been talking about, the Soviet era Mi-8s, Mi-17s. They are how many they have, we don't know for sure. Because with Ukraine, whenever you're talking about air assets, it's always in the background is the fact that they've got a lot of airframes that are sitting around that became unserviceable at a point in the last 20 years or so, and with a very decent overhaul facility for most of them, where they can bring a lot of them back. So the answer for me would be, you look at anything on paper prior to 24 February 2022, I'd say you can probably add to that number. And they also have, as Chuck said, the Mi-24s, which is that's much more of a niche capability as far as transportation. It's got that small cabin behind it, so that's more like special operations, like a smaller squad of infantry. So I think they're okay. I think they've got what they need, and in a perfect world, they would have Chinooks, right? But they don't. I don't think there's any sense speculating about that. I mean, you never know, right? But I don't think there's any indication that anything like that is in theater. So they're gonna do this with what they have, and what they have is adequate. They can do it.
Yeah, and I'd point out that video we looked at, it was the biggest heliborne operation I'd seen that Ukraine practicing, but on the big scale of things, it wasn't that big. I think we're probably looking at 100 guys there, and that would, that could still be a special operations target. I mean, that would be kind of a big force for spec ops, but if we were supposed to grab and keep a bridge for, I don't know, I don't want to hold it longer than 12 hours, but that force we saw operating those helicopters, it would be adequate for that kind of a job. So, interesting, and we don't know. And I also agree with you. And Latin, one more thing I'd like you to speak to. It's great to be roaring around in 20 helicopters, but the air defense situation has got to be right. And I need some localized air parity, don't you think, to pull off an op like that?
Yeah, ideally you're getting somewhere near air superiority. I mean, if the U.S., NATO does that, that's what they're trying to achieve, at least in the area where that operation is happening. I'll just mention quickly the two aspects of this that they're related, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on the aviation side, as I often do, but I'll try to control myself. But as part of this, that's going to be happening in the near future. Other than the rotary wing, which is this aspect that we're looking at, which is really interesting, and we don't have the full picture there, but something's happening there. There's the two other elements that I see is the air to ground and the air to air. The air to ground is interesting. They have been the Ukrainians through their social media channels, the official channels, they've been signaling some very interesting things that I watch very closely over the last few weeks, and they've been signaling quite a bit as far as their Su-24, their primary strike platform. They've been letting us know and letting the Russians know that something's happening there. That aircraft is going to be playing a very interesting role. I've said before that I think that is one of the most likely platforms for delivery of JDAMs. I don't know. I think the last time we spoke, Chuck, there had not yet been official confirmation of operational use of JDAMs, and we have that now. What we have not seen is, and we probably don't need to, but pictures of what they've integrated with, because that'll give us some idea of the kind of where they can deliver these, how far, and other parameters. So that's on the air to ground, and they've also got their shorter range, their tactical air, their Su-25s, which can also, I think, be useful with JDAMs if they've decided to go that way. I think the area that troubles me the most is the air-to-air, and that's what we've been hearing from the pilots from the beginning of the war. They're going to be moving forward with these operations up with their legacy Soviet aircraft, their MiG-29s, their Su-27s. They will not have the range of missile and radar to effectively take on the Russian combat air patrol. I believe that the Ukrainian pilots will push forward when needed to try and open up space. They also have that suppression of enemy air defense capability, which will be useful. But they are still at a disadvantage when it comes to their Russian equivalent, the Russian combat air patrol, their fighters. And that's on us, right? That's on the West. We allowed that situation to be where it is now because we didn't move fast enough on getting them combat aircraft. So that's where we're at. The only thing that could help mitigate that, I think, and Raver was talking about this earlier, or not Raver, Goldman was talking about this earlier. We may have seen a peak of this with the Su-34 shoot down a couple of weeks ago, would be some of their more long range surface-to-air missile systems like S-300, some of which are quite mobile. They're on very mobile platforms. Being able to push forward as Western systems are backfilling a little bit on more fixed defensive positions. So that could help open up some airspace. But unfortunately, for the Ukrainian fighter aircraft, they're going to be doing this at a disadvantage. I don't doubt their courage. I did a thread earlier today, kind of making some comparisons with the 1982 war in the South Atlantic. I think there are some comparisons to be made. I think the big one for this situation is I think of the Argentine pilots that were flying low-level attack missions against the British fleet, knowing that they were at a disadvantage. But they did it. They were professionals. They threw themselves into it, and they took losses. And unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. Let's be clear-eyed about that. The Ukrainian Air Force, because of our failure to give them the aircraft that they needed, will suffer more losses of aircraft and precious, not just on a human level, but on a professional level, precious, trained, experienced aircrew because of that failure. But they will throw themselves into the battle. I have no doubt.
Wow, that was perfectly put, Latin. I agree with you. Ukraine is not ready to get in an air superiority fight. They don't have the tools. They don't have the airframes. They don't have the right missiles. And somehow Ukraine has made it work though by blunting Russian frontal aviation. And they've done that because 25% of the world's Stinger missiles are in Ukraine. But that sort of defensive posture on the part of the Ukrainians, that means that I don't see how Ukraine can solve these maneuver elements are going to be undertaking offensive operations, at which I think they're going to be doing really well. but I think there's going to be a supporting arms vacancy there, and that is that through no fault of its own, Ukraine is going to have a really hard time delivering close air support. To back up those maneuver elements. Do you see that shortfall happening as well?
Yeah, this concerns me a lot because as soon as they move forward, I suspect that the more advanced Russian tactical aviation, they're more modern platforms with precision guided capability that have been hesitant so far in this war. I think that there's always the possibility they will remain risk averse. That would be phenomenal. I find it hard to believe that if the Ukrainians are making real advances, that element of the Russian Air Force won't respond. If they do, that needs to be countered by the Ukrainians. And if the Ukrainians counter with their aircraft, then those Russian tactical aircraft will be covered by their combat air patrol, and that's where the disadvantage is. That Russian combat air patrol has greater reach than the Ukrainian combat air patrol, and the Ukrainian combat air patrol is operating at the front line almost exclusively at low level, which puts them at a greater disadvantage. So, depending on how widespread, how big the aerial engagements are, it can go in many different directions. It very quickly, just like on the ground, becomes a very fluid situation. And a lot of this will depend on I think that's when you really see the other factors that are not technical. The dedication, the drive of the people involved, and in this case of the Ukrainian pilots, to press home attacks despite a disadvantage, because the Russians can't shoot them all down. I mean, that's kind of the brutal truth of it. And at least they will have the advantage of, if they have to eject, it'll be over, let's call it relatively friendly. For the impression I get is that in the occupied areas, there's a pretty good chance if they eject, they'll encounter friendly civilians. At least some chance of that, which is better than having to eject over enemy territory. But to be clear, the Russians will experience losses once these operations start. If there's a determination that air power will be pushed forward with the ground forces to provide air support and air cover, both sides are going to be experiencing, I think, probably the worst losses we've seen so far in the air war. And unfortunately, I can't say the Ukrainians are in the advantage.
Yeah, and it's funny. We circle back to helicopter-borne operations and combat search and rescue. It is nice and romantic, but to put the real brutal truth on it, folks, that pilot is extremely valuable. And pilots, in my estimation, are even more. They're more valuable than the aircraft they fly. So these are national assets for Ukraine. They are really needed because it isn't just this war. Ukraine is going to have to live with the wounded Russian bear for the next 100 years. And it needs an air force, and it's going to need air sovereignty as well.
So, Chuck, I was about to say the same thing. The pilot is more important than the aircraft. And we've seen that in every single war, where from World War II in the Pacific, especially, and into this war. But I also want to thank you for all of your time tonight, and we'll let you go. I'll see you tomorrow with Doug London, and maybe I'll see you over the weekend. But I really appreciate your time tonight. Not to give away too much information, but a root canal, which Chuck enjoyed today. A root canal is nothing to laugh about.
We used to say pain is good and extreme pain is extremely good, but it isn't as good as I remember. So,
Hey, Chuck, Alan. So,
yesterday I spent the day with a friend of mine helping her out, who, because of some other health issues, had to have 18 teeth removed without anything other than local anesthesia.
Oh,
18. And toughest woman I've ever met in my entire life. I'm a firm believer that women can handle pain more than men. Chuck, Alan, grateful to be here again tonight. I've got a storm over me right now that's been giving my Twitter fits all night, so I couldn't participate as much as I want. I keep dropping out. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know, but I enjoyed the show very much. And as I'm leaving, and Will's going to come up and take over for me since this phone and weather is not cooperating. I did want to drop one thought towards Latin, and I haven't been able to hear Latin, but Twitter, thank you very much. We're seeing more aircraft coming into Ukraine from Poland, the MiGs and whatnot, but not increased air sortie activity. So are they holding these back for the coming offensive? That's my thought. Anyway, good night. Love you guys all. Thank you so much. Support MriyaReport.org. More soup for Ukraine. Chef Zania is doing a wonderful job, and all of you are making some really great things happen. So grateful for you all. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Chuck. And Chuck, see you tomorrow with Doug London. I think it is tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I'm
it
looking
is.
forward to it.
It'll be great, Ellen, and I thank you. Thanks for another great show, everybody. Thank you for the great questions, and tune in tomorrow. It'll be a bit of cloak and dagger. CIA Station Chief Doug London and I will be discussing military coups in Russia, so that ought to be a good one. Alan, thanks so much, brother. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Chuck. See you tomorrow for Spy v Spy. That's what it's going to be about.
Thanks again. Good night.
Good night, Chuck. Yeah. So Chuck is gone. I'm sure some of the hands up are questions for Chuck. We'll see if we can handle them. So Mete and then Nick. Mete, go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, it was a Chuck because he's a Bradley guy, and I wanted to ask him, if it's really true that they can see from 5 miles, and they can. That this is about Thomas's thread I've been learning, and it's the last thing they see. It's sort of but I was really I had a serious question also about Advika when we moved on to that, and the south is open territory, so air defense is so important. And I'm so worried about the air defense situation, and all those Bradleys and everything. They do a lot, but
Well, Mete, one thing I can tell you is that Ukraine improves its air defense every single day. And I'm not talking about air defense around cities. I'm talking about air defense on the line of engagement. And I don't think air defense is going to be a problem for Ukraine when the counteroffensive begins. I really don't.
You really don't. Are you sure? Because it's open territory. Like in the east, it's like forests, and you can come with the CV90, and you can breach the forest, but in the south it's open. It's open. They have night vision. That's true, and they are cunnier. They are so cunning. Ukrainians are so cunning, but air supremacy is it's I don't understand why the West don't give them F-16s. I don't understand it.
Well, no one understands that, Mede, but Ukraine is receiving mobile air defense
Yeah.
exactly for the purpose of defending the line of engagement. And that's why I'm not really worried about air defense for Ukraine as the counteroffensive begins. And I'm talking about air defense on the line of engagement, not around Ukrainian cities, but on the line of engagement. And I know Latin knows about this. I'm trying to recall or find the exact system I'm talking about, but these air defense systems, mobile air defense systems, specifically for the line of engagement, are coming into Ukraine now. Latin, go ahead.
Please tell me they are going to help to shoot down them.
Yes, Medi,
Okay.
they will. Let's listen to Latin.
I was just gonna say, like, there's when it comes to ground-based air defenses, take your pick. They've got a tremendous variety now, but I'm going to focus on the big picture, which is that when the war started, combination of the effectiveness of the existing at that time Soviet era ground-based air defenses that Ukraine had, combination of that and what very clearly became evident as very poor flying and poor tactics on the Russian side, gave the Russians enough losses that they backed off. And that was in the early stages before one single Western system was delivered. Now it's a completely different picture with a whole range of these very effective Western systems, including Patriot, which is just a tremendous weapon system. I think overall the ground-based air defense of Ukraine has improved tremendously, and the Russians have not tested it severely yet. And the last time, about 2 weeks ago, that they tried to send in what was apparently a 2-aircraft flight of Su-34s to conduct a precision strike in the Bakhmut area, one of them was shot down right away.
Isn't Patriot going to be in sort of the front lines, like after the mine down together with the Leopards? Isn't it going to be on the offensive, like the Patriots and the Archers and so on?
So, Mede, when you say Patriots, Patriots are an air defense system specifically designed to defend cities. So Patriots are not going to be involved in the counteroffensive. They are going to be defending Kyiv, Odessa, Lviv, and other Ukrainian cities. They're not involved in the counteroffensive in any way, but they are key to improving Ukrainian air defense, which, as I say, Ukraine has improved every single week, month of this war, thanks to Western allies.
Okay, I trust you more, but I don't. I just it's such a it's an open territory, and I don't want all them Bradleys come there and be a supremacy, and great. They can shoot every T-90 and T-72 and T-52 and 60.
Medi, stop.
Yeah.
Just stop for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're talking about the open land in Zaporizhia,
Mm-hmm.
the Ukrainians have sufficient a battlefield air defense to cover any advance they might make there. It's not a worry. There will be losses wherever the Ukrainians choose to attack. There will be losses, but Ukraine has the battlefield air defense it needs at the moment, and they are getting more every single day, every single week. This is air defense. This is air defense against Russian fighter jets. It's air defense against Shahed drones from Iran. It's air defense that will allow them to cover any advance they make, even in Zaporizhia, which is tank territory. So
That
I
is
get
tank territory. That's why I'm worried, because when they have air supremacy in
so
Russia.
Meta,
Mm-hmm.
Russia does not have air supremacy. If they had air supremacy, we'd know it because
They have 260 in
no,
Crimea.
Meta,
Mm-hmm.
Meta, listen for just one moment, please.
Yeah, I will.
If Russia had air supremacy, we would see a much different ongoing war. They do not have air supremacy. In fact, the Russian Air Force has not really engaged to its fullest extent in fighting this war. We don't know the reasons why. We just know they haven't engaged. And I don't expect them to engage uh, in the near future. But set your worries aside.
Okay.
Set your worries aside until we see the spring offensive launched by Ukraine. Then, if you have worries, bring them to Chuck. Bring them to Chuck. Bring them to Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan, Thomas Steiner, Latin. Don't bring them to me because
I won't.
I really cannot allay them. But I do want to move on to more hands. But I thank you very,
Okay.
very much for coming up because I know you're a first time speaker. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. But goodbye, Maddie.
Goodbye.
So I want to go to Doc, to Nick, and to Guido. Doc, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. My comment is very quick. I just wanted to put to rest this notion of patriots being capable of shooting down an aircraft. Can they do it? Yes. Is that what they were designed to do? No. I actually know this firsthand. My uncle, who's retired as lieutenant colonel, was instrumental in the development of the Patriot system. I got to see it several times. I've seen it when it was working on Fort Bliss and at Redstone Arsenal. And I saw it deployed in Kuwait. So I can tell you that it's a very capable system, but it's a defensive system, and it's somebody somewhere said, yeah, you can shoot down aircraft with it. Sure. But no, not really. And that's not what it's designed for. So that's not how it'll be used. I just wanted to kind of put that to rest. So thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Will, great to have you here. Welcome. You are coming to us from the workers' paradise of Perth.
Indeed. Thank you, Alan, for that. Yeah, get to join the A team here in what I call the morning show, right? And it is already Friday here, so I can tell you how all your stocks and what your weather's going to be like if necessary. But thanks for having me up. And back to the questions, I guess. What do you think, sir?
Back to the questions, and then tell me, should I be buying or selling today? So the questions are Nick and then Guido. Nick, go ahead.
Well, this is kind of a military and a political question. Because after listening to Latin talk about how valuable the pilots are in aircraft, I mean, the U.S. said we've gone all in, and yet, it's kind of the slow drip as it has been. But when it comes to aircraft, to my knowledge, we haven't committed any aircraft, or and I've heard, through many of these reports and other spaces from military people, you have to have two kinds of planes to really control the skies to make the ground offensive very successful. So I just I'm just confused and would like to hear ideas on what you expect or how can things best be used to make the counteroffensive very effective if they don't have the right kind of planes at the right time to do what's needed to protect the offensive. So that's all. Thank you.
Good question, Nick. We're going to throw this to Latin, who can help us a lot. So one thing the United States has said, it, that's a little different than what you suggested, and neither the United States nor any Western nation has delivered Western jet fighters to Ukraine. Does Ukraine need them? Desperately. Has Ukraine increased its force of MiGs? These are Soviet era jet fighters. Yes. Thanks to Slovakia, thanks to Poland, thanks to some other European nations. But your question is really for Latin. Thankfully, he's here. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, it is a very good question. I think that we have to, first of all, take things in perspective. When I say that a MiG-29 or an Su-27 that they currently have is flying at a disadvantage compared to some of the more advanced types that the Russians have, that it's not to say that what the Ukrainians have is junk. And I do often see on Twitter that kind of idea expressed. It's not the case. We want to see the Ukrainian pilots flying F-16s with an upgraded APG 66 radar and at least a C model AMRAAM, something that gives them at least 120 kilometer range, just to give you one example. But that's not happening right now. I think more directly to your question, what exactly is happening? As we stand right now, it's uncertain. I personally believe, based on everything that I've seen, that the US is handing this one over to Europe, that they are saying, probably for political reasons, we want to see you deliver your surplus F-16s, which are very capable aircraft, put together a coalition. I believe that is what's happening behind the scenes of NATO countries that are in the process of retiring their F-16s, and they are all of the same standard, and to deliver them. I think we'll see them before the end of this year, hopefully by summer. And there might well be another element to that contribution, possibly the French providing something like their Mirage 2000s. They're all fourth generation Western fighter aircraft, very capable. They'll really be very useful to the Ukrainians. We just don't know at this moment what exactly. I can't predict. I don't have my crystal ball. I've had my ideas for a little while about what will be in place. My personal feeling is that something could be happening. We could see something concrete by about June. But the spring offensive, anything that we'll be seeing in the next few weeks, will be supported by the aircraft that they have. And remember that some of those aircraft have Western weapons that have been integrated into them, that are currently really enhancing the capabilities of those aircraft. Unfortunately, in the air-to-air, that's where we see the greatest efficiency. But that's not to say that those Ukrainian fighter aircraft in the air defense role are garbage. They're not. They're just not. So it's not like a black and white. It's not like an on or off option. It means that without F-16s, they will experience more losses. They're going to lose more aircraft, and they're going to lose more of those pilots that, like I said, on the human level, and especially on the professional, as a national asset, a trained and experienced fighter pilot. And yes, we have to accept responsibility for that in the West, for the fact that that's going to happen. But I do believe that with that they have the experience and the motivation to still pull it off, but it's going to be hard.
So Latin, I have a quick question for you. Then we'll go to Doc. I have two questions. First, if uh, Western nations, whether European nations, whether France sends Rafales or the U.S. or some NATO nation sends F-16s, what would the Russian response to that be? Uh, would it possibly be the engagement of the Russian Air Force, which has been disengaged in this war so far? In other words, they haven't flown the kinds of missions that you would expect them to fly, as the U.S. flew in Iraq, for example. What would the Russian response be to the pledge of F-16s or Mirages?
Well, I'm not sure that that delivery alone, if you know, at some point when they show up fully operational, that would, I'm not sure that would be enough to trigger in itself a response. But I see where you're going. I mean, because the bigger question is that they have not shown thus far a capability for the kind of bigger picture operation that you're referring to, like the kind of things that we saw in Iraq and in Yugoslavia. And in Yugoslavia, it was much more of a combined NATO operation with the U.S. The Russians don't appear to be capable of that for a lot of reasons. If I had to condense it, it would be just that they didn't practice. It wasn't part of their training and their doctrine before the war. Um, and that's not something that coordination of very different assets for one bigger operation. That is not something you stand up in a few months. That takes years to have that capability. So I don't expect to see it anytime soon. But to the extent that they do push forward, they're more advanced platforms, because what we have seen is that they've, since late last year, they've thrown a lot of their Su-25s, which is a less sophisticated tactical aircraft, and been taking huge losses there. But I don't think they care. But they're more advanced platforms. I think we'll probably just continue to see more of what we've seen thus far, is smaller scale, smaller flights, 2, 4 aircraft. But I just don't think they're capable of anything larger than that. And their combat air patrol may push forward in support of that. But I have my doubts about just how it'll all play out, because again, that kind of coordination, it's just not something if it wasn't there on 24 February last year, it's not there now.
Good point. Thank you, Latin. Doc, and then Guido. Doc, go ahead.
Thanks, Hon. Latin, so in your previous reply, not this comment, but the one prior to that, when you're talking about the U.S. wanting Europe to sell, is part of that, and this is the cynical side of Doc Bites here, U.S. wants to sell more modern F-35s and whatnot to the countries that are giving up the F-16s? I mean, is that a component of it? Do we have to be realists and say it's not just political? It's, hey, if you're going to give these, and I can tell these states that produce parts for the F-35, they're going to have more jobs. I'm going to support that.
No, honestly, no. I got to give that a flat no. I don't think that's the case. The countries that are in the picture for
Good.
NATO. Yeah, no, I agree. That would be a pretty depressing thought. No, I don't think that's what's happening. The NATO countries that are in a position to deliver F-16s right now have already got F-35 contracts in place. That's all happening. Aircraft are being delivered. So no, I don't think so. I think it's more political. Again, I'm not American. I'm next door. I can only observe American politics from across the border, and I think it's just kind of I hear a lot about escalation fears, but I think just as big, just my opinion, is that within the administration they're probably thinking politically it's a little more of a risk. It's seen as an escalation on the American side, domestic consumption. let's hand this one over to the Europeans for now, at least the first phase of it. They have a lot of F-16s that they can contribute. And I think that's what is happening, that a coalition is building there of about four
I hope
countries. Yeah.
I hope that's what's happening. I mean, as an American, I can tell you that I really truly do not believe we think F-16s are escalatory. I really don't think that. I think, and I think that's bipartisan. I really, really, really do. Um, I'm not sure that we're such big believers in Russia's BS escalatory remarks in this line and that line. I really don't think we're phased as much by that. I don't think F-16s change that at all. That's my thought.
Yeah, Doc, I agree with you. And I agree with Latin. It's a flat no to your first question. And, you know, at this point, there is nothing in Ukraine's defense in terms of Western weapons that can be delivered to Ukraine that is escalatory. No single weapon delivered to Ukraine is escalatory in any way. And this actually has been true since the start of the war. And Ben Hodges said this in the most plain, clear, simple way. When you're attacked, any weapon delivered to you is for defense. It's very, very simple. And just rely on Ben Hodges. When you are attacked, any weapon delivered to you is for defense. And that is just the goddamn truth. Latin, go ahead.
Very quickly to an earlier question from Doc. I see Guido has his hand up. He wants to contribute. So I'll make it quick. The Doc, you had asked about some of those MiG-29 deliveries and whether
Yeah,
the Ukrainians, whether they're conserving some of their capabilities. Now, General Hodges did reference that last time that I heard him on the space. Specifically, he said that he believed, and he had some sources in the U.S. Air Force that had connections to people who know somebody in Ukraine, and that he believed that the term that he used was that the Ukrainians may be husbanding some of their aircraft for future operations. Some of us who watch the aerial war closely on this space have actually come to that conclusion quite a while ago. Myself and some of the others, we had started to notice it around towards the end of last year. And I think that part of it has to do clearly now. I think there's enough evidence to say openly that enough open source information to say conclusively that part of that was probably the adaptation of some of these aircraft to carry JDAMs. And those approximately 30, I think the exact number is 27 MiG-29s that were brought in is, that's not an insignificant number. That's about 2 squadrons in the Ukrainian Air Force. And we're told that the Slovakian aircraft were operating in air defense, in the air defense role around Kharkiv within days of being delivered. So they're being put to good use. The Ukrainians know the MiG-29 inside out. I'm sure they'll make some of the unserviceable airframes serviceable very quick. And as far as the stuff that they may be putting aside right now, it's for something that I think is going to be very interesting very soon.
So do the MiGs have active radar?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by active radar. Do you mean like an active homing missile?
Electronic warfare capabilities.
So I think, Doc, those are two different things.
No, what I'm trying to say is some of a fire and forget missile system.
Latin, you know better than I do. Latin, go ahead.
There are some variants of the R-27 missile, which is the standard Ukrainian beyond visual range missile. MiG-29s carry 2 of them. Se-27s can carry up to 6 of them. There are some variants of those that do essentially have a fire and forget capability. the majority of them don't. It's not in the same class as a missile like the AMRAAM, and that's one of the big capability differences between something like an SU-27 and an F-16. The Russian variants of the Su-27, like Su-35 and the MiG-31, they're flying a whole different generation of air-to-air missiles, the R-77, R-37, that are fire and forget and very long range. And that's
So
the big
point
difference.
Right, exactly. Thank you. That was my point, because sometimes we need to remind our listeners on the space that one of the capabilities that is significant is the current aircraft that they support. Most of them don't have a fire and forget system. They have to be actively pointing at their target, and that's a supreme disadvantage. F-16s would solve that problem. That was what I was getting at.
Yes, absolutely. There's a few other things that I won't get into right now that are, if anybody's interested in really getting into the weeds, go to YouTube and search Justin Bronk and follow him on Twitter. This guy's amazing. He's with the Royal United Services Institute, and he can talk forever about the capabilities of radars and really help you understand the real differences between what Ukraine is operating currently and what Russia has.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Latin. Let's take two more hands, Guido and Duke, in that order. Guido.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. And I have 2 points I would like your opinion on. The first point is I think I firmly believe now that the Russians themselves, they already know that they are losing the war. I mean, I've heard a couple of videos from Solovyov. If you don't know who the guy is, he's a Russian propagandist, a very renowned one. A charming little fella that speaks about genocide every other day. Even that guy, who is the most top number one Russian propagandist, he has sold and said, "Look, this guy, NATO has 3 times what we have. What can we do against these people?" And he also said, "Look, the Ukrainians are amassing something really amazing at Zaporizhia nowadays, and I think they already know that they're not going to win this. I mean, they truly."
So Guido, your
Russia
audio
itself only has an economy the size of Italy, and NATO is, 20 plus countries. I mean, it's really huge. I think that they already know they can't. They just can't win it. They can't do it.
that there must be some people inside Russia who understand exactly what you're saying. Does Putin understand it? Apparently not. So Guido, your audio is a little sketchy right now. It's cutting in and out. If you're speaking, I cannot hear you. So if I'm speaking and someone cannot hear me, let me know. If any of you can hear me, let me know.
I can hear you just fine, Silky Smooth.
Okay. So Guido, I'm going to drop you so you can recycle and come back up with your question. Meanwhile, Duke, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me in. I want to say about the F-16. Already months ago, the Dutch government agreed that if they get the green light from NATO or the USA, they would give immediately their F-16s. So I don't know how that's working out right now. And about the air defense and the flat territory they have to overcome. Today I saw a great video about drones. They had about a few hundred, and they can make swarms out of them. And that's ideal, of course, for confusing a radar system. If he sees 300 targets and cannot establish which one the real danger is. So I think that kind of tactics will also be used. And today I heard about some fighting at Vizca. It was very fierce, but repelled, and but a lot of armored vehicles, about 34 from the Russians, were destroyed. But it was very, very intense. And to my surprise, 3 days ago, around MriyaReport and the coast of Crimea, the Russians were putting all kinds of weaponry, ammunition at places, and were transporting all kinds of stuff. And they did it again. And to the people who know about it, said it was very confusing, and they wonder what they were doing. It looks really a plan, not like a very well thought plan. So yeah, I think the Russians are up for some big surprise, and yeah, I just can wait for it. But the F-16s from Holland, if they get a signal from you're allowed, they will send them. And there are 5 states in the north from Europe who already assembled a kind of response force for themselves within NATO, and they can operate on their own commando. So I don't know what that will do. And well, bless the Finnish, they got some nice gear. So let's see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke. So in terms of F-16s and the United States, the U.S. does not have to approve a transfer of F-16s. It is basically a courtesy to the U.S. To ask for approval of transfer of F-16s to Ukraine. Any European nation with F-16s, as you mentioned, the Netherlands does have F-16s. They would contact the United States and seek a courtesy approval, but they don't actually have to. The U.S. Does not have a denial power over a transfer of F-16s to Ukraine. In terms of Avdiivka, I will encourage you to come back tomorrow when we'll be with Chuck again or over the weekend. And Chuck is much better able to tell you about Avdiivka than I can. All I can tell you is that fighting in Avdiivka is incredibly intense. And there is just basically no way to describe the warfare going on in Bakhmut or Avdiivka. Just follow Chuck Farrer, watch his maps, look at his updates, and you will have the best information you can get. Guido, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Is my audio better now?
Yes, it's loud and clear.
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience, of course. What I was saying is that what is Russia actually playing as at this moment? I think they already know that they are going to lose this war. That they can draw nothing out of their pockets that makes them even tilt the playing field to their end. So yeah, they know that they're going to lose. So what are they playing at? Are they playing to, we'll play hard for just a couple of for just some time to, just get something at the negotiating table, because eventually they're going to be driven out. That is one question, just one point of thought. And another one is, I'm hearing a lot of people speaking about delivering the F-16s to Ukraine, but I understand that the F-35 is a much newer and much better system than the F-16. That the F-35 is an absolute. I think it can't be defeated, from what I've heard, and it can shoot from an incredibly long distance, and it can just remain stealth during the whole process. So
Yeah.
it was literally designed for this sort of warfare. So why don't we give
Guido,
Ukraine F-35? Because my point is, eventually, if they
Guido, stop
yes,
but just stop for one moment. F-35s are not being delivered to Ukraine, period. F-35s are probably the most advanced fighter jet in the world for a number of reasons. You mentioned stealth. That's one reason. But F-35s have been ordered and are being supplied to a number of European nations and a number of other nations around the world. They will never, ever be going to Ukraine. Maybe F-16s, maybe Mirages, maybe Rafales, maybe Eurofighters, maybe F-15s, but not F-35s.
okay, great, but why? Because my thought was, if giving these super advanced platforms would make the war last less time, that then it would be cheaper to just send them that, have them finish the war in a month, and that would be incredibly cheaper than having the war drag on over time. But in any
Guido,
case, thank you.
Guido, let me cut in there. Let me just cut in there. A couple of things. There is no way F-35s are ever going to get sent into this war by the time it's completed, because there simply aren't enough F-35s available in the world to cover all the strategic needs of the countries that operate them and interdict in Russia through transfers to the Air Force. It is a fifth generation fighter. There is no way Ukrainian pilots can get trained on in time that platform. It's unrealistic, and we're not going to waste any more time talking about it on the space, because there is no such thing as a wonder weapon that if we could inject it into the space right now, the war would be over in 3 months. That is just unrealistic, bizarre talk that, I've have to step in, because you've had multiple opportunities to make points and ask questions, but that's just beyond the pale. That's no reason to talk about that. What we should be talking about is, why is it that the United States and Europe haven't come to a quicker decision on providing a ubiquitous platform that there is no difficulty in transferring into the space, like the F-16s, and backfilling with those as and when they can increase production of something like the F-35 to replace them in years to come as the war is done. There is literally not enough F-35s in the world to cover the strategic needs. There is not a spare parts pipeline to them. It is phenomenally expensive to operate, and is beyond the pale necessary or capable of being put into this space. So let's stop there, unless anybody really wants to argue that.
Well, no, I don't want to argue it. It's either F-35s or the Jewish space laser. Those would be the silver bullets given to Ukraine. So we have a couple more hands up, and I want to, if Jingu, if you're listening, thank you so much for staying with us. I do have some questions for you, but right now, Lexicon, then Abdullah. Lexicon.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, I think that Guido and others I really agree with you, might like to read. I did read Justin Bronk's latest article about how Europe is needs to learn from Ukraine. and learn from Finland and Sweden how Europe is going to be able to maintain air superiority in future when this war is over even. And it's a really valuable article. I strongly suggest it. On Avdiivka, I just posted because we didn't get to it, but a very short, under 5 minutes blog of reporting from Ukraine. So it's on my thread. I don't know if I can move it up. Anyway, so it's reporting from Ukraine, and his 4 minutes tonight are all on Avdiivka. Very interesting, little, easy to understand or accessible, dynamic description of what went on today and previous days that has put Ukraine in a much better position, or well, was moving in that direction. Ukraine is in very good shape in Avdiivka, and it's a good thing to invest 4.5 minutes into. And then finally, what's Russia playing at? I think, Alan, you were talking earlier tonight about this. That fellow who defected from the very top security outfit around Putin, and he's saying that back in October he considered the man seriously in denial or not realistic, and being unable to hear from more than a couple of people. He doesn't even use cell phones and so on. But I think that what one sees, is it in his assessment anyway, that if anybody's going to take him down, it's elites around him. And so I think you're quite right that when you ask what's Russia playing at, well, Putin's still running the show, playing at something that's completely unrealistic. But I think others around him, I agree with people who think, God, they must be seeing there's no way they can pull their chestnuts out of this fire. And so that's worthwhile reading. Oh, and I also posted in my thread the article on the 30-minute take on how to approach Crimea, with my comment that this guy goes at it all backwards, but at any rate, you can go through the detailed arguments. I was talking about it earlier today. So that's my few words for tonight.
Thank you, Lexicon. Those of you who want to pick up on some of the tweets Lexicon just mentioned, please follow her. We're not going to put them up into the nest right now, and I'll tell you the reason why. The first tweet in the nest is about Chef Zhenya. Why is Chef Zhenya so important to us tonight? It's because Chef Zhenya is feeding the front line, and we are raising money for Chef Zhenya right now. You can tap on the very first tweet in the nest, go to a donate link, and provide money so that Chef Zhenya can continue feeding Ukrainian soldiers fighting on the front line today. This week, next week, maybe for the next year. You can also go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and give money to Chef Zhenya. I'll tell you another reason why this is important. Chef Zhenya's food delivered to Ukrainian troops, it has the taste of home. And when I say the taste of home, I mean it's Ukrainian food. It's Ukrainian cuisine. All the soldiers getting food from Chef Zhenya think of their home. They might even think of their mom and the favorite meals they had when they were growing up. And this is a morale booster. It's a nutritional booster. And we are so pleased to support Chef Zhenya in his efforts to feed the front line. This is a phrase from Daryl, one of our co-hosts. Feed the front line. The front line is going to be moving very, very soon. The front line is going to be moving against Russia, throwing all these Russian troops out of Ukraine. What they need right now is the food Chef Zhenya supplies. So please make a contribution just by going to the first tweet in the nest or by going to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button. Maria Report is now a 501c3 in the United States. So if you're an American, you can get a tax deduction next year for the contribution you give today. But no one cares about tax deductions. I gave to Maria Aid, an NGO in Canada. I do not benefit from that from a tax perspective. I gave because it makes a difference. And that's what I'm asking all of you to do tonight. Give because it makes a difference. Give to MriyaReport.org. Give to Chef Eugenia. It makes a difference. Thank you very much. Thank you for bearing with me. I know I've gone on a bit here with what I'll call a public service announcement. Abdullah, go ahead, please.
Hey, Alan, no problem. Thank you so much, Alan. Is it okay if I ask? I see Jingu up. Is it okay if I ask something about China?
Hey, Abdullah, we can barely hear you. You need to. We can't hear you at all. It's very, very muffled.
Can you hear me now?
You need to find.
Can you hear me now?
Still very low. You'll have to try a little harder.
Yeah, sorry. What about now?
It's low, but go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jingu regarding that trip by Macron to China. It seems that the CCP are playing divide and conquer with Macron's visit. You know, he got all the accolades, the parades, the red.
Abdullah, I cannot hear you. Honestly, I cannot hear you. What you're asking, I cannot hear you.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I can, Abdullah. I can sum up for you just briefly. He's asking about the divide, whether or not you believe that China's doing a divide and conquer thing in relation to Macron's recent discussions.
It goes without saying, right?
Agreed. Hey, Abdullah, try to find a place where
can
we
you hear
can
me?
hear you better, where it's not so muffled. And oh
Yes,
yeah, that's better.
Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much. Yeah, it seems that the CCP are playing divide and conquer. He got all the accolades, the parades, the full red carpet treatment, while the EU Commission president was ridiculed in the Chinese state media. They were saying that she's an American puppet. She doesn't know nothing. Literally saying that she's dumb. She was welcomed by the ecology minister, on the civilian part of the airport, while Macron was given a VIP red carpet welcome by the Chinese foreign minister. She was not even invited to the banquet that was being held for Macron, and Macron just let it go, and he didn't even protest. So I just wanted to get Jingu's opinion on all of this. Thank you.
I would say it means absolutely nothing. This is probably, Xi Jinping's vending show. In the long run, does it mean anything? Zero. Should you pay attention to it? No more than 3 seconds. That's my comment.
Thank you, Jingu. Thank you, Abdullah. We're going to go to one more hand, and then Jingu, Will, and I are going to have a good conversation about China, Russia, Iran, and the world. Mede, go ahead. Please be concise.
Sorry, not really quick. F-35 is never going to happen to Ukraine. Do you know what all the NATO thing is about? It's about Turkey not getting F-16s, and we are fighting for F-16s to Turkey in front of the nose of the Turkish people. And so talking about F-16s, Ukraine is delirious, but there are many F-16s in Holland. There are in Norway, Denmark, and Erdogan just has to make up it with Biden. But that might be one reason, because Turkey is a NATO member, but he's not getting the F-16s because he bought the S-400s that are shooting down the F-16s that are the only
Well, so
ones.
Mehdi,
Mm.
no one is shooting down F-16s. There are 16,000 F-16s around the world. A few thousand of them are available for Ukraine. All Ukraine needs is a few hundred of them. But
Yeah.
I do appreciate your comments, but I want to move on to
All
a
right.
new
I'll stand out, but that was because if Turkey hasn't received the F-16 because they bought S-400s from Russia, and
Yes.
that's a fact.
Well, and S-400 is an air defense system, and
Yes.
F-16 is a jet.
Yeah.
But what a mistake Erdogan made. We can
He
all agree.
made a mistake, and but
Yeah.
he would be really mad if Ukraine got.
Mehdi, thank you
Yeah.
very
Thank you. All right. Bye bye.
Good night. Xingu, now you and Will and I can have a conversation. We've cleared all the hands. I'm sure you saw the news today about China closing passage of the straits to naval forces. What does that mean?
You mean closing the naval strait? Oh, basically that's an exercise to pressure Taiwan. And don't read too much about it. It's basically Xi Jinping's, I would say Xi Jinping's vanity show. And pay attention to the 3 landing crafts and all the like 20 some ro-ro ships. That's what should. And also it's Xi, right, amassing the forces. She will do something about that against Taiwan. That's a given. Okay. And what is he going to do? We're watching. So that's it. And Taiwan is by no means weak. Taiwan is not weak at all. Okay. So
Now, why would she do that while Macron and von der Leyen are meeting with him in China? It happened the same day.
Very simple, because Taiwanese president is meeting McCarthy, right? Today, Kevin McCarthy. So she's showing that he had to do something, right? So I think it probably had little to do with Macron. If anything, he's showing to the world Macron and von der Leyen is no non-factor to him. He will make decisions regardless of them. That's it.
So will Xi succeed in convincing Macron more likely than von der Leyen that he has a place at the table for negotiating a peace between this Russian invasion of Ukraine and Ukraine?
Okay, so Kellen, this is what I'm saying. It doesn't take much to convince someone who is an alcoholic that wine tastes great, right? It takes a lot to convince the other person who has a healthy lifestyle that she needs to abuse alcoholic, right? So one is the same person, the other is not. So Macron, I would say, he has already been convinced. He's selling it. He's going to China to find what he could do to sell that opinion. Von der Leyen is there to basically, hopefully, to counter that voice, right? To bring the sanity to the whole thing. And von der Leyen did, I think, admirably, honorably, and that's it. And I don't think Macron needs to be convinced. Macron is sold. Macron goes there to find out the selling points he could package to sell to the rest of the world, right? That's the entire purpose of the trip. So the Macron doesn't need to be convinced by Xi. Macron is probably flying there and say, what can I dig out 1 or 2 points to sell the rest of the world? Right. So that's how I see it. That's my point.
And what points would Macron bring to the world to convince the rest of us that Ukraine should negotiate peace? I can't think of any points that would work.
Yeah, you're right, because you think in a realistic world. Probably to Macron, it's maybe it's yesterday, maybe it's last week, I don't know. Macron has already gone. Macron must be thinking, gosh, I have such a great point. I've been holding up for so long, right? I've been patiently waiting. Why didn't people see it like I did at the beginning of this conflict? Zelensky probably should go to Beijing to sign a treaty with Putin, help each other for peace. And by the way, screw you. Macron's thinking.
So you think Macron is thinking, screw you, America?
To show that he's not he's somehow independent. He's a different voice. He's formed with a Poland, right?
And he'd be saying that for a domestic audience in France, not for the world audience. Essentially, I think you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Macron is into the whole Atlantic Treaty thing. He's probably doing it because, it's probably looking really bad not to do it.
Well, I mean, look, yeah, China, France, in my opinion, is always looking for the way to try to separate itself, even from the group that it shares values with, to try to show it's still relevant, right? I mean, I think that's and a lot of things that they say about America or the rest of the world is obviously directed at a domestic audience, as are communications from a lot of leaders. Jinggu, I'm very curious to ask another question. Given the interdiction in the Taiwan Strait, and it's going to be it's a stop and inspect sort of thing. Essentially, they're creating a potential flashpoint for a direct conflict with Taiwan, but I don't get the sense that the Chinese government believes that the time is right for that. But I'd like to ask about that and what is the appropriate response from the liberal democracies around the world, because in my perspective, it's always been very hard to tell what the appropriate level of response is to Chinese provocation. And I'd just like to get your perspective on what might be an appropriate response to what they're doing in Taiwan, in the context where they're continually trying to now draw parallels between the United States' and NATO's involvement in Ukraine with what's going on and conflating that with the Taiwan Chinese situation. And I think that's a thing that I would particularly like to cut off, if possible, is the conflation of those two issues.
Okay, so yeah, good question. So basically, I think the world overall is doing pretty well. Okay, so I would say it's basically staying calm, staying cool, and stay the course. Do what we are doing. Okay, don't be steered away from the course. That's number one. Number two, I think counterintelligence need to both step up inside the United States and in Taiwan, in particular against the United Front. Right, this is probably something that need to be done. Now, so there's a very good sign when I'm watching the news from from Taiwan. They made some very good comments. So Taiwan this year, yesterday actually, when he came to visit to meet the Kevin McCarthy, or before that when she was in New York, right? So when the Taiwanese president was checking into the hotel, she was greeted with a lot of so-called patriotic protesters representing China. Well, the truth is, all these people are paid to be there, right? Like $400 a day or something like that. So then basically it is said that the Taiwanese counterintelligence has basically videotaped the whole thing, and they are now in the process of identifying them, and they are finding out the evidence that these people are being paid, right? And then that is a violation of FARA, right? It's a pretty serious violation. They probably need to go after these people, especially to go after the organization that put them together, right? Something like that. United States does not need to have a new law, pass a new law. These are things that should be done a long time ago. And I'm glad this time they're picking it up. So I think these things are the things that will go a very long way. Will China be able to militarily conquer Taiwan? Not even close, I think. Will China do that under Xi? Yes, because this is very quite different from many people who claim that China has changed, right? No, China has not. If you listen to what Deng Xiaoping said, never changed. It's just a different stage. Communist Party has been preparing for this moment for so long, and they picked Xi to carry it out, right? So, so that's what I'm saying. The Taiwanese commentator this time when he came on board, he said, Taiwan, uh, the reason for China not to attack Taiwan now is not because it doesn't have an excuse. That's not an issue. If China can, it will always invent an invent an excuse on the fly. It will. The reason China cannot, is not attacking Taiwan, is it cannot yet. However, will China at one point take a chance? I think it will. At what point, we don't know. So that's my point.
Would an appropriate American response be sending an aircraft, a task force, an aircraft task force to the Straits or to the Sea of Japan?
I think overall America is doing well. Okay, I think America is doing all the right things. I think yes, sending the fleets will help, but actually Taiwan is get a lot of, I would say, substantial support. So right now, the biggest F-16 service center is in Taiwan, right? So that's the first thing. The second is the Taiwanese right now. The United States is leading the ally to help build the submarines. Help Taiwanese to know how to build submarines, right? The submarines and techniques, much of it would come from UK, because Taiwan doesn't have empirical data to support it. So it's an international coalition to impart the knowledge and experience to Taiwan, so Taiwan can build its submarine. The other thing that's happening right now is Japan, because there are many islands northeast of Taiwan, which is close to Taiwan, controlled by Japan, and they're the staging islands for the Japanese military. And Japanese are converting these places to be like basically the depot, if you will, to ship the supply into Taiwan when needed. So that's very substantial, right? They become the ports where the Western world, including the United States, Canada, and Australia and other countries, can drop off their military aid in times of need to be picked up by Taiwan, right? They are being protected. They are relatively close to Taiwan. I don't think the Chinese Navy has a chance to disrupt them. So that's important. So right now, what I'm seeing is that overall, I think the United States is doing the right thing to build up alliance with with Philippines, right, and also cut a little bit slack to India. India is going to be a very, very important player to deter China. Yes, right now, Modi is behaving very poorly, very disappointingly, right? But why the United States is cutting a slack for the guy. Because we trust. When China gets into conflict, India will be on the right side. India will. That's all the reason to be on the right side. Right? I don't think any prime minister who picks the wrong side will ever survive India's internal politics. So these things are going in the right direction. So as long as we stay calm, stay cool, and stay the course and do all the right things, keep doing, I think the chance for China to succeed in such a military adventure is diminishing. Now, keep in mind, that also means the time of showdown is approaching. We always need to keep in mind the mental model we need to keep in mind was a Pearl Harbor, right? Imperial Japan attacked Pearl Harbor not because it has accumulated all the fuels and everything, logistics to win the war, but because it looked at its oil reserve and say, oh my gosh, we have only 6 months of oil reserve left, right? What the heck? Let's take a chance now. Because at that time, United States imposed embargo on the Imperial Japan. When will United States just cancel and lift the embargo? The moment you pull out of China, pull out of Manchuria, right? And Japan said no way. But at the same time, if I continue this course, I have only 6 months of oil reserve left. So let me take a chance. China will get to that same point here. China will say, okay, oh my God, all the inventory I have is becoming less and less relevant, right? However, I need to somehow take a stand. I need to take a chance. She will. I think the base scenario is she will take that chance. But the world will be ready for that. That's my point.
So Japan this week broke a 70-year policy of supplying military aid, lethal aid to other countries. And the first nation on the list to receive Japanese assistance or military aid is the Philippines. Is China paying attention to this?
Absolutely is. And also before that, Japanese Prime Minister went to meet Modi, right? It looked like they were quite cordial. Here's really the way to look at the Far East, okay? So whenever there's a showdown, especially given where things are going, it's always who is going to be on the American side or the Western side, who is going to be on the other side. Japan and then India, if they are together, they will be on the American side, for sure. Japan is going to be on the Taiwanese side, for sure. You don't have to even doubt it. Think about it. They will be there. Okay, Australia will be on this side. Who will be on the other side? It's going to be China, Russia, and maybe Iran. So that's my point.
Thanks very much. Abdullah, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Jingu, you mentioned while you were talking about MacArthur, so I was reading about it. So I'm really happy. I didn't know about this meeting between.
And Abdullah, you are really, your voice is so low. I can barely hear
What
it.
now? Can you hear me now?
A little better. A little
Yes,
better.
yes. Earlier you were talking about the meeting between the House Speaker. I didn't know about it. So I was reading while you were talking. I'm really glad that it's happening. That this taboo of not meeting Taiwanese leaders should just disappear. And also I wanted to ask you about any chance in the future. I know this is hypothetical, of seeing a U.S. military base in Taiwan. Thank you.
I doubt it. I doubt the U.S. military base will be in Taiwan before the war. After the war, I don't know. And will Taiwan need it? Honestly, I think it's 50-50. Because I think many people quite underestimate what Taiwan is capable. That's number one. Number two, The visit by Taiwanese president need to put in a context many people miss. Okay, so there's another Taiwanese president, former President Ma Ying-jeou. He's visiting China. So you need to understand the Taiwanese politics. The Taiwanese politics is divided into two camps. Okay, what's called the blue camp and what's called the green camp. So the blue camp belongs to the Republic of China, China government, who actually went to exile into the island of Taiwan, and they basically occupy the Taiwan and say, yeah, we are Republic of China. We have a mission to fight back to mainland China. But their ultimate vision is a unified Great China. That includes China proper, Tibet, East Turkestan, Mongolia, and Manchuria, and Taiwan. Okay? So yes, the Republic of Chinese government we used to be an ally in World War II to the United States. However, should the Republic of China win the Civil War in, let's say, between 1945 to 1949, do not hold your breath that it will be a democracy. It won't. It's probably going to be a supersized Saddam Hussein regime, okay, in the Far East. For one thing, its claim on the South China Sea is even more aggressive than Communist China, okay? So that's the blue camp. Because, yeah, with all the, transformation of democratization and everything, they relinquished the power starting from 1987, and they became a party, a participant in the Taiwanese democracy. And their leader was elected president of Taiwan for 8 years, right? So that was before Taiwan. Now, there's a green camp. The green camp are mostly the indigenous Taiwanese. They're like, it's crazy for us to fight back to occupy mainland China. I don't have any interest, right? And by the way, why is this an excuse to impose a martial law on us? Because the nationalists or the Republic of China, when it retreated to Taiwan, it imposed a martial law on the Taiwanese. Why? Because we need to be in a wartime preparation, getting ready to fight back to mainland China, right? To recover our land over there. So it imposed a martial law, and it's an authoritarian. So the indigenous people fought against it. In the end, they won, right? In the end, they won. So their representative is Tsai Ing-wen, the current Taiwanese president. But the blue camp, the first camp, they identify themselves with China, right? Think about them as a parallel to the pro-Russian Ukrainians. Probably they're not so far as to form something with China at this point. However, when the Green Camp, the Taiwanese president who came from the Green Camp, is meeting McCarthy in the United States, the president of the former president of Taiwan, who came from the Blue Camp, made his trip to China. It's very symbolic. None of these trips are basically something you just thought about it over the weekend and all of a sudden you hop onto it. It's something that went on for months and months, if not years, arrangement. So it will be very interesting to see what's going on with the blue camp. And the blue camp right now, their vote share in Taiwan, in Congress, it's probably about 33%. The political party where the current Taiwanese president came from, the vote share is about 34%. So it's kind of neck to neck. Now, the good news is among the younger voters, it's overwhelmingly rejecting the blue camp. and their notion. If you go to, let's say, the college students, you go to the high school students, the younger you go, the closer the blue camp support drop to zero. So if you go to, let's say, college students, I'm not sure they got even 10% support. If you go to the high school students, maybe not more than 5%. But among the older people, and we know older people, they do vote. The blue camp still has substantial vote share. And we don't know in the conflict what these people would do. That's my point.
So I want to welcome up Dave. I don't know if you can hear me. If you can, great. And then I want to go to G-Man and Bojar. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's all very interesting, and we have the pivot towards the east. We have the U.S. AUKUS agreement, and I wonder if a good response to the PRC's shenanigans vis-a-vis Taiwan is to have some sort of AUKUS arrangement with Taiwan, possibly involving the Japanese as well. I just wonder what we think about that.
I think it's already there. Okay, so right now there's probably not some kind of thing like AUKUS, but I think in real function, basically the AUKUS, the AUKUS, the Japan, Taiwan, they're all together. To Japan, it's a life and death issue. Okay, because the Taiwan Strait represents about 80% of the Japanese fuel supply and almost all its international trade shipment. If that is taken by Communist China, it will be another disaster to Japan. The good news is it cannot. Now, I would say it's probably a stroke by God, because think about it. If the nationalists, they won the Civil War, they would be on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. And please do not assume that nationalist government will be friendly to the rest of the world, right? Because only because they are our allies in the World War II. No, they won't. Most likely, they will be siding with Russia. Now, that will be a much worse scenario where we are dealing with than we are dealing with now. It's a very painful, but the good news is both sides of Taiwan Strait is not controlled by a Chinese empire. And Taiwan Strait is 100 miles wide. Just taking into consideration that put that into perspective, Normandy was about 30 to 40 miles wide, right? So that's my point.
Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man. And Bojar, go ahead. And then we're going to reorganize the panel. Bojar.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Jingju. It's always very fascinating to listen to you speak. I'm wondering, do you think that the support and solidarity that the free world has shown towards Russia regarding the Ukrainian war, that we also are able to sacrifice a point here or point two of our GDP to stand up for what we mean is right? Has that made any difference in the calculus of the Chinese leadership? That's question number one. And question number two is maybe you can enlighten me a bit. Is those part of the Taiwanese population that keeps harping on that, trying to claim themselves as the true legitimate heirs to the whole of China, where do they see themselves going? What kind of momentum do they have to play on? I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. So what China is going to do, basically, I want you to I would suggest you picture something. You probably play Pac-Man, right? the video game we all grew up with, right? The Pac-Man. What happens in Pac-Man? Well, in a Pac-Man, when you run down the lane, right, trying to eat up all the monsters and whatever, you don't have a choice. You cannot steer away from the course. You cannot change lane, right? So understand what she is doing. He's like moving inside the lane of a Pac-Man. He does not have a choice. So this is what many people probably are not paying attention. So I'm going to just quote one data. According to Statista, which is I think is a pretty decent website for data, and this data is actually very close to other sources I just checked. So Mexican labor, okay, is right now about 20% lower than China. So in 2016, it's 23%. 2017, it's 20%. 2018, it's 19%. 2019, it's again 19%. And 2020, it's 26%. And the other country, put into perspective, is Vietnam. So to produce every $100 of goods, if you do it in Vietnam, it's 52% in 2016. 2017, 51%, 2018, 50%, 2019, 50%, in 2020, 54%. Okay, so that's basically telling you, think about it. Even if China has been stellar in protecting intellectual property, not being predatory in its trade practice, the world would have still be on the track of moving away. Now, you need to understand the why China went on to the reform, right, in the last 4 decades. So many people who travel to China for the last 4 decades would insist, right, China has forever changed. Okay, what you don't know is we, meaning people like me, who grew up in China, inside a classroom when we were students, what is being taught to us is not the same language feeding to you guys. So the Chinese Communist Party, ever since we were like little kids, they kept repeating the same message. China suffered tremendous humiliation from the West. We are going to learn the technology. We're going to make our country strong. We are going to accumulate enough. Then we're going to strike back. Before that, hide your strength, bide your time, right? So let Westerners believe we have changed. But we are not going to tell them our true intention until we have the showdown. Now think about it. If, let's say, the labor cost everything is still favorable to China, foreign investment are still moving in, right? So it makes much less sense for China to have a showdown. But right now, think about all the trade agreement China had with WTO and everything. Then you look at the WTO. China honored none of them. It didn't have the intention to honor them in the first place, right? So now the Western investors are slowly on their way out. If you look at, for example, the shipping cost, right? I'm just going to say the cost of container in Long Beach here in Los Angeles. For 4 decades, it was the largest port in the United States. Why? Because so many containers from China, right, all handled through the Long Beach. The Long Beach container cost, shipping cost, handling cost, has gone down by 88% since 2020. Okay, is it because America is importing less from Asia? No. What you're seeing at the same time is the investment into 4 countries, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. They're exploding. Everybody's moving out of China. The other thing is Taiwan. Why Taiwanese right now, the stock market went so high? They had a tremendous run, right? Because the money is pouring back into Taiwan. What happened? In the last 4 decades, money were flowing into China because many Taiwanese manufacturers move their factories into China because that's a cheaper production base, and they can produce the goods and they sell it to the West. Large chunk of China's trade deficit, trade surplus with the rest of the world is actually driven by the Taiwanese. What's happening with Taiwanese right now? Massive repatriation, and you got many Taiwanese businessmen going onto the Taiwanese television, basically admonishing all the Taiwanese still thinking about going to China. Please do not. That going to China, staying there, was the worst business decision I made in my career. And you don't get one. You get a stream of them coming out. Okay. So everybody's leaving. So what are you going to do when you are leaving? You're going to clear your bills, right? Whenever you are leaving a restaurant, you'll say, hey, show me the bill, right? I'll give you my credit card and we clear it. Then thank you for your service. So when all the international investors are leaving China, they're going to go back to China and say, okay, I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, you promised you're going to do this, right? The WTO, upon entry, China agreed to a long list of things. I wrote a thread about it. It honored zero of them. Okay. So you think about, you put yourself in Xi's shoes. The Western investors are leaving. He got the bill his predecessors left him. There's going to be not very good chance for him to pay the bill back. Overdue. Okay. Then his entire demographics are collapsing. Right. 4 decades of one-child policy takes a toll right now. So if the current world order stays where it is today, the future looks very bleak for him. At the same time, if he got together with Putin, at least he could get something back, military technology, which he coveted, right? And he could actually insert himself into the global arena, right? I can probably twist your arms and get something out of you Western guys. Well, Americans are probably staying firm, but who knows? I don't think Macron is the last one, right? So probably she is right now making an example of Macron. That's basically an example for all the potential people around the world to see, right? There's an opportunity for you to be like Macron. You just come in, we cut deals, and screw Americans, right? Basically, that's it. So that's what she is going to do. So regardless of what he got this week or this month, imagine he's like a Pac-Man. Imagine he's moving down a lane, and he doesn't have a chance to take a U-turn and go 90 degrees to a different direction. No, he's in the lane right now. He will have to keep moving, or he is going to be eaten up. That's where he's at. So many people are saying, well, you need to kind of, she probably can change lane. How? You say that she is going to pay off the bill his predecessors left him? Not a chance. That's my point.
Good morning, Jingu. Always a pleasure to hear you up. Just a quick mic check as I'm just joining. Am I audible?
I can hear you fine.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Jingu, I think I'm not sure if we touched on this because I've been coming in and out since you started speaking. I mean, to what extent does China gain an advantage from labor rights, specifically a lack of labor rights, right? Because if you go to a country that has proper rule of law, let's say, I don't know, Malaya or Thailand, Vietnam, to an extent, people are going to workers are going to organize and they're going to insist that labor law is enforced, right? And this is not the case in China, as I understand it. How much of a competitive advantage does that create for China?
Well, basically, that's it. That's an excellent question. There's a term called the 低人权优势, the advantage of low human rights. Have you heard about it?
Let's say no.
Okay, so basically, the entire Chinese model is built on its disregard of human rights. Okay, so what does that mean? So let me give you one example. If you go to search in the Chinese website, right, where let's say when time is approaching the Spring Festival, there's a special word called 春运, which means basically the transportation around the Spring Festival. So what happened is there will be several 100 million people on the train moving around. Wow. But why would that happen? It's related to what's called the residency registration system called the 户口. Okay. So in China, you need a 户口, which basically register the residency in order to work. Okay, so let's say my daughter, she's from Los Angeles and she's going to University of Michigan. For her to find a job in, let's say, Silicon Valley, Chicago, or New York, all possible, right? That's what I'm thinking. I don't have to worry about it. But in China, it's different. Okay, if you are a Los Angeles resident, even if you are the #1 graduate in University of Chicago, let's say if a Chinese system is applied to the T, you need the special permission to work in Chicago. Oh, by the way, you cannot change job and jump to a Silicon Valley company. That's not allowed. You need to arrange that permit before you go there. And if you go to New York, you need that permit too. And you know what? This is actually more difficult because I went through it myself. I was privileged because I was born in Shanghai. I didn't have to worry about it, right? Shanghai is the biggest economic hub of China. I was living quite worry-free. But in my classmates, we are a national university, right? We are the equivalent of China's Dartmouth, right? We were China's Dartmouth. So my classmates from other parts of the country, that's a totally different story. It doesn't matter you are the #1 in our class. It doesn't matter. There's so many jobs. You don't even need to apply. There's no way. They wrote it clearly. You need a Shanghai residency in order to apply, right? Worse than working visa in the United States. Now, this kind of thing created this mass movement. Why? Because the workers, like the women and the men, they come to Shanghai, to the factory, or near Guangzhou, to assemble electronics. They work very long hours. But you know what? It's next to impossible for them to bring their children with them. It was even difficult for them to bring their spouses with them. So they live in dorms. And in China, there are temporary arrangements, what's called the temporary couples. What does that mean? So I work in New York. My wife goes to work in Chicago. Then, for our own convenience, we form temporary couples with migrant workers of the opposite sex in the same city. So I'm living with another woman. My wife is living with another man, just for the time we're working there. And our kids is back in Los Angeles, right? They cannot come to the places we work to be eligible for school. No, you can't. Okay, this kind of thing is how cruel this system is. And because of that, the system ironically enabled people there to work very long hours at a very bad condition. Because think about it. Basically, you don't have life, right? Why don't you just stay on the assembly line and keep assembling, right? What fun are you going to have? Who are you going to go to movie with, right? So all these things. Basically, these people don't have a life. Okay, so China's economic boom was built on that. So for 4 decades, China was reaping extra return, quote unquote return, on its low human rights. Now, here's the price to pay. Okay, because of that, China's birth rate is down the tubes. Nobody is having children, raising children anymore. And also, the government is very ridiculously dependent on the property market. And who is the biggest speculator on the property market? That's the Chinese government. I hate to say, it's the main source of its income. It artificially inflates the property prices to get revenues to pay off its costs for education, police, everything. Okay, all these are coming to rooster now. That's what she got. So even if she wanted to do good things, it cannot. To be fair to him, he needs to go back, pay the overdue in 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 terms of the environment, to fire hundreds of millions of people he depended on to keep Communist Party in power. All the kids who were in rural areas, he needed to arrest them. At the same time, if he really gave freedom to people, China would disintegrate. So right now, what can she do? He can only pursue a path of ultra-nationalism, to be very, very aggressive, knowing the world is pulling away. He cannot go back to play nice, because his labor cost is right now ridiculously high. Right, his labor cost has gone up 14 times, when his labor productivity has gone up 3 times. So when all these things coming together, you need to. So when we look at how Xi was mean to his predecessor, right? On the one side, it's very unseemly to watch. On the other side, kind of we understand, because you know what? He inherited a stack of bills his predecessors had no intention to pay off, and he doesn't have a choice now. So that's my point.
Now, the way in which he was in which Xi arrested his predecessor was very theatrical. This does everybody basically know this story? Like, is this kind of common political knowledge? Is this basically the ordinary Chinaman's take on exactly why that happened, or are there other reasons?
First of all, yes. The basically there's a way saying the China's 2,000-year history, right? China's 2,000-year history. The basically the I would say the literature mogul, if you will, that Mao Zedong greatly appreciated, right? This guy's a learned man. He's evil, but he's probably not an idiot. He's quite learned, right? He summarized China's 2,000 years of imperial history. He said that history is a 相着史. In Chinese, that means it's a history of we chopping each other off, chopping each other's heads off. That's the Chinese history. The Chinese history documented is all about treacheries in the court, right? So how could I form an alliance with NAFO, then topple Yutin, then I chop off the head of NAFO, so I rose to the top, right? So whoever can play the game and win the end, win the end. In Chinese, we have a saying, 成者王侯败者寇. What that means is those who survive on the top, they are the glorious monarchs, nobilities of China. Those who are defeated, who lost, they are the enemies of people. There's no mercy to them. Okay? And that has been conditioned into every Chinese culturally for 2,000 years. It's accepted as a norm. So that's a very dark side of the Chinese culture, I do say, right? So Xi being so cruel to his predecessor in Chinese culture, it's a show of strength. It's a show that he is totally in control. You guys shut the fuck up. Follow me. Stop talking about market share. Stop talking about going back. There's no way back. Okay? And probably it's a statement. You guys have no idea how dire the situation is. At the same time, you have to sing my praise. Okay? Because I'm the ultimate emperor, right? I have all the power. I can do this to your former boss. Imagine what I can do to you, right? So better for you to plead your allegiance to me, to wag your tails in front of me, than to say things I don't like, right? Or do things I don't like. So to Xi, this is absolutely necessary to him. And the other thing is that in I want to add, when we went through school, okay, ever since I, got into, let's say, the third grade and all the way to the college, there's one key word, which is called 和平演变, peaceful transformation. So what does peaceful transformation mean? The peaceful transformation means the Communist Party alleges the Western imperialists has this conspiracy. They're going to introduce market economy into China, which will turn China into a state that embraces democracy. By doing so, China will disintegrate, and it will be awful. Okay, let me put it this way. The first part is not entirely a lie. The Western countries will introduce market economy into China, and China will become a democracy. And after China becomes a democracy, instead of being one China, probably you will see a slew of, states like Taiwan, independent, vibrant, creative, good citizens of the world. Okay, the last part is key. The Communist Party defines that as an insidious conspiracy of the West. So every Chinese will grow up to be vigilant of this conspiracy, to work with foreigners, to learn the technology, get the know-hows from the foreigners, while at the same time counter this conspiracy. So that goes back to the word. The key word to counter that is called 斗争, struggle. So in Xi's speech, closing speech to address the Communist Party, he used the word reform for 17 times. He invoked the word struggle. I think it's like over 50 times. So basically, he's sending this message in this way. This is a clear way of sending the message, right? So if you think of what she did, kidnapping his predecessors, have a show of force, then addressing this way, it's this. It tells everybody, time has changed, okay? Stop dreaming about going back. Impossible. By the way, I'm not going to pay the bill my predecessors left me, right? So these guys were held by the world as great heroes, right? These guys staged a good show, but we knew all along. They knew too. This is an insidious Western plot, conspiracy to bring down the Communist Party, to lead China into disintegration. So therefore, now it's time to counter the Western imperialists. So that's why I'm saying, if Deng Xiaoping had woke up, called in to the MriyaReport space, he would be saying, see what I told you. All these Westerners were saying, right? China has changed. No longer communist country, right? It's interested in market share, blah, blah, blah. See? The Westerners are confessing themselves openly. They have a conspiracy to bring us down. And they are so naive to believe we will be changed forever. Ha ha ha. We're not, right? This is exactly what these people are doing. But what she is saying is, listen, my two predecessors thought by picking me, they picked a fool. It's up to me to pay off their bill. I'm no fool. And let me show you. This guy, who's one of my predecessors, I basically kidnapped him, took him out in front of everybody. Let me tell you, I'm not a fool. He thought I was a fool. I'm not. Now, you guys, everybody sitting down there, do you dare to challenge me or plot things again behind my back, thinking I'm a fool? Know what's coming to you, okay? Now, we're going to change lane. Everybody will follow me. Putin's the way to go. That's pretty much it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jingu. Boyar.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Jingu. When we talk about this chip on the shoulder that the Chinese population and the Chinese leadership has, how are they able to meld the two opposing ideas of this overarching Western plot against China, while at the same time they're able to undermine us using our own systems? Let me use an example here. For example, their clear breach of the deal with UK about Hong Kong. And I'll use an example for a dear neighbor country from Denmark, and the country of Norway had the goal to give the Nobel Peace Prize to a Chinese dissident. And wouldn't you know, a month or two afterwards, Norwegian products were boycotted by the Chinese market, and we're led to believe that these had nothing to do with each other. But how are they? I know that cognitive dissonance is very popular in totalitarian states, but do you think they actually have both those opposing ideas in their heads? Or
It's actually much easier for you to understand. Okay, so you think there's a the dissonance and disconnect. It's actually much easier for you to understand. Think about Iran. Okay, so the Iranian people, then you have a class of mullah, right? You have the ICGC, who is who's rooting for a crazy ideology or some kind of control of the country, right? So they claim they have a mission. So therefore, they have to place everybody under some kind of totalitarian control, right? The Iranian people actually didn't really care for it. If you leave it to their own devices, leave it to their own agency, they go the other way. But the mullahs and the ICGC say that's decadent, right? Exactly the same in China. So if you look at China, the total population, let's say, controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, including the Uyghurs and Tibetans under occupation, 1.4 billion people. There are 90 million Chinese Communist Party members. And these are what the Chinese Communist Party calls the 先锋队. It's the Bolshevik concept, which means the pioneering class of our society, the vanguard of our society. So the vanguards of the society has this mission, which is to defeat the Westerners in the end, lead the Chinese people to defeat the Westerners. Now, in reality, the Chinese people are not that into their crazy imperialistic ideal. The Chinese people had no problem with Taiwan being independent. The Chinese people don't have the crave because around China there are many states with a very sizable Chinese population. For example, Chinese is a very large minority population, but a very sizable minority in Malaysia. They have huge Chinese population over there, right? Well, Chinese people really don't have an issue with Chinese Malaysian holding a Malaysian passport and claiming they're Malaysian, right? Although they're also Chinese. There's no issue with that. So they're perfectly happy with that. Okay. Therefore, the Chinese people actually enjoyed the open up of the world. They enjoy the economic freedom. they had for the last 4 decades. They enjoyed the Chinese Communist Party didn't breathe down their neck like they used to remind them, you guys need to one day come back to this imperialistic core cause, which is to revive and strengthen the Chinese Empire. Because today's People's Republic of China is actually an empire. So, the Chinese Communist Party has basically said, okay, you guys had 4 decades of good time, and we know leaving it to your own devices, you guys will have no problem having China disintegrated. Oh, by the way, leaving it to your own device, you guys really don't want to take up the fight against the insidious Westerners. Because you know what? You guys love democracy. You guys love free market, right? If we keep telling you the Westerners will bring the free market and democracy as an insidious plot against China, leaving it to you guys will embrace it. So she is now what she is doing, tightening the control of China, right? Setting up all the party tentacles reaching deep into the Chinese society. Why is that? He's basically telling the entire Chinese society, okay, party's over. Time to go home. Don't forget, I'm still your master, right? So, what the Chinese Communist Party used to breathe down your neck during Mao's time, let's resume the practice. So she is right now bringing back a lot of institutions. Only they were operating, they were feared institutions in the Mao's time. Then in Deng's time, Deng dismantled them. But don't fool yourself as believing the Chinese Communist Party is done with it. No, they're just putting them on shelf. They're going to dust it off, bring it back when time is right. And she's saying time is right now. So therefore, when you see the dissonance, you need to understand. So that the very typical show of force, showdown, is what you saw in Hong Kong, right? So the Hong Kongese people, they took on the street. And one of their political, let's say the goal they stated was to have a self-election, self-organized election. And some of them even went further. Let Hong Kong return to UK. Now, what does that mean? The Chinese people, and they are broadly sympathized by the rest of Chinese across China. Very, very much, there's a tremendous sympathy toward them. Basically, the Chinese people are stating it very clearly. Go screw yourself. Stop telling us there's a plot. We actually love that plot. But because of that, the Chinese Communist Party, think about the Cayman, okay? Think about behind this Cayman, there's a force for democracy. He's a paranoid. We'll eat him up. So the little Pac-Man can only keep pushing forward, pursuing his imperialistic dream. Did that make sense?
You see,
Yeah.
I've always interpreted this. Sorry, boy, I'll get to you in just a second. I've always interpreted this apparent dissonance as the classic, the classic Marxist vulnerability. There's this tone. If you look at it, it's true of a lot of totalitarian regimes, but particularly Marxist ones. There's this rhetorical tone that says, yes, the revolution is inevitable and irresistible, but at the same time, it's very vulnerable, right? So there's this kind of slightly dissonant argument they put forward that what we are the power of the people and there's nothing you can do about it, and we are the crest of the wave of history. But at the same time, if you listen to the Sex Pistols, then you're a threat to the revolution. You're saying we're not seeing the same kind of rhetorical trick at work here, Jingu?
Yes, there's a misunderstanding from the West. So the rest of the world is thinking that China got into this Marxist ideology. No, you need to listen to what Chinese Communist Party is saying about its history. The Chinese Communist Party stated this, right? The Chinese patriots, who are really the nationalists, the imperialists, okay, they are searching for a way to to rejuvenate the Chinese nation, which is to make China great again. In the search, through trials and errors, they concluded the only way to revive the great Chinese empire is to import basically Leninism from Russia. That's the only way. Because what China got into was Leninism. Leninism is basically I would say a derivative of Marxism. Because if you study what happened during that time, those Marxists in Europe, they strongly disagree where Lenin is going, calling him out for establishing the between the Marxist ideal. And basically, eventually, all the disillusioned Marxists, where did they go? They eventually evolve into today's uh, leftists in the European right. And in 1959, the German Socialist Party publicly renounced their association with Marxism. So in today's European left, yes, they all got their roots from Marxism. However, because they actually, starting from the 1880s, they got themselves into the electoral process and stayed with it. They transformed into basically a legitimate political party in the West. At the same time, Lenin decided to go the other way. So this is the history. Then basically China went even further. Why is that? Because people need to understand what is the Chinese Empire. Chinese Empire is the longest practicing fascist totalitarian state ever existed in human history. And I say it without any hesitation. Okay, because I came from there. Many people are saying Confucius represents the Chinese culture. No, the real Chinese culture is fascism sugar coated under Confucianism. Okay, that's the real Chinese imperial culture, not the Chinese culture, imperial culture. Okay, so the Chinese imperialists, they were seeking a way to revive the Chinese empire, which is basically a totalitarian state that controlled all the basically the former components, the colonies of the Manchurian Empire. And they found the only way to do it is to introduce a Leninist political system. And today I published a thread for that. So that's really what it is. And therefore, people are like, yeah, the Chinese Communist Party was not loyal to Marxism. No, it was never. When Mao Zedong, you need to understand how Mao Zedong rose to the top inside the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party was set up by Joseph Stalin, okay? And it initially included the two pieces. He sent his people. These are people really recruited by the Russian intelligence as agents to basically round up all the bandits in China to start a revolution. But you know what? One bandit, whose name is Mao Zedong, outwitted every one of them because he's more ruthless, he's more deeply rooted in the Chinese imperial culture. He knows all the tricks, all the dirty tricks, and he can be much more ruthless than any of these people trained by KGB or NKVD at that time. So he won. Okay. Then basically Stalin was very skeptical of this guy because Mao never read a page of Marxist work. To give Stalin credit, he read a lot of the Marxist work. Okay, he actually tried to internalize the Marxist ideology and combine that with the Russian imperialist practice. Mao is like, go screw these things. I don't care. I don't need of them, right? So when he rose to power, Mao started an internal cleansing against what he called those people obsessed with Greek philosophy. Now, if you understand what his true intention, it was basically he was cleansing his opponents inside the Chinese Communist Party, who actually are more well versed with Marxism than he does. What is Mao? Basically a bandit. Basically a village rascal. That's who he is. And this is who Xi's role model is. So people like the Chinese Communist Party are no longer into communism. Let me tell you some news. They were not into communism in the first place. Long before they got into power. It's a natural selection process, right? Those Marxists trained, Leninists, trained by Soviet Union, proved to be too nice, too naive, not ruthless enough, not treacherous enough, too reluctant to betray anybody for their own political gain. They're too principled. So therefore they are defeated. They actually, through this natural process, they're saying, go to the hell with Marxism. Okay, we're going to be the communist in the name, but the most ruthless totalitarians in the world. That's why there's a bit of mistrust between Stalin and Mao. Stalin is like, are you really a Marxist of our cut? That's why I keep saying Russians, hard to believe, Russians are much more principled than Chinese communists. Much more. Okay? If anything, you can believe in what Russians tell you a lot more than the communists will tell you. Okay? So that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, my take was not really whether my point was not really whether China is Marxist in the strict sense. I mean, I don't think that's ever true of a major power, right? Be it okay. So we've only had two major Marxist regimes in history: the Soviet, quote, communist regimes in history, China and the Soviet Union. I mean, in both of those cases, I would argue the Marxism was basically just administration, right? The goal was imperialism. It was not, it was not anything naively ideological. My point was more about this kind of use of simultaneous, this kind of rhetorical device of being simultaneously very powerful and also very vulnerable, right? This kind of double-tracked, slightly dissonant rhetorical device that Boyar spoke about. But we'll get to that because we've got a couple of hands. Boyar, you please go ahead.
Thank you, Tim. And I would like to follow up on that thread, because if we take a step back and look at the TCP's ideology and try not to be so caught up in planned economy and that they call themselves Marxists. We have the good old stabbed in the back mythos, you could see from Germany after World War One, or how Turkey, because what China experienced at the end of the imperialist age with several type of invasions from the imperialist powers, it's not something that China had to suffer alone, and that type of suffering isn't something that it's unique in world history. But to just jump over to another point, in my home country, when we were talking about you maybe have heard the term the Chinese model, that the Chinese have shown the way that there are a different way to lifting your people up to the middle classes than free markets and free IDs. And when we were talking about that, people used to like to quote Deng Xiaoping when he said, it doesn't matter what color the cat is as long as it captures mice. And I always thought when I heard that, it's like, what does he mean by that? If, because we assume that he means by that that he's working towards an open democratic society. But I always thought when I heard that he thinks no, the best tool to to strengthen the CCP's power and to right what we see as a historic wrong is right now free trade and capitalism, but it's only a tool. It's nothing more. I would love to hear what Jingu has to say about that.
Okay, so Boja, there's a couple of things I need to really correct here. So I think I understand where you come from. Okay, and also the so-called lifting the Chinese out of poverty. So I'm going to give you some real quotes, not from me, from Chinese Prime Minister, the outgoing Chinese Prime, or outgoing or has already gone. The former Chinese Prime Minister Li Keqiang. Okay, so let me give you. So you hear many people telling you the China lifted the many people out of poverty, right? Okay, true. Let me tell you, for the economic reform, China was so poor. Okay, right now there are many people lifted out. How many? Let me give you a number. So there are about 1.4 billion people under the communist rule, correct? Okay, I could tell you that before the economic reform, when China's population was, let's say, 900 million or 1 billion or 1.1 billion, many people were poor, very poor. So at that time, maybe the people who are in the middle class, maybe 100,000 out of 1 billion, something like that. Okay, so right now the number is a lot bigger. But here's the real number. I'm going to quote it from the former prime minister in, I think, in the year 2019 or something. He said, okay, we need to be cognizant. In our country, in China, there are 600 million people whose monthly income is below 1,000 yuan. 600 million, okay? That's 600 million out of 1.3 billion, okay? 1.4 billion, okay? Now, we also understand this. Recently, there's an outstanding Chinese actor. I'm a big fan of him, okay? So he came on board. He actually was reminiscing his past, his stuff. Before he was famous, he was making about 2,500 yuan a month. So get a number. The prime minister said 600 million people do not earn more than 1,000 yuan a month, right? This actor, before he was famous, he was earning 2,500 yuan a month, which was 2.5 times that much, right? Okay. And then he said, because he lived in Beijing, with that kind of income, he could not afford his own grocery. He would have to go to the grocery upon its closing, before it's closing, 5 minutes before it's closing, when the vendors, the stores, are throwing out their stuff. He will pick up whatever he can at that moment. There's no way he could buy grocery with his money at that time. That's 2.5 times higher than what the prime minister said for 600 million people. So, Boya, what do you estimate as the total population, the level of poverty? Let me give you a number. If we apply the American poverty standard to China, according to a leading Chinese sociologist, very famous, about 1 billion people would be under the poverty line by American standard. But you don't hear that, because in China, they revised the poverty standard. Chinese poverty standard is on par with the United States, with only one difference: the denominating currency. So let's say American poverty standard is to say anybody earning, let's say, less than $15,000. That means poverty. In China, they change it to 15,000 yuan. What's the exchange rate between the US dollar and Chinese yuan? More than 6. So basically, China lowered its threshold for poverty 6 times. Therefore, it publicated to the made an announcement to the world that it really has eliminated many people who are below the poverty line. Now, to be fair, people like my family benefited tremendously. Okay, my parents are definitely above the poverty line. Why? Because they are residents of Shanghai. Because as a Shanghai resident, we would have so much privileges, unthinkable of citizens in other cities in China. Totally unthinkable. Okay, so therefore I agree. Especially if you go to Shanghai, if you go to Beijing, if you go to the Guangzhou, the major cities, you see a vibrant, wealthy middle class. But if you drive 100 miles away from downtown, this is what I'm saying. In China, if you want to see Europe and sub-Sahara poverty, you only need to drive 100 miles from downtown Shanghai to 100 miles west. You will see poverty without any question. My wife's family came from a wealthy suburb, but they belong to the rural community, okay? And in Shanghai, okay? So her family had basically two pieces. One is basically a wealthy village in the rural area in Shanghai. The other is a wealthy village in Zhejiang province, a province next to Shanghai, arguably one of the richest provinces in China. Let me tell you one thing. When I got married with my wife, okay, so there's a basically wedding ceremony and everybody got together to eat. And there's a Chinese tradition, right? They would come to basically the bride and groom's living room and have a chat. So her relatives from the Zhejiang province all came. We had a long queue outside the bathroom. They never saw such a nice bathroom ever in their life. So it's time for them to take advantage of it. They enjoyed it so much, they were singing and dancing in the bathroom to the point my mother-in-law had to go in there and tell them, hey, time for you guys to leave. So what you keep hearing in Ukraine, the Russians are stealing the toilets. I understand why. I totally understand. Guess what? All these people were not below the poverty line by today's CCP standard. That's my point.
If I could just add to that, Jingu, it sounds really reasonable, but my argument was not that there is any credence to the Chinese argument that we have lifted these people out of poverty. It's most likely right what you're saying, and it sounds plausible, but I would say people that behaves like the Chinese regime has towards their neighbor and their own population. I don't care if they have, many doubled the GDP. When you behave like that towards your neighbors and your partners and your own population.
Yes. So therefore, if there's a rule of law, Chinese would opt for a different regime. They don't care if they will break up. Okay. Let me give you another personal story. My cousin, who I grew up with, right? He just retired from his position to run a real estate company in China. He shared privately with my brother, he had to retire. Why? He really could not take it anymore with his conscience. As the manager of the company, he would have to do so many unethical things just to survive. He has made enough money, so he didn't have to work anymore. He's not very wealthy, but he's enough to support his comfortable life for the rest of his life. That's it. He said, I cannot do any anymore. I feel like I'll be punished if I stay. But in China, if you need to survive as an entrepreneur, or let's say a private sector manager of the company, there are so many things you have to do. There are just so many compromising things you have to do. You would curse yourself for what you are doing, but you need to do it because otherwise you go into the property, nobody will take care of you. And he said, along the path, I don't know how much trail I've blazed. I don't want to think about all the employees who once worked for me. That's how he got out of his poverty in the Chinese, by the Chinese standard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nifode,
Sorry, excuse me. I was in the process of writing you a note in the back channel. So we've got a question from a listener that is too shy to come up. That's been waiting for quite a while, and they are asking, what is the significance or meaning of China hosting the agreement for the normalization?
sorry,
You're breaking up, Nifo. Can you repeat?
Yeah, we lost you.
You lost me?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh,
Hi,
I
can you
see.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
Better.
Hello?
Yes, we do. I do.
Okay. Sorry. Somebody turned on the microwave and I had forgotten that I wasn't using my phone signal. I was using the 2.4 gigahertz. And so, of course, I messed it up. So for Jingyu, the question is, what is the significance or meaning of China hosting the agreements for the normalization of relations between Saudi and Iran? And is this just to gather more countries to Team China?
Pretty much he got it. And China does not know what it's getting into. However, if you understand the Chinese Communist Party's operation, use one word to summarize it: driving a wedge in the name of bringing harmony and unity. That's its most modus operandi. So whatever that will drive a wedge to create a split with whatever party to the rest of the world, to the West, they will do it. They're obliged to do it. They're seeking out opportunities to do it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Now I think Lexicon has some words for us, questions.
Well, I guess I have some viewpoints because I wanted to push back on a few ideas. I know Jingu's area is a lot of history and philosophy. Mine is more economics and a bit of political thought. And if we look at the issue, for example, from the point of view of the economists in our part of the worldwide, the issue of poverty, that generally poverty gets measured by United Nations kind of standards that China uses as well. And we measure poverty in purchasing power parity, or PPP as they call it. And the reason for that is that, I found out when I lived in China over the many decades that to get a haircut in New York maybe cost you, I don't even know anymore, $30, $40. To get a haircut in China, it could cost you 50 cents if you're in the countryside. And I was the poverty economist for United Nations Statistics Department in Southeast Asia and Asia, and the poverty specialist. So the methods of measuring poverty are very germane and of great interest to countries all over the world. But generally, you take a basket of commodities and services that a family or an individual would use, and you take that for the country you're working with, for the cities. And you have to look at prices, and you have teams that go out and do this in the course of the economic measurement. So the issue of having raised such a huge number of people out of severe poverty and state of hunger is really well dealt with in measurement and in theory, and that's quite important to recognize. I think that we can have different viewpoints, but I think it's important, for example, to look at some Chinese scholars in the West who have grown up in China. One of the people I know well, an economist named Christine Wong, who's at an Australian university. She's the chair now, but I knew her in the 90s. So these are people who are not getting hoodwinked by what's actually being said. I think if we look at well, I want to just say that in India, for example, or in Russia, you can also go in India and Pakistan. I didn't have to go 100 miles. I go 10 miles or 3 miles off the main road, and I found no little girls who went to school. The people did not eat rice at all. They farmed rice for a landlord, and they ate coarser kinds of sweet potatoes and so on. So, I mean, that kind of issue, it's not enough. It's not that kind of evidence that, those are complicated countries too. And they also, their poverty levels are measured in purchasing power parity in terms of what persons need for their basic goods and services. I followed the work of economists like Christine Wong, and although she's very critical of China, there's no way that she would want to say that China or indeed India is a fascist country. I think if we look at Marxism, we have to see it like other philosophies. There are schools. So I think Lenin, to deal with his country, he attempted to bring to the Marxism that he understood other viewpoints to do with the Europe he was looking at and the Russia he was looking at. I think Mao also did. I think it's a bit much to call Mao a bandit. He was a school teacher and a librarian. I've been to his hometown, and anyway, I think that one could say legitimately in his days as a student of his country and of this appealing, what seemed to be an appealing philosophy to him. He did add concepts. For example, the notion that one didn't have to have an industrialized country to have some kind of struggle for more rights and dignity. Now, of course, the man was ruthless. He grew more ruthless, I would say, and ruthless and remote and so on. China's a very big country, and I don't think that the leader today, any more than back then, is able to rule this country. That they say in Chinese, like you stand up a pole and it makes a shadow. There's nothing that immediate. And a ruler has to deal with a lot of, with 30 provinces, with leaders and with the regions of the country. At any rate, those are different viewpoints. But there's just, I think, one other thing that I wanted to push back on was this. There's a bit of a kind of mystique here raised that nobody who's not bred and born Chinese blood can know anything about what's going on, and the entire country is busy holding the reality away from all foreigners. Like, I'm just one person's experience, but I have lived in China various years since 1973. One of my children was born there. One of them went to kindergarten and to school. They were only in schools with all Chinese children. And so they grew up with these kids, and they still have friends. And they've known, I was I was there. It was the tail end of the Cultural Revolution. Wasn't the first time wasn't really the heavy part of it. But at that time, they still used phrases like, you foreign experts are our revolutionary comrades. And I mean, Zhou Enlai made a policy speech, and these people from the outside, if they were interested, took part in the political discussion with nobody but Chinese people around them. Maybe my entire institution was concealing things, except that I was able to read the same bulletin about foreign news that all the Chinese people could have access to, or the cadres. We were in a group of intellectuals. People, you could go to political study if you wanted to. You weren't, of course, obliged to. So there was no discussion going on except when these people sat together, one sat in the same discussion. Some of the people that have been my friends since those days were people like Bertha Sneck, Joan Hinton, and Fred Engst. There was the Israel Epstein, a historian. These are people, David and Isabel Crook. These are people who, in their zeal, their revolutionary zeal in the 1930s and 40s, and disappointed. Joan Hinton was a physicist who worked on the atom bomb. So dismayed with the results, made her way, like as her brother had done, to China. They got themselves through the lines because they were not keen on the Kuomintang, and found that aid was being distributed better in the rear base areas, made their way up to Yan'an. They stayed on in China. They suffered through the Cultural Revolution. Some people were in prison, including isolation for 5 years. Nonetheless, they stayed on because they had become very, they were immersed in the country. So I think that these people's experiences are worth understanding. And with them, with these friends who, Isabel is now 106 years old. She's an amazing person, but I still know her. So they live nowhere but immersed in, with their colleagues at the school. Their school has become a university in recent decades. So I think that it's not, so they're not people who couldn't distinguish fascism. Some of them did live through fascist countries in Europe. And while we can say now, I think that Xi is certainly far more authoritarian, and the policing of the people has become more, excuse me, I got to take a draft of water here. Yeah, so I mean, these kinds of things are absolutely dismaying, and I completely agree with your your anger with these things. And at the same time, I was amazed to see that people could revolt against the strictures of the COVID regime in China. And and for some reason to this day, of course, I don't understand, but Xi decided to give in on this. I mean, China is effed with regards to COVID, but that's beside the point. But I just that sort of thing. I think I've seen authoritarianism. I've been in Burma in 3 different decades, and boy, they're telling you the story they want. But with the IMF mission, they got to show up with the figures that they need to show up with. So similarly, the regimes I worked in with the UN were transitions from these centrally managed economies to market economies. So you can argue that China made some of this transition or didn't make a lot of it. And I think you would be quite right to make those arguments. I don't disagree with you. I just don't like the impression that the whole entire world is having the wool pulled over their eyes, except for a few people who grew up in China. So I just want to say I have lots of friends who grew up in China, who live in the West, and who have significant posts in universities, and they're not trading on some phony misconception of what China is. They work rather hard to debunk myths, but to find out what's going on. So I agree. That doesn't make me an insider, no matter how many years I was there. I really bow to your intimate knowledge of China, but at the same time, I don't want to give a misconception to people in the space about our ability to know China, and a distinction between fascism and a rather authoritarian state.
Thank you.
I think. Sorry, just to jump in there. I think one of the key points here is the way these regimes, particularly Marxist regimes or Marxian regimes or quasi, whatever you want to call them, the way they treat foreigners and the way they treat their own people is very, very different. So I don't think you're ever going to get the same experience as a foreigner, particularly as a somewhat pampered foreign intellectual in these countries, as you are as a citizen of one of these countries, and that was as true of the
For
Soviet
sure.
Union as it was of China. And I think we do have to be careful with words as well. Tony Blair was ruthless. Mao Zedong killed 50 million of his own people, right? I mean, these if that word is to mean anything, then it surely cannot apply to both of those people. But I would like to go to Jingu on this because I'm sure he has a lot of interesting things to say. Jingu.
I'll explain why I clap my hands, but let me ask the first question based on one statement, very quick. So, lexicon, you say China is a huge country with 30 provinces, since you said 30. So it includes Xinjiang, Qinghai, Xizang, correct?
Yeah, we know what's the statutory limits, the internationally recognized. I don't disagree with you about the status of, the real longings of many of the people.
Yeah, so basically, lexicon, can I do an explanation to the audience what my question means? Okay. So,
of course.
So, lexicon, please do not disrupt me, okay? So, when I ask the Xinjiang, Xizang, and Qinghai, that means this. Xinjiang is the name for Eastern Turkestan. Qinghai and Xizang are two provinces created of splitting Tibet. So lexicon just said, China is a huge country. It included two places China break out of that basically split Tibet into two provinces. These are all China's provinces, and of course the Mongolia, and of course the Manchuria. All these are Chinese provinces because China has such a big place to govern. We need to be sympathetic to the Chinese Communist Party. And my clap goes to my relative. Why would I clap him? Because this guy is actually working for the Chinese government. His job is to make sure the foreigners in China get what they control to be fed to them, to form an opinion, to understand Chinese culture and Chinese political system and its economy in a way Chinese Communist Party wanted them to believe. For example, all the economic data. All the economic data need to be reviewed, censored. People in Chinese Communist Party need to understand what does that data, what conclusion will that data derive, right? And also, every conversation, every place a foreign expert goes, need to be recorded, taped, analyzed, making sure they don't get into the wrong people, they don't get the wrong information. So my clap is basically to my relative. He apparently has done such a good job. If he didn't, that's called a political incident. He would be in jail. His entire pension would be gone. Okay, so basically, all what we have been hearing is a living proof. Somebody who sincerely buy into Eastern Turkestan is part of China. Tibet should be cut into two pieces, be made into two provinces occupied by China. Now, let me add one thing. In order to unify the Tibetan people, Mao Zedong ordered Tupolev, which is the Russian bomber, to rain down bombs on the biggest temple of the Tibetans. And then that was not enough for Dalai Lama to seek refuge in India. And Dalai Lama eventually went. Okay, so we need to understand the Chinese Communist Party is truly a master in manipulating the narratives, especially making sure this narratives is sent to everybody, not by the Chinese agents, but by Western experts who buy into their value, believe into their story, make a career out of whatever fed to them, and also this kind of job, controlling the data, the information flow, made the career my hands. Great job, everybody. The system works. Kudos to everybody. That was my first point. Can I go on to the second point? Yeah. So the second point is really this. Yes, Mao Zedong on the paper, he was a school teacher. Okay, so let me tell you what Mao Zedong did at the starting point of his military career. So the Chinese Communist Party was defeated by the nationalists, right? So Mao Zedong fled into the mountains. He started a mutiny, which is called Qiu the post-harvest mutiny. And he led his troops to what's called the Jinggangshan, the Mount of Jinggang. You guys can all go to the Google to do a search. He went into the mountain. So who hosted Mao at that time? Two bandits. One is called Wang Suo. The other is called Yuan Mencai. Okay, so these are the two bandits who actually had a bit of compassion to Mao. So they sheltered Mao in his worst time. So what did Mao do? The two bandits very quickly, mysteriously died. Their troops were taken by Mao. Maybe that's just a coincidence, but such a kind of coincidence happens all the time in Mao's career. He's the one who can outwit, being more ruthless than any bandits, any local rebels he got into. And the here is really what the Taiwanese who studied Mao studied. So what is the tenet for Mao to be so successful? In Chinese we say, 忍要忍到无耻，狠要狠到无情. What does that mean? Okay. You need to be very patient. You need to be able to endure humiliation to the point of being shameless. People think you have no self-respect. But when you have an upper hand, you need to be ruthless to the point you're almost inhuman. That's his way to get to the top. And total death toll under his rule, 80 million. 80. Joseph Stalin, 62 million. Adolf Hitler, 36 million. At least 4 million Tibetans died under his rule. Go talk to the Uyghurs. Okay, to make the Eastern Turkestan one province out of 30, like we just heard. Artilleries, howitzers were used to raise their town. And also the other thing, cotton. China used to be a big exporter of cotton. Okay, Uyghur kids were used to pick up the cotton. Go listen to their story. Understand what does that mean to run a huge country. To run a huge country of 30 provinces. We can, by the same token, understand what Mr. Putin is doing is to rein in one renegade province, maybe, which is called Ukraine today. That's my point.
Thank you very much, Jingu. I see Dryfly has had his hand up for a long time. Dryfly, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to comment. I was listening to everybody's bits, and I agree with it. It's an interesting topic. I think one of the things that we forget here, we don't really have a feel for, and Zhengzhou might have a better idea of that than the rest of us. But it's the day-to-day oppression of just living in a system that allows for that much corruption. And it's not just the government, it's just everywhere, all the time, every day. I knew another sales. I was industrial sales for a long time. I was a contract person, and so I was basically working the sell side of supply chain. That was how I got into so many manufacturing shops. So I would find people who needed representation, and I would help them, and I would work with the engineers. I'd be in the design teams and walk the factory floors and all that. I met a woman who was the sales manager for a company that produced parts very similar to what we produced, and we got to comment a lot on LinkedIn and also on some uh, like Zoom like internet chat rooms, and we just talked about business. And I gave her some help finding business in China, and she gave me some help finding business in the United States. And one of the things that she told me was just the hassles that she had in her day-to-day life doing business there. And I asked her straight up, I said, why do you chase so much work with American companies? Why don't you spend more time doing business with Chinese companies? There's so much more manufacturing over there now than there is here for the kind of products that we were making. And she just said it's the corruption. She called it the commissions. And I go, the commissions, what do you mean? The commissions, you pay people to get things done. And I asked her, I said, commissions are something you pay. It's like salary, wages. What do you mean? And then she thought a while, and then she was flipping through her dictionary and, translation dictionary. She said, excuse me, bribes. I confused the two. We use the same word in our business for commissions and bribes. She said, I have to pay everybody bribes. And then she went through and explained how the sales were done. She would have to go to an office of a large SOES, large state-owned enterprise, or a large Chinese corporation, private corporation. Most of them were state-owned enterprises or connected closely to state-owned enterprises. She said, I would have to bribe the people just to get an appointment with the person who would do the buying. Then I would bribe the buyer to get an opportunity to get a quote. Then I would bribe the buyer to get an order. And then when I finally got the order, I would have to bribe the engineers who do the quality assurance to get the part approved. When we finally got the part approved and we're in production, we had to bribe the people at the dock to get it unloaded, to bring it into the factory. And immediately we would have quality problems, and we would have to bribe the quality people to make those go away. She said, when I did business with American companies, I saw almost none of that. She said, the irony is, she said, we had to bid much lower on the American jobs. We would bid maybe half what we would bid on the jobs to the Chinese SOE. But we knew we could make money on those. If we bid to the Chinese, even if we bid twice as high on the Chinese contract, if we were going to make a profit, because we could never know how many bribes you would have to pay to finally produce the parts. And she said this happened day after day after day with every contract, every single thing she did. And she was begging everyone she knew to find a way to get the hell out of China and get to the West. She was a really, really good salesperson, very, very sharp engineer who was working with them on design, and her talents were totally wasted. Years later, I ran into her again on a LinkedIn forum and found out that she had, in fact, got married and quit and is a stay-home mom. And she said, ironically, even though I don't make as much money, she says I lose less money doing that. She was actually losing money in her job because of the cost of all these things that she had to do out of pocket to make these transactions happen. And I never forgot that. It was just the day-to-day oppression of dealing with a system that isn't honest. And so when we hear about the government is a problem, but it's more than that. I mean, it's the everyday damn thing that goes on. And I'd love to hear Gwenju, because I just take on that, because I never forgot that. I mean, I don't know for a fact if everyone has that experience, but from the people I've known that have worked there and lived there in the business world, okay, on the street, that's more common than it's uncommon. And I'll listen.
Thank you very much, Dryfly. Let's go to Lexicon and then to Jingu, please.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to make any equivalents. That's true. It's absolutely debilitating. And I think it's as you said, this lady sort of voted with her feet. And we have millions upon millions upon millions of Chinese who have walked out on this. And we have others who, I found an interesting article in the New Yorker, a teacher who talked about the way his young students were growing up, learning, finding their path through how they live with all this crap and their different ways. A very sophisticated article. I'll try and find a link to post on my space. It's a year old or something. But anyway, but I wanted to say, to come back to, well, we look at that diaspora all over the world, and you can see Chinese communities are quite sliced up. Certainly in Toronto and Montreal, I know them well, and friends in Vancouver, because you got people who are very pro-China and very anti-China, and find that attending events about Hong Kong just before COVID and so on. I really heard these strong opinions. So we have to understand that there are a few perspectives about. Only one I want to come back on specifically is about statistics and economics. Because when you make your living doing this, you don't exactly want to get your leg pulled too much. So in China, for example, how do you find out whether, like, I remember going to Cambodia with the IMF Article 4 mission, and I did what was called the real sectors, go out and find out production levels. And I found out that, in fact, all that, say, in agricultural production, all the ministry could do is to see whether sowing and growth appeared to be how much, higher or lower than last year, and how much, 5% or 2% or 10%. But last year had been built the same way on the year before that, and so on and so on and so on. Crappy methodology is absolutely rampant, and not only in these global South countries. But in order to take a look at how you find out what changes are taking place, let's say going from the national accounts to what you'd call micro, but it's population census and social surveys. There's methodology there. People doing this work, they're social scientists, and economists, and they got to have a methodology. There's a whole world. The UNFPA, the Population Fund, provides technical expertise for the population and housing census. I worked a lot more in the social surveys, and that usually could be consultants from UNDP, so on, various international agencies I worked on the Vietnam one, for example, and Laos, as well as a province of China. So these experts have got to go and see the people who are not necessarily white people from the rich countries. They've got to be the persons employed in UN agencies and World Bank agencies and so on have got to be drawn from all over. So you just never know who you're going to get. So you've got to look at the methodology for the questionnaire, for the setting of for the frame from which the sample's drawn, how the sample's drawn, multiple indicator cluster surveys. Anyway, a whole lot of jazz. But it's not just gobbledygook. One works at what are the discrepancies, why are they there? So although we don't have as good survey data, at least we didn't 10 years ago when I was working there, on, say, the Chinese household survey, we do have from a few provinces. The Sichuan one is outstanding. And so when you've actually seen the methodology, worked on it, gone to in the global South, you don't call people up on the phone. You actually go to the household and you sit down and talk with people. You can be critical of the methodology. For example, sitting down and talking only to the so-called head of the household, which is always one man, who didn't know anything about the working hours of his wife. So there's lots of room there for technical excellence and for deriving good data. So in fact, World Bank and IMF, if you can read their papers, they're now open, searchable online. And so their assessments of the quality of the data are that they're sort of in the range of plenty of large and small global South countries. And even in many ways, some of them are comparable to what's going on in European and Western countries. I just wanted to, so I just mean that we do have relatively decent data out of China. They haven't yet stopped giving their national accounts data to the UN statistics as Russia has, but probably going to happen. At any rate, I wanted to say that I never said that because China's a very big country and has 30 provinces, we have to be sympathetic to the government that it manages to run it. I said it's a vast country, and I don't think that one person is able to rule that country in the automatic way he'd love to be able to. I'm just saying that, yes, as in Russia, there are tendencies, currents, regions, um, even the Shanghai Beijing differences that Jingu has talked about in the past, and so on. And then I just don't, I mean, these stunts of applauding the guy who managed to hoodwink me and my ilk are, yeah, I don't appreciate it very much.
Jingu, we'll bring the discussion on China to a close and bring things back to Ukraine, but would you care to have the last word?
Sure. I'm going to just use a couple examples to make my point. So I don't think it's possible to convince you, but next time let me give you something to think about, okay? And also, just so you know, whenever you visit Guinea Chinese family, they know beforehand. They know who you will go there to visit. They know what they're supposed to tell you. They know what they're supposed not to say to you. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. That's their job. Okay, it's a whole system, the whole country. I'm not going to that. I'm just going to the statistics because in a graduate school, I earned my assistantship by being a teaching assistant of statistics. So let me tell you something which is not included. So we need to calculate China's price, right? Inflation, the most basic, the economic statistics. Okay. What we probably don't know is on the China market, 10% of the cooking oil are actually oil people recovered from the sewage of the cooking oil dumped by restaurants. And it's a very big industry in China. There are special little stores to bleach the recovered cooking oil residual from the sewage to bleach them to make it look normal. So that's 10%. Now, if my dad goes to a store to buy a bottle of cooking oil without knowing it's actually a recovered leftover,
Oh,
recovered
sorry,
leftover.
I just
Yeah,
muted you, Jingu, by mistake. I beg
yeah.
your pardon.
Leftover from the sewage, he will not know actually that should be zero. But this is actually counted as the legitimate supply into China. Now, there are also other things. For example, there are factories being uncovered who are using the chemical pellets to fake as the grain as the rice grains and blend it into the rice to be sold. It's an industry. All the journalists trying to expose this kind of thing mysteriously all died. We don't know how, why, but all of them, whenever you uncover such a story, there's a tragic death waiting for you in about 2 years. That's one. The other thing is the salary. Okay, there are many migrant workers into the major cities because they are construction workers. They're working in a factory. Okay, so in a major city called Shenzhen, which I think Lexicon you know, there's recently an anti-terrorist exercise by the local police. The anti-terrorist exercise is just going to counter one scenario. What if these were migrant workers who didn't get paid for 6 months? Because they initially had agreement with whoever is the contractor of the construction, right? That I will work for you for these 6 months. I'm going to live in your dorm and so on. But by the end of the 6 months, you're going to pay me a lump sum. You know what? At that time, the contractor probably ran away, disappeared. So these migrant workers came up. So they are protesting in front of the Chinese government. Terrorists in China dispersed, arrested. Oh, by the way, the local government need to have the fiscal income to sustain such a police force in case that happens. Okay, so we talk about all these things. And the other thing is, I'm going to share with this group the color of river in China. It's either pitch dark or dark red because they're full of chemicals. Because in China, if you move a factory into China, you don't have to do all the environmental protection. If the local activists gang up, protest against you, you know what? They'll be disappeared. Many of them are in jail. Okay. So now, when we look at all these, then we understand what's the story behind the numbers are more important. In the lexicon, I regret to say, among the Chinese people, the perception of the IMF is a very, very, very low. The IMF is perceived as a bunch of crooks helping the Chinese government doing what it's doing. Okay, I'm telling the truth, not to hurt you, but that's the Chinese people, what they're thinking. That's number one. Number two, going back to China being a vast country. In fact, China should not be a vast country because the vast country of China is being created by creating like a jail that incarcerated the Uyghurs, the Tibetans. And also, let me tell you something. I'm a Chinese. The indigenous culture I grew up with is as different from a Cantonese. It's like a Berber versus a Bedouin. Okay, we have almost no commonality. I actually can talk to the Japanese, find commonalities a lot more than I can, although we are both called Chinese. Okay, the Cantonese for a long time secretly wanted to break away. Even my uncle came from Shanghai, moved to Hong Kong, moved to Guangzhou. In his living room, there's this big map. That map is the province of Canton only. My uncle told me, local Cantonese, they really don't like Chinese from other parts of China. They think they should be independent. And by being independent, they'll be a lot wealthier. And you know what? Because this is supposed to be dangerous thoughts, tendencies. So therefore, the Chinese government had to control this kind of thoughts to break China apart. It is so persistent that it maintained special police forces just to censor this kind of thought, right? To the point, Shanghai, my hometown, students are discouraged to speak their local dialect because that's not healthy, right? So all of a sudden, your local dialect is becoming a political target. To be so think about these things. None of these you can factor in. And what you can factor in, don't get it wrong. Chinese Communist Party kept many statisticians on its payroll. They know how you process the technicality. There are no dummies. That's what these people are doing. And let me tell you why I know. Because my English was not poor, so I was placed in one of the classes to be trained for this kind of job. To do what? To actually deal with people like you. What to say, how to feed you, what's the protocol, what's the process, what kind of information we need to feed you, what's the political purpose. That's our training. The fact I could get graduated is the fact I passed that test, but I said, screw you, and I left and become a Chinese trader. So I have no doubt when you were in China, you lived well. Okay, let me tell you something. In every city of China, there are sections carved out where you are allowed to go to. They are just like the Baghdad green zone. So we all run into people who lived in Baghdad green zone for 20 years. I have no doubt they truly understand Iraq. They met ordinary Iraqis in the green zone, absolutely. Right? Those Iraqis working in the green zone, there are hundreds and thousands of them. Their kids go to the kindergartens there, right? They are fluent in the local language. They actually can pick up a few words here and there, anecdotes. They also hear about the corruption, the bribes, the little things under the table that's happening in Iraqi society. But I have to say, as a Chinese who grew up in that country for 26 years, we know the difference between what's inside the green zone and what's outside the green zone. And you spoke the truth. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of foreign experts like you who spend tremendous amount of time inside green zones in China. You guys have to, because if you don't, people like my relative will be in big trouble. That means they failed their jobs, and the punishment is very, very severe. So thank you for staying in the green zone, being a good foreign expert as permitted by the Chinese Communist Party. For him, I thank you for that. That's my point.
Thank you very much, Jingu. I'll go to Lexicon for literally 20 seconds, please, but I would like to move the conversation back to Ukraine because we have spent almost 3
Well,
hours
there's
on
a
China
bit of,
now.
yeah, I understand,
Thank you.
but there's a bit of sort of I don't know what you'd call it, point of privilege, because I mean I was just going to talk about one thing, which is that please, oh, I'm sorry that I've talked about the IMF and the World Bank. I didn't want, it's not hurting my feelings that Chinese people don't think much of them. I know, absolutely, and they don't think much of anything said by their government. Nonetheless, I'm just talking to you about where one would look for data and for an evaluation of how good or and how well or poorly that was gathered, and you can get fairly straight stuff. We got to have some kind of databases in the world. So I'm not at all, I'm glad I was able to work with the institutions to get to know, to get in there from the belly of the beast to understand. I just, the green zone stuff, it does help me understand what you kind of feel, the sort of sugar palace that we're in. But I'm afraid that since in the 70s, I was in a school with nothing but Chinese teachers. I lived in a dorm with the teachers and the pupils. In the 80s, I was a postgrad researcher. I was at People's University of China. I lived in the dorm with Chinese students and went on like that. Of course, I've had my the separate shops you can buy. You know, I've been to those places, but you need to think that be quite something to police tens of thousands of, say, foreign students who go to China. We got on our bikes and we drove out of town. In the 70s, we'd come to certain parts of the road. From there, you can't go further. In the 80s, there was nothing like that. As far as your feet could take you, you could go all over. Every fall in the 70s, we'd go out for the time of the cabbage harvest and dig the storehouses and so on. That was countryside that was near to Beijing. Since then, myself and other people hiked in various places. So the old ladies and old men that I was working with and staying in their house, yeah, they knew I was coming. But, you know, they were like my aunties and my grandma. It's a little bit pushing it a bit to say that this was the green zone. I guess you've seen the green zone in Baghdad. So I just wanted to say a few of these things. It's not hurting my feelings or anything, but I think we've got a knowable world, and we've got a world of social and hard and pure scientists who strive to and do a fairly good job. Not all of them. There's lots who have rose-colored glasses, but we do have a lot of realists, and we have a huge vying groups of thinkers who have different opinions about China. And I'm just speaking up for the possibility that we have that. But I step down now to listener.
Thank you very much. A final word from Jingu, please, and then we'll pivot back.
Okay, very quick. So Lexicon, you mentioned one keyword, right? So People's University of China, or 中国人民大学, correct?
It's okay, you know. I know what you're going to say about Remindashi.
Yeah. So just so that everybody knows, 人民大学 has a nickname. It's the number 2 Chinese Communist Party Central Party School, number 2. So basically, Chinese Communist Party has a Central Party School, which is training its party officials, very senior party officials, right? Get them ready to take the big job, right? 中国人民大学 is, its nickname is number 2, 第二党校, number 2 party school. So next one, I'm not questioning your integrity, okay? You need to understand everything where you go is all managed. It's all very well managed. Now, yes, around Beijing, you can drive around without any question, Okay, try ride your bike a bit west. There are places you just cannot go. No way. I cannot even go there. Okay, try go to Tibet. Try go to East Turkestan. Let me tell you something. The Chinese are not Uyghurs. Chinese living in the Eastern Turkestan, which you call Xinjiang, which you categorize as one of the 30 provinces of this very big China. The Chinese from there could not book hotels in Beijing, could not book hotels in Shanghai, could not book hotels in any other city in China. Why? Because they need to be controlled. Because not every Chinese like what they saw. And when you let people loose, they become loose cannons. They talk too much. And that is not tolerated. So yes, next one I can tell you this. The moment you get out on your bicycle, the secret police start to make sure you move in the range they can control. They know where you're going. Okay, not necessarily a person following you around, but they will be very sure you are riding a bicycle, you're going south, so therefore these are the places you can reach at the maximum in the next 2 hours. Okay, then they will check. That's how it works. So don't think you are there without people monitoring. Okay, let me tell you something. I actually apprenticed with the Taiwanese. She's a very smart girl. She is like, let me treat you as my elder sister. Okay, she opens herself up to me. My mom flipped out because you know what? My mom is an economist, and she is kind of inside the system. She didn't buy it, okay, but she is inside the system. She flips out, telling me, "My son, you need to understand, because she's Taiwanese. The party knows the size of her shoes, what she liked, her teeth, when it's changed. So every time she travels in a city, you have no idea how many people are put on the task. Of course, in Chinese Communist Party, there's a saying called, we need to follow the policy, 讲政策, which means we should let these people feel they're not being followed, they're not being intimidated, they're not being monitored. They feel they're all by themselves, going everywhere they want to explore. But the party and its operative need to be absolutely sure when time is needed, they can find them in a millisecond. Go to read Dr. Kissinger's memoir. Okay, there's an episode. Kissinger and the Americans were actually roaming in Beijing, exploring. Then Zhou Enlai wanted to get hold of them. How the Chinese got hold of them in an amazing efficiency. All of a sudden, people can kind of get out of, like, from the ground, emerged, seize them, take them back. Of course, it's not to arrest them, it's to bring them back to, like, Kissinger or something. Go to read carefully Kissinger's memoir. There's a chapter for that. Okay? That's how it works. So that's my point.
Thank you very much, Jingu. And with that, I would like to pivot back to Ukraine. That has been an absolutely fascinating segment. Thank you for everybody. Thank you to everybody who participated. Jingu, I get lots of compliments in my DMs about you. I'm sure you would be showered by them if your DMs were open.
Invested that much time out of a good intention like you. Invested that much time out of a good intention. To know these things is heartbreaking, but it also is unacceptable for me to say, I know these things, but I choose not to tell her. Out of my respect to you, I told you so. Please understand. That's my point, okay?
Thank you very much, Jingu. Okay, so welcome up a few familiar faces. I see Yehuda has joined us. Doman has joined us. Yehuda, how was Tankyville? I saw you up in a space with that Mario.
Oh, we had an interesting discussion. I actually entered the space by accident. I thought I was entering our space, and then the next thing you know, I heard a lot about Israel and Palestine, and I just couldn't stop it. And anyway, here we are. It closed in an interesting space, pretty unique.
I heard you and our friend Em, who's also come up, absolutely laying into Hamas for a couple of minutes when I accidentally joined that space as well, thinking it was the MriyaReport, which was jolly fun, but unfortunately I had to co-host here. So,
What?
as the saying goes, not all heroes wear capes.
Well, thank you. It's not often I have to. I mean, I have such a low-hanging fruit of Hamas bad and explaining why. And surprisingly, there were many people that did not know that the Hamas charter, the paper, the founding document of the organization, calls for the murder of me anywhere in the world, and that if I should find refuge behind a certain tree, a boxwood, or a rock, that these inanimate objects, except for the tree is an animate technically object, would call out to a person to murder me. And I was happy to explain that, in fact, the Palestinian Liberation Organization turned into the Palestinian Authority. They changed their charter and said, hey, guess what? Jews aren't half bad. Let's not kill them. And they were recognized on the international stage as a legitimate player. However, a certain organization called Hamas did not do the same, and they are pretty happy to murder Jews anywhere they could find them. So the fact that I had to explain that to a room of 6,000 people was refreshing yet depressing all at the same time, Tim. But I think M and I were able to communicate that. A lot of armchair or what do you call it, armchair quarterbacks who felt that they needed to go after M, thinking M was living in a basement under a pyramid, translucent, no doubt, not knowing anything about his own country. But that wasn't true, and I think he did the right thing. And we will both be collecting our Soros checks quite shortly. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. I didn't know that box bushes could be anti-Semitic. I'll have to have mine taken out. Em, welcome up. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Happy Friday. Down with Hitler. I have just received half a dozen messages just calling me names just for being
What?
there. Yes,
There,
I've been called everything from C to P to MF to whatever you fancy.
is it because you're a Zionist collaborator? Probably.
Yes, yes. It's just it's about one. A couple of years ago, I wrote an options paper for diversion options, and by sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon a forum for American servicemen discussing options in Syria, and there was a group of people passionately discussing my paper, and two of them were like, "He's Mossad and he's CIA." And it's like, I'm in Cairo, man. I'm just drinking coffee and typing stuff. I'm not Mossad. I'm not CIA. What is this? What is this? It's exactly what happened again tonight. People, they don't want to know international law. They don't want to use words. Semantics is technical terms is a big no-no. Using technical words.
International law is meaningless, is actually what we heard.
It's cherry picking and selective memory. If you use international law, if you bring back, a proper timeline that everyone agrees to, including Hamas, then you're cherry picking and you're engaging in selective memory and select. What is
Well,
this?
no. You were actually told by someone, because that person had visited the Rafah border crossing, that she was an expert on all things Egypt. And I thought that was pretty incredible. I mean, I'd love to go. If I go somewhere, I must be an expert on it, right? I've been to Denmark. I am an expert on Denmark. All I know is that Hans Christian Andersen is buried somewhere in Copenhagen. And that's all I need to know, frankly.
Go back to your government and tell them to open the prison.
Actually, there was a specific request that Murad return $1.9 billion worth of military aid, because and to give it to the Palestinians. And what she meant, unfortunately, I hate to pick on her, she's not here, but she said, give it to the Palestinians. And I said, you mean Abu Mazen to his Swiss bank account? She goes, give it to him. Oh boy.
I mean, this whole I'll give him. I know why that happened, because during the Obama administration, using the foreign military funding program became a discipline of political science called aid politics, and someone in Washington thought it was a very good idea to start pressuring government of Egypt using the FMF, and boom, all of a sudden, congratulations, we bought how many Ka-52s, and we bought how many of this from France, and we bought how many of this from Russia, and we bought how many of this from, whoever. And then eventually the FMF program was fully reinstated, and all the blocked aid money was basically paid so that we can get spare parts for Apache helicopters. That was the whole thing. Someone is trying to equate $1.3 billion of mostly spare parts and munitions to more than $12 billion spent on defense last year, and saying if the Americans don't bankroll you, then your government and your country and your army is going to ground to a halt. I was like, I wish it were that easy.
Well, you said our government spent $8 billion. We don't need the money. We can do fine without it. I mean, the reality is a lot of Western countries give Middle Eastern countries a lot of money. Some of these are peace dividends. Some of them might be considered bribes or providing favors. But at the end of the day, left to their own devices, countries usually sort themselves out. Egypt's not going anywhere. In fact, I'm pretty sure Egypt's been around for at least 100 years, right? Murat? Like, it's been around for a
Yes,
bit.
like there's a pyramid behind me that's like 45 years old. It's just like we have history, man.
Yeah,
Come on,
you
give us some
built it.
credit.
I think you guys need to worry about your existence. No one knows Egypt. Yeah. Anyways, or the Israelites. Some of the we're new people on the block. You see, kind of like Georgia on my mind, the state of Georgia. You know what? Sometimes it never ceases to amaze me. Um, I like to think the best of people, and there were people in there I think that they really meant well. I want to give, I don't know who Mario Naful is. There was a guy named Suleiman and a trash person named Trash something or other. They were actually quite good hosts. Now, they're not Doman and Tim level hosts, but they were really good. I mean, it was a dumpster fire in there for quite a big period of time, but they were actually, like, do you not agree, Em? They're quite ecumenical, if I may say so.
Mario's okay, but Mario's been pushing a lot of stuff about crypto and the fall of the dollar as a currency. No comment. As a host, he knows a little bit how to run a space. As for the Suleiman guy, no comment. This is a Pakistani ISI element. Just here, I said it. I said it.
Oh, Lord. All right, but listen, he did tolerate a lot of. He gave a lot of cover or bandwidth to a couple of pretty, I would call, anti-Semitic people who said some pretty weird things to me. But he was quite. You know what? I expected it to go a lot worse. I was pleasantly surprised. And on that note, I yield the floor.
Don't forget the German lady that had army faction. I'm gonna kill you all.
No. There was a strange lady who did say, she was talking about genocide and how Israel is a genocidal nation. And you know what? People were very upset about it. But then she said, "Can you please then tell me why 2.4 million Jews in America are all the billionaires in the country?" And thankfully, everyone in the room said, "Yeah, that's a bridge too far." And frankly, I would love to be a billionaire. Why can't I be one of those 2.4 million Jews? First of all, there's 10 million Jews in the United States, but even 2.4 million of them being billionaires would be a weird number, I think. And again, if you are listening, if there is some hidden Jewish cabal that's been hiding on me because I didn't do good on my bar mitzvah or something, please forgive me. Give me money. I don't like working. I'd love to move to a farm and ride horses all day and grow petunias. Milk. Yeah, I did drink a lot of milk, damn it.
So you're saying somebody
So
is.
you're saying,
Go ahead.
I was saying, you not getting those Soros checks through Yehuda? Do you want me to have a word?
I obviously want you to have a word, Tim. That's not even a question.
I know. Okay. I mean, there's a hierarchy of escalation. First it's CIA, then MI6, then the Pope, then the royal family,
Yakuza.
then Freemason, then the Freemasons,
Yakuza.
Yakuza, then finally the Mossad, and above that is kind of the Soros's people. So you've got to go through the motions.
It's a lot of paperwork.
I'm just curious about the lady that survived Stammheim prison. That's all.
Didn't they make a film? Didn't they make a film about that where they had to put the earth in their trousers and there was a motorbike?
That's a different one. Stammheim was the one that was built for the Rote Armee Fraktion. Yeah.
Okay.
On this note, I would actually like to extend a lot of thanks to our listeners, our regular people, everyone who comes in our space. You guys are so polite. You raise your hands and you wait and you ask decent questions. I mean, seriously, it was strange being there. It was like being lost in a different country than yours, truly. So thank you to our listeners and all the people who speak on this space, honestly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Tim, actually, the most egregious lady she hailed from Berlin, Brunella, apparently. She equated Israel to the Nazis, and then when she was shut down, she's the one that went to all the Jews in America are billionaires, and it was such a surreal moment. It made me nostalgic for the days of our Russian disinfo people that come in here and say, crazy things. So a bit of a blast from the past, and it's good to go. Maybe there were 6. They didn't even restart the room. I looked for it. I was pretty pumped. They did not restart the room. And if you do want to, if you are from that old room, come on up. Tell us what you thought. I think it'd be a good time. Over.
Absolutely. With that in mind, let's go to Prince. Prince, a very good morning to you.
Oh, good morning. And I am going to steal a little bit of a start here. An Egyptian and a Jew, a Muslim and a Jew actually is what it should be, walk into a Hamas space. That was, I was alerted to the existence of this and that you guys were both in there, and I tuned in just to listen. And it was a thing of beauty. And it was a thing of beauty because hearing Yehuda and M in there speaking the truth and being, I love the two of you. I mean, I love everybody. I've gotten to know so many people in here and I love them all. But Yehuda and M, the Jew and the Muslim who work so well and so closely together, is just a beautiful thing.
Thank
And
you.
to see you guys in that space, talking together and working together to push the right story, was just a beautiful thing. I was a bit sad when it ended. I do have to confess that I saw a host connection issue and forgetting that I was listening to a different space. So I'm sending an emergency message that, like,
Yeah.
yeah, no, that was,
It was a good time.
like,
yeah.
Yeah, no, that was,
It was a good time.
Anyway,
It was a good time.
it was a good
Yeah, it
time.
was.
I appreciated
Well,
it.
thank you.
So it was good to hear you guys, and I'm glad to see you in here telling us all about
Yeah,
it.
no, it was good, and M took it on the chin. People reached out and said, You guys are amazing. Yehuda is far more good looking than M, and it bothered some people. And you know, I said that's fine. That's fine. He's smarter than me. Um, I'm certainly far better looking, and that's a fact. And that's probably why you know, the Israelis won all those wars. I'm just kidding. Um, I'm a horrible person. No, it was actually very inspiring. I mean, I didn't want to stay in there. I felt bad. I felt I was cheating on you. I honestly felt that I was cheating on the space, and I'm like, but then there were people talking, and something in me was just eating me up. I'm like, no, this person is not like no. And out of nowhere, M shows up. He's like, what's going on? I need to get there. And I'm like, I know you need to be here. So I basically lied to one of the hosts. I said, this is Hosni Mubarak's grandson. We need to bring him up. And he's like, what? I go, yes. Don't call him Hosni Mubarak's grandson. He's on his way up. Not as good looking as me, but a really nice guy. And off he went. No, I did not say that. That's a lie. I said I have a friend who'd like to come up and speak, and they invited us both up. That was very kind of them. In a room of 6,000 people, to bring two random strangers to talk to some very angry people. I felt some of them were really angry. And the funny thing is, Murad, before you got there was an Australian fella, probably Pakistani descent, who was talking a lot of strange nonsense, but he ran away. He left and he came into the listeners panel and he was clapping and applauding. I would like to, if the people that were there listening, there was a Rasha and a Khalisi, not to be confused with the person from the Game of Thrones, Khalisi, but a very interesting person who, I will give her credit, when called out on something factually wrong, did actually said for something I said, but still, it's kind of like a post-truth world, calling people selective, saying that you know, when you don't like a fact you agree with, it's you being a hypocrite or you being selectively accepting facts. Look, a fact is a fact is a fact, and it's the same thing we face at this at MriyaReport, right? We find we're in a situation where people talk about, or even those detractors from Ukraine who come in and say things like, well, you know what, they are, you know, the Russian speakers in Ukraine are being marginalized and attacked and murdered. And you know what, or they might not go that far. They might say, well, isn't it right, isn't it fair and expected that Russian speakers in Ukraine should be respected? And I mean, this isn't even true. And so is the, you know, so is the reality. This is the reality that we live in a post-truth world where you can just say things and nowhere. I mean, we see it in the Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent genocide, but there is an older, a more historical example in the Middle East, right? And kudos to Murad, because coming from the different opposite side of the aisle, he doesn't suffer fools gladly, and you know, he's not ashamed of being sophisticated and erudite at the risk of being called a Zionist shill or a spy or an MFer or this or that. So you know what? I don't experience the abuse that he experiences, so I really want to congratulate M for, wow, he ran the gauntlet, right? There were a lot of self-described Islamic scholars, people talking about, you know, when it's okay to wear shoes in mosques, and he's like, no, no, and it was deafening. You know, M's like, no, no, incorrect, that is false, that, and I just like, oh my god, stop, they're gonna boot you, and they didn't, and they just let him go. Am I crazy or what?
No, yeah, it was weird. People were arguing that it's okay to bring rocks and firecrackers into a mosque. People arguing that, oh, okay, yeah, because they put on their shoes because they wanted to get out of the mosque after barricading them inside of the mosque. So how would they get out? You first put on your shoes, you open the door, you get out. You don't close the door and then go to put on your shoes. That means that you're getting ready for a fight. It's very straightforward. The most offensive thing I heard there was the line that, oh, you know, Israel right now, the United States will stop supporting Israel because it found another country to support, or there's another victim to be supported. And that statement reeks of everything stupid, everything that is wrong with this world, right? and this is coming from an Egyptian basically who would say, oh yeah, because of the U.S. support for Israel in 1973, the whole world, the whole scales of war turned upside down. Fine, history is history, right? We have peace now and we're moving forward. Okay, no grievances. There's no need for old animosities. There is no need for flaming all that. But that's how you milk a cause, because you get bombed and then you ask the Qataris for money. That's what Hamas does. You provoke a fight and then you provoke a response, a reaction, and then you cry foul, and then it's like, where are those sweet reconstruction dollars? And someone tried to equate that to what's happening in Ukraine. That's the most offensive thing I heard there. To bring it back to Ukraine as well here, someone saying, yeah, the United States will stop supporting Israel now that it found another darling to support. Give me a break. Those people, no, it's post truth. It's post everything.
Although I think, thank you for that, Emma. I think Yehuda got a slight detail wrong there. Are you not Colonel Nasser's grandson?
Oh, I hate Nasserism with all my heart. Absolutely not.
Fair enough.
And
Mubarak
not
it is then.
Salahuddin's grandson either, because he was Kurdish.
That was going to be my next joke.
I knew
Damn
it.
it. Stop ruining my jokes
It's
with
called
facts.
preemptive strike. I learned from the master. He's here.
Oh dear. Getting Egypt wrong aside, very good morning, gentlemen. How are we
We're
doing?
doing pretty well. We have hands up. Let's carry on this while let's strike the iron while it's hot or whatever it is, and let's go to Dave. Dave.
Hey guys. At the risk of getting a little long in the tooth, I have to pay respect where respect is due. Yehuda M, you guys killed it in there. Ooh, no pun intended. Geez, that's actually pretty bad joke. Sorry. A few things, and Yehuda, I sent you some DMs. That was extremely. What's the word that I'm searching for? Vulnerable of you to offer up the story about. I think it was your brother you mentioned. To do that in front of a crowd of 6,000 people. That's yeah. I mean, it made me want to. I teared up, and I don't even know you. So yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted just at how much hatred is out there. And it is, as you mentioned as well, Yehuda, it's indoctrination. It's been happening for a number of generations, and the thing that keeps me up at night sometimes is thinking about just how many more generations we're going to lose, because if the hate doesn't stop now, it's going to propagate itself, probably 2-3 generations into the future. So we're going to be dealing with this, well into our old age. Okay, that's it.
Well, thank you. No, it was my first cousin, and we share the same name in Hebrew. That's why it was important to me. And I was hearing a lot of people saying things that were very incendiary and anti-Semitic by nature for me. And I feel that there is a narrative that's pushed in the West and in international media that paints a very bizarre, strange picture. And for those who are sophisticated and intelligent people who come from the Middle East, I've never experienced that, right? It's usually diaspora people from the Middle East who say the most bizarre things, and they gin up hatred for Israel or Jewish people. That like we invade mosques and beat people for fun, ha ha, because that's all we do. And it's like, by the way, your people have done so much bad to me and my family, and I don't hate you. I look at it as a product of you know, bad politics, of poor upbringing, of ignorance. I don't want to malign a people based on these characteristics of certain groups within those segments of a population. So what I wanted to do by sharing the story was to demonstrate that you're not, you're not the only person that has experienced hardship. And if my family has experienced hardship and have resolved to not hate another human being as a result of it, then I think you are capable of doing it too. So I don't claim to defend the actions of every person in the world, a tribe member or co-religionist, but I would hope to God that you shouldn't judge me by the actions of other people. And I thought that was important. And thank you for sharing your experiences. I wanted to share it. I don't usually do, but you know, I think that if you let, just like we say about Ukraine and Russia, Ukrainians don't have to hate Russian people. They need to love themselves and say, our country is our country. Whatever, for whatever reason you feel so inclined to attack us, we will destroy you. We will fight you. We will stop you from murdering our people. But I won't lose my humanity and become the Nazi that you are, because if I do become that racist and that bigot, then frankly, in a weird way, even if when Russia loses this war catastrophically, then I become something like you, because I've brought hate into my heart. I've brought anger, and I've brought bigotry into my heart. And the best thing that the Ukrainians can do after this war is done is just to ignore them. We're done with you. We don't want you here. We don't need to murder all of you. You tried to murder all of us, but guess what? We're better than you. We're smarter than you. We're kinder than you. If anything, any pillar that the world rests on in this world is kindness. And the Ukrainians have shown
Forgiveness.
kindness. Yeah, they don't have to forgive even. They just have to be kind to one another. You know, I can't ask a Jew in post war Germany to forgive the Nazis that murdered his family or her family, and the Ukrainians don't have to do the same. But they just have to say, you know what? We will not let the values and the principles of those that tried to murder us infect our brain, because that's actually a victory, a secondary effect of an invasion. Ukraine will become stronger, better. Ukraine will become an example of Europe and the world in democracy, freedom, expression, love, coexistence with one another. And the Russians, unfortunately, will fall back into a retrograde world of hatred and stupidity and ignorance. It'll become a dark ages. I don't wish it on them, but I'm afraid that Russian intransigence and Russian behavior will bring them to that state, and they do so at their own peril. So thanks so very much, Dave.
Thank you very much. Skykiss, you've got your hand up. Good morning.
Um, Actually, good night. Good morning to you, though. I was on my way back into this space. I had just had one of those moments where I touched the phone wrong, I fell out of the space or did something. Anyway, I was on my way back and I go, okay, what? So while I'm looking for it, and then I see Mario's space and I go, probably not, but I'll look and see who's in there. So I looked and saw who was in there. And so many of my friends were in there. And I saw Yehuda was in there and I saw M was in there and I go, I'm going in. So I went in, I was late. I will be listening to the recording. I was very impressed with the people who were standing up for the truth, especially Yehuda and M. So thank you very much, guys. I know it was hard to do. It was hard to hear. Some of the people I had experienced before. I think I went into Mario's space for a little while a couple of weeks ago. I could not stand it. And that was where some of my friends in the OSINT community were in there, just defending the truth. So, and I always appreciate defending the actual facts. So thank you guys for what you were saying, and I'm glad some of us were able to catch some of what was going on there, because it's just as you're saying, if we don't stand up for the truth and try to get past hatred and really old animosities, we're just going to keep going around on this track. And everything that Yehuda just said about the people trying to equate the Ukraine Russia situation with other situations, and that was crazy about the shoes. I mean, I'm not Muslim. I don't even have a close personal friend. I grew up in New Orleans. I had a lot of friends. Half my friends were Jewish. Okay, huge Jewish community there, and I knew a lot about the customs. But I do know that you don't wear shoes in the mosque. I mean, there are all the shoes.
Yeah, that's reference to there was a big discussion in that space for quite a long time that some people who are very pro-Palestinian, I wouldn't call them I'm pro-Palestinian. I want the Palestinians to be happy, but they were very
Yeah.
anti-Israel, and they were saying that the Israeli police stormed the mosque just to beat the crap out of kind, peace-loving, God-worshiping Muslims. But yet, all of the Muslims that were arrested and they were on the floor were wearing their shoes. It means they came there for a fight. They weren't there to pray. It's a bit of a laugh. Frankly, you should even be so ashamed and scared if you're a God-fearing person to wear shoes in a mosque if you're Muslim, and that's the point. And then the good thing is the people, the one or two people that had promoted that idea actually said, you know what, that does make sense. That's actually ridiculous. There was one person, I think he was a Muslim, maybe from Iran or Syria and Shia, who said no, it's normal. And there was an Islamic term that he
Hani,
Hani,
Lebanon.
Lebanon, and he said no, it's normal. And what was your answer? It was very nice because they didn't know who you were. It said M. It could have been Moshe or Michael. And then you just laid down the hammer. I felt like I wanted to call you our scholar from Al Azhar University, and they couldn't handle you. You were like Beyonce to them. They couldn't handle you.
M for Mossad. Yeah, jokes aside, you don't wear shoes when you go for atikaf. Atikaf is the act of reclusion, if that's the proper way to pronounce it. And atikaf is not to be observed until the last 10 days of Ramadan, that to begin with. The practice is that you go and you stay in the mosque for a couple of days. You don't do anything except uh, reading Quran, reading Hadith, praying, a little bit of eating, a little bit of napping, a little bit of sleeping. If you're a student, you can bring your studies and you can study in a mosque. Basically, it's like it's the equivalent of disabling your Instagram during Ramadan because you don't want to look at all the hot bikini models. That's it, right? And you don't take
That's a bridge.
you don't
That's a
wear
bridge
shoes
too far.
inside.
That's a bridge too far, though.
No,
Instagram,
seriously,
no
let's
Instagram.
talk. Yeah,
What?
yes, Web 2.0.
Jeez,
Let's
Lil.
speak in Web
Wow.
2.0. It's like, what are you giving up for Lent? Instagram. What are you giving up for Ramadan? I'm going to disable my Instagram this month, and I don't so as not to look at it. Well, you can not look at it during hours. You don't need. It's the whole thing about having everything right in front of you, access to everything. That's the true test of your will and your faith, right? But it is a practice. It is people do it, but if you're doing it, you don't wear shoes inside the mosque because you are, in atikaf mode. And that the Hani tried to peddle that, which is again very typical of Shia. But then again, what do I know, right? I descend from the lineage of the guy who basically founded the fourth Sunni Islamic school of jurisprudence, right? Whatever.
So both you and Hosni Mubarak, or is it different lines?
No, it's a different story. But yeah, basically, my great 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 grandfather is the guy who founded the fourth, well, Sunni Islamic school of jurisprudence.
But wait, guys. There were no reports of rocks being there, so it must not be true what you're saying, Yehuda.
Oh,
That's the one that
that
got me.
drove me nuts. Like, I saw a video. I saw a 15-second clip of Israeli police pushing through a door and hitting people with what kind of human hits people with I don't know, the same kind of human that just got like a rock thrown at his head like 4 seconds earlier. I'm like, but the videos weren't there. They didn't show the videos of terrorists throwing rocks and firing firecrackers or fireworks at police officers' faces. Yeah, guess what? The Israelis don't play around. They're nuts. If you F around with an Israeli police officer, you're gonna get it. It's not if they don't play around. In their world, if you cause a public disturbance, you're not just causing a fight in a parking lot, you're causing like a religious war. So the Israelis are super uber switched on. And the thing that pissed me off hearing all these people talk, like the Israeli police or the Al-Aqsa, Masjid al-Aqsa, the Mosque of Al-Aqsa, I'm like, they're all Muslim, you dummy. Literally, all of the Israeli police in the old city of Jerusalem are Muslim Israeli Arabs. Why? They speak the language. They watch. They see. They're like, that guy's not here to pray. And more, M, you know this. Like M, you could put M in any mosque in the world, and he could literally pick out Salafi. This guy's Wahhabi. This guy's just the way he dresses. This guy's ISI Pakistani. This guy's Ahmadi, Ismaili. He'll know, right? And so the Israelis aren't stupid. They put really smart people on that. Well, you're never going to see a mosque with all those different groups, but you know what I'm saying. The point is that they know what's up. So they know when crap disturbers come to stir the pot, that they're like, okay, we got to be careful. I told you, I actually said to the space, do you remember, Em? I told you when I went to the one time in my life in 45 years that I tried to go to the Haram Sharif, the Harabite, the Temple Mount. Did you remember? Did you hear me say that?
Yes, they told you to F
Oh,
off
they
because
didn't
they
tell me.
thought that you were
The guy
off.
I look like a Dockers commercial. I was wearing Dockers. I had a linen dress shirt with tzitzit, like tzitzit. I don't know how do you say tzitzit in English, like the shirt with the strings on it in English. And in my bag, I had my Israeli army ID, but I had a prayer shawl and a tefillin, like phylacteries. And it wasn't even time to pray. I just wanted to go up and I was gonna hug the wall because as Orthodox Jews don't want to get, you don't want to get anywhere where, like, remember Raiders of the Lost Ark where the Nazis, they open up the ark and they melt? That's what Jews believe will happen if you step on where the holy ark, the Ark of the Covenant was. So I was like, I'm just gonna go up, I'm gonna take a picture with my like Canon, like film, like regular old film stuff. And the guy's like, you're not, he's like, well, you're from, and I'm like, I'm from Canada. Why are you here? I go, I just want to take a picture. Let me see your bag. And his name was like Mustafa Abdul. And I'm like, here's my bag. You cannot come here. You're coming here to pray. I'm like, I'm really not coming here. I just want to take a picture. You cannot come here. I'm like, dude, and I'm Canadian. I pulled the whole I'm Canadian thing. And he literally grabbed me by the scruff of my neck, a big guy. He shook me around like a rag doll. And I'm a big guy. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't do anything. And I went to complain at the old Jaffa City Gate police, the Jaffa Gate police, and I remember saying to the police commander, I go, "This guy, he attacked me. He did this," and he's like, and I look at his name tag, and his last name was Abu Muhammad, and I'm like, "Oh, I think he was an Arab guy." He goes, "Yeah, so what?" And I'm like, "Well, I wanted to come there and pray. I go, I didn't come there to pray. I came there to take a picture." And this guy like roughed me up. He goes, "Great, cool story." And I'm like, yeah, but why would you do that? I'm kidding. Listen, do you want to be responsible for a riot where 30 or 40 pissed off Palestinian kids will throw rocks and we have to get you out of there? You think I want to risk the lives of my police officers so you can take a picture for your friend in Canada? Get out of here. Literally threw me out of the office. And I'm like, that's the reality of what Israel is. And to hear all of these, frankly, it's kind of maniacal, almost lunatic behavior. They're arguing. I know the Israelis. They beat down the door and they wanted to beat up all the children and the women and praying. No, they don't. They actually don't. They're not insane. They're not horrible people. And I said, do yourself a favor. Try not to think the worst of humanity. Try to think maybe not even the best, but just average. And thank God I had M there because he provided supporting fires, and I don't think it would have been such a pleasurable experience to do that. I pass it back.
No,
I like it when Russia from Canada or any name from Canada, or any lady with Arab name from an Arab descent who never set foot in the Middle East try to tell me that I'm getting what I've been living for 39 years wrong. It's beautiful. It's so rich. I love it. And also another thing, yeah, the whole thing about profiling. Yes, of course. And there are mosques where you can go and you can see different sects and different denominations. Like if you visit Al Azhar Mosque on Friday prayers after the Friday, you can tell who's a Baha'i, you can tell who's an Abahari, you can tell who's an Ahmadi, you can tell who's a Pakistani, you can tell who's coming from Southeast Asia. And it's in the wise words of Ron White, one of my beloved stand-up comedians, and it's not racism, it's profiling. That's it. It's profiling.
Now, was Yehuda, was Constable Abu Muhammad, was that M's brother? Because they sounded quite alike.
You got to stop. He's not Israeli. Okay, no, constable. He wasn't a constable. He was. I don't know. No, it's really funny. If you go to visit Israel and you go to the old city of Jerusalem and you walk through the Jaffa Gate, there is actually an Israeli police station there, and it's at least the last 5 times I've like since the late '90s. They're all Israeli Arab Muslim, and the reason why, I have a friend in the border police there. He's like, they know, they can smell trouble. You know what I mean? They taste it. They know when the troublemakers are coming. You know what I mean? Because they coalesce, they get together. You know, it's like 20 guys, 15 guys, and like you don't pray, you dink. You know, you're on Instagram with M and looking at whatever the bikini things, as M said, and like you're not here to pray. Like, and they know, and they just shut down, and then they automatically institute. If you're like 15 to 30 and you're a dude, get out of here. Everyone else, come on in. And they're really smart about it, and like they're really good. And even if they're wrong, they're still right. Like me, I was not going to pray. I think it was 2 p.m. We pray Mincha Maariv at like 6 and 7. I wasn't there to pray, and you don't even put on tefillin. You don't wrap phylacteries in the afternoon. You only do it in the morning. But this guy, he was an Arab Israeli Muslim police. I was like, "You're not coming up." Nope, you're not. And I, no, I am coming up. And he just throttled me. And when I complained, he goes, "Yeah, that's cool. I don't care. The safety of my officers is more important than a Canadian who wants to take a picture." And I thought, and you know what? When I left, I'm like, you know what? He's right. You know, dude's right. Like he's not even going to take the chance. So people, you want to attack the Israeli police? They're literally trying to stop a race war every day, and that's something that's unheard of. Thanks, Tim.
Also, another point, Deutsche Welle published all the videos. So we're not very sure who brought the stones and the firecrackers. They
No,
published
no,
the whole
they
thing playing out in real
they said
time.
the video. They actually said no. We think the firecrackers and the rocks were from 9 years ago.
All the videos from the last 2 days, they are on Dave's Twitter account and Dave's website. It's just, oh my God. Yeah.
The truth is these types like to agitate when they think so the problem is that the people who, on the Palestinian side who don't like the Israelis or the Israeli government, when they think they have an opportunity to cause a crap, SHIT on the international stage, they go out there in full force. And they know there are Israeli Arab Muslims watching them. And they're like, we're gonna go in there with shoes. We're going to collect a bunch of rocks, a bunch of metal chairs, fireworks, firecrackers, and we know they're going to come in. And there was a woman that said, do you know how many Muslims have been murdered? They're afraid for their lives. And I actually, do you know how many Muslims have been murdered in Al-Aqsa Mosque? 0. Actually, 0. Like, you're lying. And she, but not yet. Not yet. Oh, okay. So it's a Minority Report. We get to criticize the Israelis for not killing people in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, because one day they will. Well, anyways, maybe one day I'll be much smarter than I am, Murad.
Another point, and this will be the last thing, and I'll shut up, is the whole thing of starting with trying to alter what happened or question what happened very slowly. We don't know about the rocks. We don't know about the shoes. And we don't know about this. And when you try to bring everyone back to an agreed historical timeline of how things unfold and how things have been unfolding for the last 4 years in the same sequential act 1 provocation, act 2 act 6 international intervention, right? Act 6 international intervention, right? Because this has been happening since Ramadan 2019. And tell your government to open the borders of Rafah and free the Gazans from the open air prison that you turned Gaza into. Why don't you go and tell your government not to take... Lady, We're not here to make big statements and emotional generalizations.
Are you not
These people
the
that
president of Egypt? What? What's going on?
well, you went. I'm not. And then it's just the basic books of Greek philosophy, right? Just go back to reading anything, any Republic. Go back to reading that. Go right back to reading the Socratic dialogues. They just no. It's all about those grand statements that you have to make. And if you don't agree to those grand statements, if you try to argue anything logically and bring everything down to deconstructed points where people can follow without getting lost in all those, grand
Yeah, but
propositions,
Murad,
then maybe we'll get
she
somewhere.
was at the Rafah crossing, so it's an expert thing.
Yeah, but I have to admit to something to you. This entire time, I got a grade 8 education. I didn't understand anything you ever said.
I'm sorry. I feel bad about myself right now.
Shall we go to our friend down under, Bitcoin Koala?
That's an awkward pause.
Bitcoin? Nope.
Oh, sorry, guys. All right,
Yeah,
I'm jumping in instead. Oh no, now he's
you
fine.
know,
All right, go.
I'm here, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I'd just like to say it's International Beaver Day. So I'd just like to recognise the Ukrainian beavers. And because something really interesting, I've been looking, I just went down the rabbit hole looking at Russian defence doctrine or Soviet defence
It's a
doctrine.
beaver hole.
And something really interesting is that I came across is that I think they're pretty screwed because looking at they've got 4 lines of defense, and on the 3rd and 4th line they sort of have that to counterpunch because it's always an aggressive, it's always trying to offensive, and how they counterpunch would be with heavy armor. Now it seems like they'd be setting it up in the South Ukraine, ready for the counteroffensive. But if they try to counterpunch, what are they going to counterpunch with? Like T-50, like T-55s? If they go by, if the whatever left in the Russian command, if they go by that standard doctrine, what Ukrainian commanders would have been studying this for years, and they would have planned out the offensive to prepare for this, they're going to be completely screwed. Because if they do, if they counterpunch, what they're going to counterpunch with. So just something really interesting. So I end on God bless the beavers, the Ukrainian beavers, for their great work that they've been doing. So thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Bitcoin Koala. And Yehuda, as you should know, beavers do not live in holes. Beavers live in lodges. Which are kind of submersible constructions that they build, and they have like an underwater entrance, but it's not a hole.
They live in dams.
Yeah, but beavers in the Canadian military have a very specific connotation, and they're the engineers. So are you specifically talking about engineers?
I'm talking about the animals that don't live in holes. So going down a beaver hole doesn't make sense as a metaphor.
Rabbit hole. I see what you're saying. You're being funny, Tim. Wales has proven not to have talent today. I don't appreciate your correction, Mr. Senate. Do you know what Tim's family is filled with? Senators. Get it? And Tim, do you know why Dutch horses are so disagreeable? Don't say it. If you say it, I'll boo you.
Because they're made backwards?
No, because they say nay, nay, nay all the time.
Right. Okay, I was doing a cheese joke. I'm kind of going for a mashup thing there.
So many hands. There's Bert.
Absolutely. Let's go to Professor Bert. Very good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. All day I'll be thinking about this very space. But I wanted to say something about about the Israeli and the Palestine and this Muslim thing. I was going to ask a question. Well, if you're threatened and these guys, Israeli guys, they've been killed and then like back and forth, and Israeli soldiers killed Palestine and all that. But do you need to talk about the physical thing like the shoes entering the mosque, right? That's one question. And you guys know that this, I don't know if I can remember right now exactly, but I'll paraphrase it that there's a place in the Bible that says before Jesus, over 2,000 years, even 3,000 years ago, that where he said that this fight will be on, right? Even before the Islamic thing and maybe I don't know, rules were created and division, the Sunni and all the branches and all that. Is that the fight will continue and it's like non stop. If I'm not wrong,
Hmm.
that that they will be fighting themselves and all that, and then
Let's circle back to your
why?
first question. What was your question about shoes in a mosque?
Yeah, I'm saying like for example, if your life is threatened, like one of the guys spoke here that Israeli straight, they are very the first is just their safety. Like the guy was a Canadian wanted to take photo and he said, look, I prefer to protect my police officers and all that. eh, Instead of you going there to take photos and all that, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that look, is it because as someone said that going to the mosque with shoes on, I'm like, is the shoe taking shoe off and then or they are just thinking about protecting themselves and make sure that they are not trying to play games and or whatever. Which one is more important?
Good
I
question.
don't.
Let's ask a Muslim. Tim.
Yes, so going into a mosque, you have to take off your shoes. Praying at home, if you're praying in your room, praying in a room in your house or your flat, you take off your shoes and you spread a prayer mat. If you are praying outside of a mosque, using a prayer mat, you take off your shoes. The only license for keeping your shoes on inside a mosque or over a prayer mat, or if you don't have a prayer mat available, is either you are in the desert and basically you're standing on sand to pray, or you are in the state of war. It's called Salatul Harb or the prayer of war. That's the only license for Muslims to pray while having their shoes on. It means that you're expecting enemy action. It means that you're expecting an act of aggression coming at you that you need to defend that, or it means that you are in watch role or you have the watch duty and you're expected to respond to an attack to defend against it, and you don't take off your shoes in order to stay combat ready. So
So
that's regarding
does
wearing
it mean
shoes.
you're going to the Masjid Alexa to pray peacefully if you're wearing your shoes? I think that's the real question you need to ask.
Yes, once you upon entering the mosque, they took them off. The fact that they put them on inside the mosque and then engaged the Israeli police, it means that they knew what they were doing. Didn't mean that the Israeli forces attacked them by surprise. It means that they barricaded themselves in and expected action to ensue after that. And therefore, they went to the shoe racks, grabbed their shoes, and put them on and continued to wear them inside the mosque using that license. So it's an abuse of a license. That's number one. And number two, it shows intent.
Yeah, but one thing is that for me, I love Muslims. That's as individuals, I have friends who are Muslims. But I just want to think about a scenario where it's a war, there's a fight, right? And maybe someone is born inside the mosque, you want to save their life, for example, right? Because said it's physical thing. Because for me, I like asking questions. I don't like people, any religion, to kind of gaslight me, right? I have to have my critical thinking. If you tell me don't wear this, I'm going to ask you, does that really get me to God? Putting shoes on or off, well, that's a different story, right? But if there's a big fight, you want to go inside a mosque, you're going to take away your shoe first, maybe throw the bullet or shoot because you're inside a physical building? Does that really make sense, or is that very wise? Those are questions. If I were Muslim, I want to ask them.
It makes sense. Well, first of all, they barricaded the doors first, so they had time before the Israeli security forces on premise would respond. Secondly, Israeli security forces on premise are armed with batons and either airsoft guns or paintball guns and stun grenades, low yield stun grenades. So they know exactly that they will not be facing bullets or grenades or any lethal weapons. They know that the security forces on premise are deployed to combat, prevent, and stop riots. They are not deployed to wield machine guns or rifles or even 9mm pistols, even if some of them carry their own personal armament. But they know that given their training and given their that they will engage only using paintball rifles or airsoft guns
Non-lethal,
or low
non-lethal,
yield,
non-lethal.
yeah,
Beanbag
non-lethal methods,
guns,
basically.
paintball gun.
Batons, you name it.
Can I ask you a question, Em? Just riffing on that, and I had my hand up because I did want to just quickly tell Yehuda that yeah, profiling happens, and as you know, almost all countries around the world. I've been in Japan for almost 16 years at this point, and I got very comfortable with being profiled as a half Native American, half Italian white dude. When people would say, "Yeah, we just don't want you in our restaurant, so sorry, go away," and it happens. I mean, it's just unpredictability. It's a protection against that. But no, Em, what you just said, it just made me think. How has the state of Israel and Yehuda as well, anybody who has the answer, I'm just looking for a bit of history that I've never really considered before. How has the state of Israel kept actual firearms out of the hands of the Palestinians? Because, you know, with all of the
They
this
haven't.
mosque business that we've seen repeat over and over and over again. Now that I think about it, it's kind of strange to me. There's a little tingle in my brain why there hasn't been any lethal weapons used, not by the Israelis, but by the Palestinians. You don't really hear about that. How
No,
have they,
so
how have they kept
gun owner,
guns out? Because if you're going to go in there and bring rocks, well, you could also bring a grenade. You could also bring a firearm, knowing that you're get in a fight. And so if you really want to
yeah.
kill Jews, then you'd bring something like that.
So
So I don't know. It's just
Dave, to get to
it's,
Dave,
again, just weird little
can you hear
tingle in
me?
the back of my
Dave.
brain.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear Yehuda, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when it comes to getting close to Jerusalem, there are a slew of metal detectors before you.
Oh, did I lose everybody?
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah,
There are.
There we go. That'll fix it.
There are a slew of metal detectors, whether you're on the Jewish Western Wall complex, and on the Muslim side, there are metal detectors. There are a whole lot of security measures in place, human intelligence, people that rub against you. If you're in a line, you might feel someone rub against your back. It wasn't a mistake. They're trying to feel for something. They can limit weapons in certain areas. However, in the West Bank, it's much harder. So you find more of the armed attacks there, or on passage routes, roadways into Jerusalem from the Palestinian Authority areas. You might find someone who can pull out a knife or a gun and shoot at someone. It happens, but in very, very critically important areas. Like I actually, I'll tell you another story. I think it was 1997, and it was Eicha, the Lamentations, a very auspicious day where prayers are made on the 9th of very auspicious day in the Jewish calendar, the destruction of the temples, and people come to pray. And I happen to be standing behind an American Jewish guy who, he must have moved to Israel recently. He had a firearms permit, and you can't, even if you have a permit, you're not allowed to bring your weapon into the temple, the Western Wall complex, the actual plaza. And an Israeli soldier had said, disarm yourself, and he asked him to clear his handgun. And this guy obviously had just never used weapons in his life. I don't know how he got a permit. So he cleared his handgun and he fired into the table where the soldiers were sitting. And his his handgun was loaded. So this dummy didn't know how to clear his pistol, and he fired. He literally said, the guy said, "No, I need to see your you need to clear your weapon before I take it and hold it, because you're not allowed to enter the Western Wall Plaza complex with it." And this guy was such a dummy. He'd almost mocked the soldier and said, "Look, it's empty," and he fired his pistol at the table, and it went off. And immediately the soldier was so smart, he realized this guy was a total moron. And because there was like moving units of Israeli border guards just going through the area, just as particular and as aggressive as they are with Palestinians, they're aggressive with the Israeli Jews. This police officer was convinced that this dummy would get shot by the border guards, that he jumped on him. I remember, and he hugged him, and he shielded him from the soldiers that were going to shoot him. Right. So this guy was so dumb, he thought that he could, oh, of course my gun's clear. I'm a genius. I'm from Brooklyn, and he fires it off thinking it's empty. He was trying to make safe his weapon, which was not the way to do it. You don't make safe your weapon by guessing there's no bullet or round in the chamber. But the point is that for those agitators who went up to the Temple Mount or the Al-Aqsa Mosque, they're not going to have weapons, right? There are several checkpoints between there, but what they are able to do is get people in the old city to provide fireworks. And rocks are pretty free, so they'll collect rocks near the Temple Mount or the mosque and do that. So there's not a worry that they're going to be weapons, and that's why Israeli police on the Temple Mount actually have, as Murad said, they have paintball guns or beanbag shotguns or batons. So we were in the room, and if you'd listened to the room, they made it sound like it was like the Nazis or something in Berlin, where they were just shooting people in the head. That's not what happens. It's more of a one-on-one, man-on-man fight, except the Israeli police have batons and the Palestinian agitators have rocks. At any rate, it's a crappy situation all around, right? For sure. But there are surprisingly very few. I would argue that the only people in all of the old city of Jerusalem that have weapons, like 100%, are going to be police officers or security forces. Civilians just don't have them. You can have if you have a carry permit, but most people don't realize the Israelis have very strict gun laws. So unless you're a soldier going to or from work, you just don't have a weapon. Not in Israel proper, at least. I hope that helps.
Thank you for that, Yehuda. The Duke of URL, go ahead.
Oh, yes, good morning to you all. If it was so serious, I would have laughed, because I accidentally also came in that other group. And oh my God, I thought I'm lost. I'm in a hurricane, and voices all over and screaming, and I think, what's going on? And I was about to leave, and then Yehuda suddenly popped up. We think, what? And there was all kinds of talks and misunderstandings and misconceptions and arguing. Now it was. So I ran off, so I didn't hear everything. But yeah, and perhaps M is a spy of Iceland. I thought that must be exciting. Yeah, it's a cool country, not too much people, not to do a lot of work, taking your money. Must be great.
I'm pretty sure he didn't mean Iceland.
And yeah, it's something different. And about the shoes, yeah, I don't get it. Everybody knows that you don't wear a shoe in a mosque. That's common knowledge. go to the first Turkish people in your street at home, and first thing you have to do is your shoes out and house shoes on. But yeah, that's normal. So, and yeah, I think it's a grim and deadly situation in Israel and the Palestinians, and there is a lot of mess going on. Yeah, and personally, from my safe point of view from Holland, I think Abbas, yeah, I don't hear him, I don't see him, I don't see nothing progressive from, we're going to make a state. And yeah, I see some very fanatic fighters in the occupied territories, and they are heavily armed and inclusive body armor, and there are a lot of them with big guns. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there, but it's a minefield. But yeah, I hope that there soon will be some kind of understanding. But there's got to be a solution, just like there has to be for Ukraine. And a little thing more, I saw also some complaints of my friends on Twitter that the Russian government and institutions are posting very regular now on Twitter, and they appear in my feed. Yeah, and they say, of course, the opposite as what is happening and what the truth is. But yeah, at the point of being very annoying, I block them eventually. We will, if you want to see them, I'll look them up, and I don't retweet them because then I do them a favor. Okay, let's all stay sane, and I wish you a good and happy Friday, and Godspeed to you all, and Slava Ukraine.
I love that. Let's all stay sane. Just beware when you see Russian embassies and Russian authorities posting on Twitter. Not all of them are actually Russian authorities. A number are parody accounts making fun of them. The problem is the stuff that the Russians write themselves is so ridiculous. It's very difficult to distinguish on occasion. Well, on most occasions, frankly, a parody account from a real Russian account. That's just how good they are. But on the point of Russians saying silly things, you could have. I'm kind of curious what your take is on this. We had a big discussion on it a couple of days ago with the indicted war criminal genocide, one of the genociders in chief of the Russian Federation, addressing the United Nations Security Council at the invitation of the Russian ambassador to the UN, and that also then being unavailable to watch in the UK because it was deemed to be Russian propaganda and therefore not admissible on UK media. What's your thoughts on the Russians bringing an indicted war criminal to further incriminate herself in front of the world at the UNSC?
Well, it's a bit of a laugh. I think you know the answer to that, right? I mean, you know, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. So, I mean, gosh, it's Russia taking advantage of its position on the Security Council. It might very well be the last year or two that they have one, because I think the world is they're all fed up. I'm not an international jurist. I know Tim shocked. He thought I was this whole time, but it's not true. I am not. And I don't know. I know there are a lot of people that say, well, it's the Soviet Union that was on a Security Council. I have a feeling that there are workarounds and there are all sorts of smart international lawyers who can figure it all out. Look, the world has changed. February 24th, when that day kicked off, I said, you know what? Who knows what will end up happening when this is over? But I know one thing. It won't be situation no change. It won't be business as usual. The world will change. And I suspect that the bad guys and girls Tim, because it's Life of Brian. The bad guys or girls will not be rewarded for illegal, horrible behavior. What is the response of the world, the West, and even the non-aligned movement? Those who call themselves BRICS, silliness. There'll be a lot of pressure once Mariupol is liberated, once all of Ukraine is liberated, once all of the mass graves, a country in twice in 80 years uncovering the mass graves of children and men and women and elderly raped and murdered by Russian marauding barbarians. Once that's uncovered, I think it might be closing time for dictatorships. I think the world will stand up. And Europe's a big part of that, actually. Europe's been, I would argue, even relatively silent. The West, the United States, once all those big mainstream media outlets start publishing what Europe and the world saw after the Holocaust, when they see those kind of videos and say, wow, we sat by and we watched. In fact, some of us even argued that we shouldn't give arms to Ukraine. How dumb do we feel? What do we do to fix it? And that might very well set the tone, set the standard, make countries like China realize, guess what? You don't have carte blanche to go after Taiwan, so sort yourselves out. Give your heads a shake, because guess what? Your economy exists because of our greed and our voracious appetite for $2,000 iPhones. I mean, how much more could they be, frankly? Make them in Malaysia. I'll pay $2,300. Give me a break. And guess what? That'll collapse your economy. Bob's not your uncle anymore. And you'll be importing bags of food and flour and rice from the West like North Korea does. And guess what China doesn't want to do, Tim? It doesn't want to live like that. So I have a feeling that the world might very well change. And on that very good note, I'm going to pass it back to you. I have to pretend to sleep. I mean, I do have times of the day and night that I need to sleep. 2:30 in the morning in the best part of Canada, the center of Canada, of course, Toronto. New York is somewhere in the same time zone, not relevant, and Washington, D.C. I have to get to bed, Tim and Doman. And Murat, I hope you carry our torch alive. Let the world know. We had an interesting tete-a-tete. I've sent you all sorts of messages where people said, wow, you guys were amazing. Wow, when are you and Em getting married? Never. We're never getting married, okay? We're friends. So on that note, I bid you adieu. And Doman, that's French. I know you're very smart, but I want to share that with the audience. And I'll stop before my sleepiness embarrasses me. Gentlemen.
Adieu, mon
Thank you very
chéri.
much. Ma salama, as they say in Kurdistan.
Good night, Yehuda.
Don't get me started, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. We had. I have been going since about 5:30 this morning. I have been going since about 5:30 this morning when we did a China-thon, 3 hours with Jingu, in all its extraordinary detail. So I've had my fill of China for the next month, I think.
You're not
That was
supposed to
a
eat
good
it,
segment,
Tim.
though.
You're supposed to eat off it.
Oh, very good, very good.